Recorded Books presents an unabridged recording of The Weight of Silence by Heather Goodenkoff, narrated by actors from the Recorded Books Repertory Company and directed by Abigail McHugh.
Prologue. Antonia. Lewis and I see you nearly at the same time. In the woods, through the bee trees whose heavy, sweet smell will forever remind me of this day, I see flashes of your pink summer nightgown that you wore to bed last night. My chest loosens, and I'm shaky with relief. I scarcely notice your scratched legs, muddy knees, or the chain in your hand. I reach out to gather you in my arms, to hold you so tight, to lay my cheek on your sweaty head. I will never wish for you to speak, never silently beg you to talk. You are here. But you step past me, not seeing me. You stop at Lewis's side, and I think, you don't even see me. It's Lewis's deputy sheriff's uniform. Good girl. That's the smart thing to do. Lewis lowers himself toward you, and I'm fastened to the look on your face. I see your lips begin to arrange themselves, and I know. I see the word form, the syllables hardening and sliding from your mouth with no effort. Your voice, not unsure or hoarse from lack of use, but clear and bold. One word, the first in 3 years. In an instant, I have you in my arms, and I'm crying, tears dropping many emotions, mostly thankfulness and relief, but tears of sorrow mixed in. I see Petra's father crumble. Your chosen word doesn't make sense to me, but it doesn't matter. I don't care. You have finally spoken.
Callie. Callie stirred in her bed. The heat of a steamy Iowa August morning lay thick in her room, hanging sodden and heavy about her. She had kicked off the white chenille bedspread and sheets hours earlier, her pink cotton nightgown now bunched up around her waist. No breeze was blowing through her open screened window. The moon hung low and its milky light lay supine on her floor, a dim, inadequate lantern. She awoke, vaguely aware of movement downstairs below her. Her father preparing to go fishing. Callie heard his solid, certain steps, so different from her mother's quick, light tread, and Ben's hesitant stride. She sat up among the puddle of bedclothes and stuffed animals, her bladder uncomfortably full, and squeezed her legs together, trying to will the urge to use the bathroom to retreat. Her home had only one bathroom, a pink-tiled room nearly half filled with the scratched-up white clawfoot bathtub. Callie didn't want to creep down the creaky steps, past the kitchen where her father was sure to be drinking his bitter-smelling coffee and putting his tackle box in order. The pressure on her bladder increased, and Callie shifted her weight, trying to think of other things. She spotted her stack of supplies for the coming second-grade school year. Brightly colored pencils, still long and flat-tipped, slim, crisp-edged folders, smooth rubber-scented pink erasers, a 64-count box of crayons. The supply list called for a 24-count box, but Mom knew that this just would not do. And 4 spiral-bound notebooks, each a different color. School had always been a mixture of pleasure and pain for Callie. She loved the smell of school, the dusty smell of old books and chalk. She loved the crunch of fall leaves beneath her new shoes as she walked to the bus stop. And she loved her teachers, every single one. But Callie knew that adults would gather in school conference rooms to discuss her. Principal, psychologists, speech and language clinicians, special education and regular education teachers, behavior disorder teachers, school counselors, social workers. Why won't Callie speak? Callie knew there were many phrases used to try to describe her. Mentally challenged, autistic, on the spectrum, oppositional defiant, a selective mute. She was, in fact, quite bright. She could read and understand books several grade levels above her own. In kindergarten, Miss Monroe, her energetic first-year teacher, whose straight brown hair and booming bass voice belied her pretty sorority girl looks, thought that Callie was just shy. Callie's name didn't come up to the Solution Focus Education team until December of Callie's kindergarten year. And that didn't occur until the school nurse, Mrs. White, after handing Callie a clean pair of socks, underwear, and sweatpants for the second time in 1 week, discovered an unsettling pattern in Callie's visits to the health office. "Didn't you tell anyone you needed to use the restroom, Callie?" Mrs. White asked in her low, kind voice. No response. Just Callie's usual wide-eyed, flat expression gazing back at her. "Go on into the restroom and change your clothes, Callie," the nurse instructed. "Make sure to wash yourself the best that you can." Flipping through her meticulous log documenting the date and time of each child's visit to the health office, the ailment noted in her small, tight script: sore throats, belly aches, scratches, bee stings. Callie's name was notated 9 times since August 29, the first day of school. Next to each entry, the initials UA for urinary accident. Mrs. White turned to Miss Monroe, who escorted Callie to the office. "Michelle, this is Callie's 9th bathroom accident this school year." Mrs. White paused, allowing Miss Monroe to respond. Silence. "Does she go when the other kids do?" "I don't know," Miss Monroe replied, her voice tumbling under the bathroom door to where Callie was stepping out of her soiled clothing. "I'm not sure. She gets plenty of chances to go, and she can always ask." "Well, I'm going to call her mom and recommend that she take Callie to the doctor. See if all this isn't just a bladder infection or something else." Mrs. White responded in her cool, efficient manner that few questioned. "Meanwhile, let her use the restroom whenever she wants. Send her in anyway, even if she doesn't need to." "Okay, but she can always ask." Miss Monroe turned and retreated. Callie silently stepped from the office restroom, garbed in a dry pair of pink sweatpants that pooled around her feet and sagged at her rear. In one hand, she held a plastic grocery sack that contained her soaked strawberry shortcake underwear, jeans, socks, and pink and white tennis shoes. The index finger of her other hand absently twirled her chestnut-colored hair. Mrs. White bent down to Callie's eye level. "Do you have gym shoes to put on, Callie?" Callie looked down at her toes, now clad in dingy office-issued athletic socks, so worn she could see the peachy flesh of her big toe and the vamp-red nail polish her mother had dabbed on each pearly toenail the night before. "Callie," Mrs. White repeated, "do you have gym shoes to put on?" Callie regarded Mrs. White, pursed her thin lips together, and nodded her head. "Okay, Callie." Mrs. White's voice took on a tender tone. "Go put on your shoes and put the bag in your book bag. I'm going to call your mother. Now you're not in trouble. I see you've had several accidents this year. I just want your mom to be aware, okay?" Mrs. White carefully searched Callie's winter-kissed face. Callie's attention was then drawn to the vision eye chart and its ever-shrinking letters on the wall of the institutional White Health Office. After the solution-focused team of educators met and tested Callie and reviewed the data, there appeared to be nothing physically wrong with her. Options were discussed and debated, and after several weeks it was decided to teach her the American Sign Language sign for bathroom and other key words. Have her meet weekly with the school counselor, and patiently wait for Callie to speak. They continued to wait. Callie climbed out of bed, carefully picked up each of her new school supplies, and laid out the items on her small pine desk as she planned to in her new desk in her classroom on the first day of 2nd grade. Big things on the bottom, small things on top. Pencils and pens stowed neatly away in her new green pencil case. The need to urinate became an ache, and she considered relieving herself in her white plastic trash can beside her desk, but knew she would not be able to clean it without her mother or Ben noticing. If her mother found a pool of pee in her wastebasket, Callie knew she would fret endlessly as to what was going on inside her head. Never-ending, yes-no questions would follow. Was someone in the bathroom and you couldn't wait? Were you playing a game with Petra? Are you mad at me, Callie? She also considered climbing out her 2nd-story window, down the trellis, now tangled with white moonflowers as big as her hand. She discounted this idea as well. She wasn't sure how to remove the screen, and if her mother caught her mid-climb, she would be of a mind to nail Callie's window shut. And Callie loved having her window open at night. On rainy evenings, Callie would press her nose to the screen, feel the bounce of raindrops against her cheeks, and smell the dusty, sunburned grass as it swallowed the newly fallen rain. Callie didn't want her mother to worry more than she did not want to have her father's attention drawn to her as she made her way down the stairs to use the bathroom. Callie slowly opened her bedroom door and peeked around the door. She stepped cautiously out of her room and into the short hallway where it was darker, the air staler and weightier. Directly across from Callie's room was Ben's room, a twin of her own, whose window faced the backyard and Willow Creek woods. Ben's door was shut, as was her parents' bedroom door. Callie paused at the top of the steps, straining to hear her father's movements. Silence. Maybe he had left for his fishing trip already. Callie was hopeful. Her father was leaving with his friend Roger to go fishing at the far eastern edge of the county, along the Mississippi River, some 80 miles away. Roger was picking him up that morning, and they would be gone for 3 days. Callie felt a twinge of guilt in wishing her father away, but life was so much more peaceful with just the 3 of them. Each morning that he was sitting in the kitchen brought a different man to them. Some days he was happy, and he would set her on his lap and rub his scratchy red whiskers on her cheek to make her smile. He would kiss Mom and hand her a cup of coffee, and he would invite Ben to go into town with him. On these days, her daddy would talk in endless streams, his voice light and full of something close to tenderness. Some days, he would be at the scarred kitchen table with his forehead in his hands, empty beer cans tossed carelessly in the sink and on the brown speckled laminate countertops. On these days, Callie would tiptoe through the kitchen and quietly close the screen door behind her, and then dash into the Willow Creek woods to play along the creek bed or on the limbs of fallen trees. Periodically, Callie would return to the edge of their meadow to see if her father's truck had gone. If it was missing, Callie would return home where the beer cans had been removed and the yeasty, sweaty smell of her father's binge had been scrubbed away. If the truck remained, Callie would retreat to the woods until hunger or the day's heat forced her home. More silence. Encouraged that he was gone, Callie descended the stairs, carefully stepping over the 4th step that creaked. The bulb from above the kitchen stove cast a ghostly light that spilled onto the bottom of the stairs. She just needed to take 2 large steps past the kitchen entry, and she would be at the bathroom. Callie, at the bottom step, her toes curled over the edge, squeezed the hardwood tightly, pulled her nightgown to above her knees to make possible a bigger step. 1 step, a furtive glance into the kitchen. No one there. Another step, past the kitchen, her hand on the cool metal doorknob of the bathroom, twisting. "Callie!" a gruff whisper called out. Callie stilled. "Callie! Come out here!" Callie's hand dropped from the doorknob, and she turned to follow the low sound of her father's voice. The kitchen was empty, but the screen door was open, and she saw the outline of his wide shoulders in the dim early morning. He was sitting on the low concrete step outside, a fog of cigarette smoke and hot coffee intermingling and rising above his head. "Come out here, Callie girl. What you doing up so early?" he asked, not unkindly. Callie pushed open the screen door, careful not to run the door into his back. She squeezed through the opening and stood next to her father. "Why up, Callie? Bad dream?" Griff looked up at her from where he was sitting, a look of genuine concern on his face. She shook her head no and made the sign for bathroom, the need for which had momentarily fled. "What's that? Can't hear ya," he laughed. "Speak a little louder." Oh, yeah, you don't talk." And at that moment, his face shifted into a sneer. "You gotta use the sign language." He abruptly stood and twisted his hands and arms in a grotesque mockery of Callie. "Can't talk like a normal kid. Gotta be all dumb like some kind of retard." Griff's voice was rising. Callie's eyes slid to the ground where a dozen or so crushed beer cans littered the ground, and the need to pee returned full force. She glanced up to her mother's bedroom window, the curtains still. No comforting face looked down on her. "Can't talk, huh? Bullshit. You talked before. You used to say, 'Daddy, Daddy,' especially when you wanted something. Now I got a stupid retard for a daughter. Probably you're not even mine. You got that deputy sheriff's eyes." He bent down. His gray-green eyes peered into hers, and she squeezed them tightly shut. In the distance, she heard tires on gravel, the sharp crunch and pop of someone approaching. Roger. Callie opened her eyes as Roger's four-wheel drive truck came down the lane and pulled up next to him. "Hey there! Morning, you two! How you doing, Miss Callie?" Roger tipped his chin to Callie, not really looking at her, not expecting a response. "Ready to go fishing, Griff?" Roger Hogan was Griff's best friend from high school. He was short and wide, his great stomach spilling over his pants. A foreman at the local meatpacking plant, he begged Griff every time he came home from the pipeline to stay home for good. He could get Griff in at the factory, too. "It'll be just like old times," he'd add. "Morning, Raj," Griff remarked, his voice cheerful, his eyes mean slits. "I'm gonna have you drive on ahead without me, Roger. Callie had a bad dream. I'm just gonna sit here with her a while until she feels better. Make sure she gets off to sleep again." "Ah, Griff," whined Roger. "Can her mother do that? We've been planning this for months. No. That girl needs her daddy, don't she, Callie? A daddy she can rely on to help her through those tough times. Her daddy should be there for her. Don't you think, Raj? So Callie's gonna spend some time with her good old daddy, whether she wants to or not. But you want to, don't you, Callie?" Callie's stomach wrenched tighter with each of her father's utterances of the word daddy. She longed to run into the house and wake up her mother, but while Griff spewed hate from his mouth toward Callie when he'd been drinking, he'd never actually really hurt her. Ben, yes. Mom, yes. Not Callie.
I'll just throw my stuff in your truck, Raj, and meet up with you at the cabin this afternoon. There'll be plenty of good fishing tonight, and I'll pick up some more beer for us on the way."
Griff picked up his green duffel and tossed it into the back of the truck. More carefully, he laid his fishing gear, poles, and tackle into the bed of the truck.
"See you soon, Roger." "Okay, I'll see you later then. You sure you can find the way?" Yeah, don't worry. I'll be there. You can get a head start on catching those fish. You're gonna need it, 'cause I'm gonna whip your butt." "We'll just see about that," Roger guffawed and squealed away.
Griff made his way back to where Callie was standing, her arms wrapped around herself despite the heat.
"Now how about a little bit of daddy time, Callie? The deputy sheriff don't live too far from here now, does he? Just through the woods there, huh?"
Her father grabbed her by the arm and her bladder released, sending a steady stream of urine down her leg as he pulled her toward the woods.
Petra. I can't sleep again. It's too hot. My necklace is sticking to my neck. I'm sitting on the floor in front of the electric fan, and the cool air feels good against my face. Very quiet, I am talking into the fan so I can hear the buzzy, low voice it blows back at me. "I am Petra, princess of the world," I say. I hear something outside my window, and for a minute I'm scared and want to go wake up Mom and Dad. I crawl across my carpet on my hands, the rug rubbing against my knees all rough. I peek out the window, and in the dark I think I see someone looking up at me, big and scary. Then I see something smaller at his side. Oh, I'm not scared anymore. I know them. I think, wait, I'm coming too. For a second I think I shouldn't go, but there is a grown-up out there too. Mom and Dad can't get mad at me if there's a grown-up. I pull on my tennis shoes and sneak out of my room. I'll just go say hi and come right back in.
Callie. Callie and her father had been walking for a while now, but Callie knew exactly where they were and where they were not within the sprawling woods. They were near Beggar's Bluff Trail, where pink-tipped turtleheads grew in among the ferns and rushes, and where Callie would often see sleek, beautiful horses carrying their owners gracefully through the forest. Callie wished that a cinnamon-colored mare or a black-splotched Appaloosa would crash from the trees, startling her father back to his senses. But it was Thursday, and Callie rarely encountered another person on the trails near her home during the week. There was a slight chance that they would run into a park ranger, but the rangers had over 30 miles of trails to monitor and maintain. Callie knew she was on her own, and resigned herself to being dragged through the forest with her father. They were nowhere near Deputy Sheriff Lewis's home. Callie could not decide whether this was a good thing or not. Bad, because her father showed no indication of giving up his search, and Callie's bare feet were scratched from being pulled across rocky, uneven paths. Good, because if they ever did get to Deputy Lewis's home, her father would say unforgivable things, and then Lewis would, in his calm, low voice, try to quiet him, and then call Callie's mother. His wife would be standing in the doorway behind him, her arms crossed, eyes darting furtively around to see who was watching the spectacle. Her father did not look well. His face was white, the color of bloodroot, the delicate early spring flower that her mother showed to her on their walks in the woods. His coppery hair the color of the red sap from its broken roots. Periodically stumbling over an exposed root, he continued to clutch Callie's arm, all the time muttering under his breath. Callie was biding her time, waiting for the perfect moment to bolt, to run back home to her mother. They were approaching a clearing named Willow Wallow. Arranged in a perfect half-moon adjacent to the creek was an arc of 7 weeping willows. It was said that the 7 willows were brought to the area by a French settler, a friend of Napoleon Bonaparte. The willows, a gift from the great general, the wispy trees being his favorite. Callie's mother was the kind of mother who would climb trees with her children and sit among the branches, telling them stories about her great-great-grandparents who immigrated to the United States from Czechoslovakia in the 1800s. She would pack the 3 of them a lunch of peanut butter fluff sandwiches and apples, and they would walk down to Willow Creek. They would hop across the slick, moss-covered rocks that dotted the width of the creek. Antonia would lay an old blanket under the long, lacy branches of a willow tree, and they would crawl into its shade, ropey tendrils surrounding them like a cloak. There the willows would become huts on a deserted island. Ben, back when he had time for them, was the brave soldier. Callie, his dependable first mate. Antonia, the pirate chasing them, calling out with a bad Cockney accent, "Ya land lubbers! Surrender and ya won't have to walk the plank." "Never!" Ben yelled back. "You'll have to feed us to the sharks before we surrender to the likes of you, Barnacle Bart." "So be it! Prepare to swim with the fishes!" Antonia bellowed, flourishing a stick. "Run, Callie!" Ben screeched, and Callie would, her long, pale legs shadowed with bruises from climbing trees and skirting fences. Callie would run until Antonia would double over, hands on her knees. "Truce! Truce!" Antonia would beg. The 3 of them would retreat to their willow hut and rest, sipping soda as the sweat cooled on their necks. Antonia's laugh bubbled up from low in her chest, unfettered and joyous. She would toss her head back and close her eyes that were just beginning to show the creases of age and disappointment. When Antonia laughed, those around her did too, except for Callie. Callie hadn't laughed for a long time. She smiled her sweet, close-lipped grin, but an actual giggle, which once was emitted freely and sounded of chimes, never came, though she knew her mother waited expectantly. Antonia was the kind of mother who let you eat sugar cereal for Sunday supper and pizza for breakfast. She was the kind of mom who, on rainy nights, would declare it spa night, and in a French accent welcome you to Tony's House of Beauty. She would fill the old clawfoot bathtub full of warm, lilac-scented bubbles, and then, after rubbing you dry with an oversized white towel, would paint your toenails wicked red, or mousse and gel your hair until it stood at attention in 3-inch spikes. Griff, on the other hand, was the kind of father who drank Bud Light for breakfast and dragged his 7-year-old daughter through the forest in a drunken search for his version of the truth. The sun beginning to rise, Griff sat the 2 of them down beneath one of the willow trees to rest.
Martin. I can feel Fielda's face against my back, her arm wrapped around my ever-growing middle. It's too hot to lie in this manner, but I don't nudge her away from me. Even if I was in Dante's Inferno, I couldn't push Fielda away from me. We've only been apart 2 instances since our marriage 14 years ago, and both times seemed too much for me to bear. The second time that Fielda and I were apart I don't speak about.
The first separation was 9 months after our wedding, and I went to a conference on economics at the University of Chicago.
I remember lying in the hotel on my lumpy bed with its stiff, scratchy comforter, wishing for Fielda. I felt weightless without her there, that without her arm thrown carelessly over me in sleep, I could just float away like milkweed on a random wind. After that lonely night, I forewent the rest of my seminars and came home. Fielda laughed at me for being homesick, but I know she was secretly pleased. She came to me late in my life, a young, brassy girl of 18. I was 42 and wed to my job as a professor of economics at St. Julianus College, a private college with an enrollment of 1,200 students in Willow Creek. No, she wasn't a student. Many have asked this question with a light, accusatory tone. I met Fielda Morning when she was a waitress at her family's cafe, Morning Glory. On my way to the college each day, I would stop in at the Morning Glory for a cup of coffee and a muffin, and to read my newspaper in a sun-drenched corner of the cafe. I remember Fielda, in those days, as being very solicitous and gracious to me. The coffee, piping hot, and the muffin sliced in half with sweet butter on the side. I must admit, I took this considerate service for granted, believing that Fielda treated all her patrons in this manner. It wasn't until one wintry morning, about a year after I started coming to the Morning Glory, that Fielda stomped up to me, one hand on her ample hip, the other hand holding my cup of coffee. "What," Fielda shrilly aimed at me, "does a girl have to do in order to get your attention?" She banged the cup down in front of me, my glasses leaping on my nose in surprise, coffee sloshing all over the table. Before I could splutter a response, she had retreated and then reappeared, this time with my muffin that she promptly tossed at me. It bounced off my chest, flaky crumbs of orange poppy seed clinging to my tie. Fielda ran from the cafe, and her mother, a softer, more careworn version of Fielda, sauntered up to me. Rolling her eyes heavenward, she sighed, "Go on out there and talk to her, Mr. Gregory. She's been pining over you for months. Either put her out of her misery or ask her to marry you. I need to get some sleep at night." I did go out after Fielda, and we were married a month later. Lying there in our bed, the August morning already sweeping my skin with its prickly heat, I twist around, find Fielda's slack cheek in the darkness and kiss it. I slide out of bed and out of the room. I stop at Petra's door. It is slightly open, and I can hear the whir of her fan. I gently push the door forward and step into her room, a place so full of little girl whimsy that it never fails to make me pause. The carefully arranged collections of pine cones, acorns, leaves, feathers, and rocks, all expertly excavated from our backyard at the edge of Willow Creek Woods. The baby dolls, stuffed dogs, and bears, all tucked lovingly under blankets fashioned from washcloths and arranged around her sleeping form. The little girl perfume, a combination of lavender-scented shampoo, green grass, and perspiration that holds only the enzymes of the innocent, overwhelms me every time I cross this threshold. My eyes begin to adjust to the dark, and I see that Petra is not in her bed. I'm not alarmed. Petra often has bouts of insomnia and skulks downstairs to the living room to watch television. I, too, go downstairs. But very quickly I know that Petra is not watching television. The house is quiet. No droning voices or canned laughter. I walk briskly through each room, switching on lights. The living room. No Petra. The dining room. The kitchen. The bathroom. My office. No Petra. Back through the kitchen, down to the basement. No Petra. Rushing up the stairs to Fielda, I shake her awake. "Petra's not in her bed," I gasp. Fielda leaps from the bed and retraces the path I just followed. No Petra. I hurry out the back door and circle the house once, twice, 3 times. No Petra. Fielda and I meet back in the kitchen, and we look at one another helplessly. Fielda stifles a moan and dials the police. We quickly pull on clothes in order to make ourselves presentable to receive Deputy Sheriff Lewis. Fielda continues to wander through each of the rooms, checking for Petra, looking through closets and under the stairs. "Maybe she went over to Callie's house," she says. "At this time of the morning?" I ask. "What would possess her to do that?" "Maybe she was too hot and went outside to cool off, and she lost track of time," I add. sit down. You're making me nervous. She is not in this house, I say, louder than I should have. Fielda's face crumples, and I go to her. I'm sorry, I whisper, though her constant movement is making me nervous. We'll go make coffee for when he arrives. Coffee? Coffee? Fielda's voice is shrill, and she's looking at me incredulously. Let's just brew up some coffee so we can sit down and discuss how our daughter has disappeared. Disappeared, right from her bedroom in the middle of the night. Would you like me to make him breakfast, too? Eggs over easy, or maybe waffles? Martin, our child is missing. Missing! Her tirade ends in whimpers, and I pat her on the back. I am no consolation to her, I know. There's a rap at the front door, and we both look to see Deputy Sheriff Lewis, tall and rangy, his blond hair falling into his serious blue eyes. We invite him into our home, this man, almost half my age, closer to Fielda's own, and sit him on our sofa. "When did you see Petra last?" he asks us. I reach for Fielda's hand and tell him all that we know.
Antonia. I'm being lifted from my sleep by the low rumble of what I think at first is thunder, and I smile, my eyes still closed. A rainstorm, cool, plump drops. I think that maybe I should wake Callie and Ben. They both would love to go stomp around in the rain, to rinse away this dry, hot summer, if just for a few moments. I reach my hand over to Griff's side of the bed, empty and cooler than mine. It's Thursday, the fishing trip. Griff went fishing with Roger. No thunder. A truck? I roll over to Griff's side, absorb the brief coolness of the sheets, and try to sleep. But continuous pounding, a solid banging on the front door, is sending vibrations through the floorboards. I swing my legs out of bed, irritated. It's only 6 o'clock, for Christ's sake. I pull on the shorts that I dropped on the floor the night before and run my fingers through my bed-mussed hair. As I make my way through the hallway, I see that Ben's door is tightly shut, as it normally is. Ben's room is his private fortress. I don't even try to go in there anymore. The only people he invites in are his school friends and his sister, Callie. This is surprising to me. I grew up in a family of 4 brothers, and they let me enter their domain only when I forced my way in. My whole life has been circled by males. My brothers, my father, Lewis, and of course Griff. Most of my friends in school were boys. My mother died when I was 17, and even before that she hovered on the edge of our ring. I wish I'd paid more attention to the way she did things. I have misty-edged memories of the way she sat, always in skirts, one leg crossed over the other, her brown hair pulled back in an elegant chignon. My mother couldn't get me into a dress, interested in makeup or sitting like a lady, but she insisted that I keep my hair long. I rebelled by putting my hair back in a ponytail and cramming a baseball hat on top of my head. I wish I'd watched closely to the way she would carefully paint lipstick on her lips and spray just the right amount of perfume on her wrists. I remember her leaning in close to my father and whispering in his ear, making him smile, the way she could calm him with just a manicured hand on his arm. My own silent little girl is even more of a mystery to me. The way she likes her hair combed smooth after a bath, the joy she has in inspecting her nails after I've inexpertly painted them. Having a little girl has been like following an old treasure map with the important paths torn away. These days, I sit and watch her carefully, studying her each movement and gesture. At least when she was speaking, she could tell me what she wanted or needed. Now I guess and falter and hope for the best. I go on as if there's nothing wrong with my Callie, as if she's a typical 7-year-old, that strangers don't discuss her in school offices, that neighbors don't whisper behind their hands about the odd Clark girl. The door to Callie's room is open slightly, but the banging on the door is more insistent, so I hurry down the steps, the warped wood creaking under my bare feet. I unlock the heavy oak front door to find Louis and Martin Gregory, Petra's father, standing before me. The last time Louis was in my home was 3 years earlier, though I remembered little of it, as I was lying nearly unconscious on my sofa after falling down the flight of stairs. "Hi," I say uncertainly. "What's going on?" "Tony," begins Louis, "is Petra here?" "No," I reply, and look at Martin. His face falls for a moment, and then he raises his chin. "May we speak with Callie? Petra seems to be—" Martin hesitates. "We can't find Petra right now, and thought that Callie could tell us where she might be." "Oh, my goodness. Of course. Please come in." I show them into our living room, now conscious of the scattering of beer cans on the coffee table. I quickly gather them and scurry to the kitchen to throw them away. "I'll just go and wake Callie up." I take the stairs 2 at a time, my stomach sick for Martin and Fielda. I'm calling, "Callie! Callie, get up, honey! I need to talk to you." When I reach the hall, Ben opens the door. He's shirtless, and I notice that his red hair needs trimming. "Morning, Benny. They can't find Petra." I continue past him to Callie's door, and I push it open. Her bed is rumpled, and her sock monkey lies on the floor, its smiling face turned toward me. I stop, puzzled, and then turn. "Ben? Where's Callie?" He shrugs and retreats to his room. I quickly check the guest room, my bedroom, Ben's room. I rush down the stairs. She's gone too. I run past Louis and Martin, down our rickety basement steps, flipping on the light as I scurry downward, the cool dampness of our concrete basement sweeping over me. Only cobwebs and boxes. Our old empty deep freeze. My heart skips a beat. You hear about this. Children playing hide-and-seek in old refrigerators and freezers, not being able to get out once they're in. I told Griff time and again to get rid of the old thing, but he never did. I never did. Quickly I run over to the freezer and fling open the lid, and a stale smell hits me. It's empty. I try to regulate my breathing, and I turn back to the steps. I see Martin and Louis waiting for me at the top. I sprint up the steps, past them and out the back door. I scan our wide backyard and run to the edge of the woods, peering into the shadowy trees. Winded, I make my way back to my home. Louis and Martin are waiting for me behind the screen door. "She's not here." Louis's face is stony, but Martin's falls in disappointment. "Well, they're most likely together and went off playing somewhere. Can you think of where they may have gone?" Louis inquires. "The park? The school, maybe? But this early? What is it, 6 o'clock?" I ask. "Petra's been gone since at least 4:30, Martin says, matter-of-factly. Where would they go at such an early hour?" "I don't know. It doesn't make sense," I say. Louis asks me if he can have a look around, and I watch, following at his heels as he walks purposefully around my home, peeking in closets and under beds. She's not here. "I've called in the information about Petra to all the officers. They're already looking around town for her," Louis explains. "It doesn't appear that the girls were—" He pauses. that the girls met any harm. I suggest you go look around for them in the places they usually go." Martin looks uncertain about this plan, but nods his head, and I do too. "Tony, Griff's truck is outside. Is he here? Would he be able to tell us where the girls could be?" Lewis, in his kind way, is asking me if Griff is coherent this morning, or if he's passed out in our bed from a night of drinking. "Griff's not here. He went fishing with Roger this morning. He was going to leave at about 3:30 or so." "Could he have taken the girls fishing with him?" Martin asks hopefully. "No," I laugh. "The last thing Griff would do is take a couple of little girls on his big fishing trip. He's not supposed to be back until Saturday. I'm positive the girls didn't go fishing with him." "I don't know, Tony. Maybe he did decide to take the girls with him. Maybe he left a note." "No, Lewis. I'm sure he wouldn't have done that." I'm beginning to become irritated with him. "Okay, then," Lewis says. "We'll talk again in 1 hour. If the girls aren't found by then, we'll make a different plan." I hear a rustle of movement and turn to see Ben sitting on the steps. At a quick glance, he could be mistaken for Griff, with his broad shoulders and strawberry hair, except for the eyes. Ben has soft, quiet eyes. "Ben," I say, "Callie and Petra went off somewhere, and we need to find them. Where could they have gone?" "The woods," he says simply. "I'm going to go do my paper route, then I'll go look for 'em." "I'll call to have some officers check out the woods near the backyard. 1 hour," Lewis says again. "We'll talk in 1 hour."
Ben. This morning I woke up real fast, my heart slamming against my chest. I was dreaming that stupid dream again. The one when you and me are climbing the old walnut tree in the woods, the one by Lone Tree Bridge. I'm boosting you up like I always do, and you're reaching up for a branch, your nail-bitten fingers white from holding on so tight. I'm crabbing at you to hurry up because I don't have all day. You're up, and I'm watching you from below. The climb is easier for you now. The branches are closer together, fat, sturdy ones. You're going higher and higher until I can only see your bony knees, then just your tennis shoes. I'm hollering up at you. "You're too high, Callie. Come back down. You're gonna fall." Then you're gone. I can't see you anymore. And I'm thinking I am in so much trouble. Then I hear a voice calling down to me, "Climb on up, Ben. You gotta see this. Come on, Ben, come on." And I know it's you yelling, even though I don't know what you really sound like anymore. You keep yelling, and I can't climb. I want to, but I can't grab onto the lowest branch. It's too high. I call back, "Wait for me. Wait for me. What do you see, Callie?" Then I woke up all sweaty. But not the hot kind of sweaty. The cold kind that makes your head hurt and your stomach knot all up. I tried to go back to sleep, but I couldn't. Now you've gone off somewhere, and somehow I feel guilty, like it's my fault. You're okay for a little sister, but a big responsibility. I always have to look after you. Do you remember when I was 10 and you were 5? Mom had us walk to the bus stop together. She said, "Look after Callie, Ben." And I said, "Okay," but I didn't. Not really. Not at first. I was starting 5th grade, and I was much too cool to be babysitting a kindergartner. I held your hand to the end of our lane, just to the spot where Mom couldn't see us from the kitchen window anymore. Then I shook my hand free from yours and ran as fast as I could to where the bus would pick us up. I made sure to look back and to check to see if you were still coming. I have to give you credit. Your skinny kindergarten legs were running and your brand-new pink backpack was bouncing on your shoulders, but you couldn't keep up. You tripped over that big old crack in the gutter in front of the Olsen house, and you went crashing down. I almost came back for you. I really did. But along came Raymond, and I didn't come back to you. I just didn't. When you finally got to the bus stop, the bus was just pulling up, and your knee was all bloody, and the purple barrette that Mom put in your hair was dangling from one little piece of your hair. You budged right in front of all the kids in line for the bus to stand next to me, and I pretended you weren't even there. When we climbed on the bus, I sat down with Raymond. You just stood in the aisle waiting for me to scooch over and make room for you. But I turned my back on you to talk to Raymond. The kids behind you started yelling, "Hurry up and sit down." So you finally slid into the seat across from me and Raymond. You were all nudged up to the window, your legs too short to reach the floor, a little river of blood running down your shin. You wouldn't even look at me for the rest of the night. Even after supper, when I offered to tell you a story, you just shrugged your shoulders at me and left me sitting at the kitchen table all by myself. I know I was pretty rotten to you that day, but on a guy's first day of 5th grade, first impressions are really important. I tried to make it up to you. In case you didn't know, I was the one who put the Tootsie Rolls under your pillow that night. I'm sorry. Not watching out for you those first few weeks of school. But you know all about that. Being sorry and having no words to say something when you know you should, but you just can't.
Callie. Griff sat with his back propped up against one of the aged willows, his head lolled forward, eyes closed, his powerful fingers still wrapped around Callie's wrist. Callie squirmed uncomfortably on the hard, uneven ground beneath the willow. The stench of urine pricked at her nose, and a wave of shame washed over her. She should run now, she thought. She was fast and knew every twist and turn of the woods. She could easily lose her father. She slowly tried to pull her arm from his claw-like clasp, but in his light sleep, he grasped even tighter. Callie's shoulders slumped, and she settled back against her side of the tree. She liked to imagine what it would be like to stay out in the woods with no supplies, what her brother called roughing it. Ben knew everything about the Willow Creek woods. He knew that the woods were over 14,000 acres big and extended into 2 counties. He told her that the forest was made up mostly of limestone and sandstone and was a part of the Paleozoic Plateau, which meant that glaciers had never moved through their part of Iowa. He also showed her where to find the red-shouldered hawk, an endangered bird that not even Ranger Phelps had seen before. She had only been out here a few hours, and it was enough for her. Normally, the woods were her favorite place to go, a quiet spot where she could think, wander, and explore. She and Ben often pretended to set up camp here in Willow Wallow. Ben would lug a thermos of water, and Callie would carry the snacks, bags of salty chips, and thick ropes of licorice for them to munch on. Ben would arrange sticks and brushwood into a large circular pile and surround them with stones for their bonfire. They never actually lit a fire, but it was fun to pretend. They would stick marshmallows on the end of green twigs and roast them over their fire. Ben used to pull out his pocket knife and try to whittle utensils out of thin branches he would find on the ground. He had carved out 2 spoons and a fork before the blade had slipped and he sliced his hand, needing 6 stitches. Their mother had taken the knife away after that, saying he could have it back in a few years. Ben handed it over grudgingly. Lately, instead of carving out the silverware, she and Ben smuggled dishes and tableware from their own kitchen. Under the largest of the willows, Ben had constructed a small little cupboard out of old boards and hammered it to the tree. They kept their household goods there. Once, trying to plan ahead, they had placed a box of crackers and a package of cookies on the shelf. When they returned a few days later, they found that something had been there before them, probably a raccoon. But Ben said in a teasing voice, it also could have been a bear. Callie hadn't really believed that, but it was fun to pretend that a mama bear was out there somewhere feeding her cubs Chips Ahoy cookies and Wheat Thins. She wondered if her mother had noticed that she was gone yet. Wondered if she was worried about her, looking for her. Callie's stomach rumbled, and she hastily placed her free hand over it, willing it to silence. Maybe there was something to eat in the cupboard 2 trees over. Griff snorted, his eyes fluttered open, and he settled his gaze on Callie's face. "You reek," he said, meanly, unaware of his own smell, a combination of liquor, perspiration, and onions. "Come on, let's get going. We've got a family reunion to attend. Which way do we go?" Callie considered this. She could lie, lead him deeper into the forest, and then make a break for it when she had the chance. Or she could show him the correct route and get it over with. The second choice prevailed. She was already hungry and tired, and she wanted to go home. She pointed a thin, grubby finger back the way they had come. "Get up," Griff commanded. Callie scrambled to her feet. Griff let go of her arm, and Callie tried to shake out the numbness that had snaked into her fingers. They walked in a strange sort of tandem, Griff directly behind her, his hand on her shoulder. Callie slumped slightly under the weight of his meaty hand. Callie led the 2 of them out of Willow Wallow about 100 yards to the beginning of a narrow, winding trail called Broadleaf. Callie always knew if someone or something had been walking the trails before her. During the night, spiders would knit their webs across the trails from limb to limb. When the morning sun was just right, Callie could see the delicate threads, a minute, fragile barrier to the inner workings of the forest. "Keep out," it whispered. She would always skirt the woven curtain, trying not to disturb the netting. If the web dangled in wispy threads, Callie knew that something had been there before her. And if closer inspection revealed the footprints of a human, she would retreat and wind her way back to another trail. Callie liked the idea that she could be the only person around for miles. That the white speckled ground squirrel that sat on an old rotted tree branch, wringing his paws, would be seeing a human for the first time. That the sad-eyed creature before it didn't quite belong, but didn't disturb its world either. Today she carefully stepped around a red maple, the breeze of her movements causing the web to sway precariously for a moment, and then settle. A flash of movement to the right surprised them both. A large dog with golden red fur sniffed its way past them, snuffling at their feet. Callie reached out to stroke its back, but it swiftly moved onward, a long red leash dragging behind it. "Jesus!" Griff exclaimed, clutching his chest. "About scared me to death. Let's go." Only one animal had ever frightened Callie in her past explorations of the woods. The soot-colored crow with its slick, oily feathers, perched in crooked maples, its harassed caw overriding the hushed murmurs of the forest. Callie imagined a coven of crows peering down at her from leafy hiding spots with eyes as bright and cold as ball bearings, watching, considering. The birds would seem to follow her from a distance in noisy, low swoops. Callie looked above her. No crows, but she did spy a lone gray-feathered nuthatch walking down the trunk of a tree in search of insects. "You sure we're going the right way?" Griff stopped, inspecting his surroundings carefully. His words sounded clearer, less slurred. Callie nodded. They walked for about 10 more minutes, and then Callie led him off Broadleaf Trail, where brambles and sticky walnut husks were thick. Callie examined the ground in front of her for poison ivy, found none, and continued forward and upward, wincing with each step. Suddenly, the thicket of trees ended, and they were on the outskirts of Lewis's backyard. The grass was wet with dew and overgrown. A littering of baseball bats, gloves, and other toys surrounded a small swing set. A green van sat in the driveway next to the brown-sided ranch-style home. All was still except for the honeybees buzzing around a wilted cluster of Shasta daisies. The home seemed to be slumbering. Griff looked uncertain as to what to do next. His hands shook slightly on Callie's shoulder. She could feel the slight tattoo of movement through her nightgown.
Told you I'd take you to see where your daddy was. Just think, you could be living here in this fine home.
Griff guffawed and rubbed his hand over his bloodshot eyes.
Do you think we should stop in and say good morning?
Much of his earlier bluster was fading away. Callie shook her head miserably.
Let's go now. I got a headache.
He roughly yanked at Callie's arm when the slam of a screen door stopped him. A woman, barefoot, wearing shorts and a t-shirt, stepped out of the house with a cordless phone pressed against her ear. Her voice was high and shrill.
Sure, you go running out when she needs you, when her precious little girl goes missing.
Griff went still. Callie stepped forward to hear more clearly, and Griff pulled her back. Callie recognized the woman as Lewis's wife, Christine.
I don't care that there are two girls missing. It's her daughter that's missing, and that's all that matters to you.
Christine bitterly spat.
When Antonia calls, you go running, and you know it.
Again, the woman fell silent, listening to the voice on the other end of the phone.
Whatever, Lewis. Do what you have to do, but don't expect me to be happy about it.
The woman jerked the phone from her ear and violently pushed a button, ending the call. She cocked her arm as if to throw the phone into the bushes, but paused for a moment.
Damn it!
She snapped, then lowered her arm and brought the phone back down to her side.
Damn it!
She repeated before opening the screen door and entering her home again, letting the door bang behind her.
Huh.
Griff snorted. He looked at Callie.
So, you've gone missing. I wonder who took you.
He laughed.
Ho, I'm a big, bad kidnapper. Christ. Let's go. Your mother is gonna hit the roof when we get home.
Callie let herself be led back into the shade of the trees, and immediately the air around her cooled. Her mother knew she was missing, but she must not have known that she was with her father. But who was the other little girl who was missing? Callie squeezed back tears, wanting to get to her mother, to shed her pea-covered nightgown, to wash and bandage her bleeding feet, to crawl into her bed and bury herself under the covers.
Martin. I have visited all the places that Petra loves. The library, the school, the bakery. Kirsten's house, Ryan's house, Wycliffe Pool, and here, East Park. Now I walk among the swings, teeter-totter, jungle gym, slides, and the monkey bars, deserted due to the early hour. I even climb up the black train engine that the railroad donated to the city as a piece of play equipment. It amazes me that anyone with any sort of authority could believe such a machine could be considered a safe place for children to play. It was once a working engine, but of course all the dangerous pieces had been removed, the glass replaced with plastic, sharp corners softened. But still, it's huge, imposing. Just the thing to offer up to small children who have no fear and who feel that they could fly if given the opportunity. I've seen children climb the many ladders that lead to small nooks and crannies in the engine. The children would play an intricate game they dubbed train robbery, for which there were many rules, often unspoken, and often developed on the spot as the game progressed. I've seen them leap from the highest point at the top of the train and land on the ground with a thump that to me sounds bone-crushing. However, inevitably,
The children sprang back up and brushed at the dirt that clung to their behinds, no worse for wear. I, too, climbed to the highest point at the top of the black engine and scanned the park for any sign of Petra and Callie. For once, I feel the exhilaration that the children must feel. The feeling of being at a pinnacle, where the only place to go now is down. It's a breathtaking sensation, and I feel my legs wobble with uncertainty as I look around me. They're nowhere to be seen. I lower myself to a sitting position, my legs straddling the great engine. I look at my hands, dusty with the soot that is so ingrained on the train that it will never be completely washed away, and think of Petra. The night that Petra was born, I stayed in the hospital with Fielda. I didn't leave her side. I settled myself in a comfortable chair next to her hospital bed. I was surprised at the luxuriousness of the birthing suite. The muted wallpaper, the lights that dimmed with the twist of a switch, the bathroom with a whirlpool bathtub. I was pleased that Fielda would give birth in such a nice place, tended to by a soothing nurse who would place a capable hand on Fielda's sweating forehead and whisper encouragement to her. I was born in Missouri, in my home on a hog farm, as were my 7 younger brothers and sisters. I was well accustomed to the sounds of a woman giving birth, and when Fielda began emitting the same powerful, frightening sounds, I became lightheaded, and had to step out of the hospital room for a moment. When I was young, I would watch my pregnant mother perform her regular household duties with the same diligence to which I was accustomed. However, I remember seeing her grasp the kitchen counter as a contraction overtook her. When her proud, stern face began to crumple in pain, I became even more watchful. Eventually, she would send me over to my aunt's house to retrieve her sister and mother to help her with the birth. I would run the half-mile swiftly, grateful for the reprieve from the anxious atmosphere that had invaded our well-ordered home. In the summers I would go barefoot, the soles of my feet becoming hard and calloused. Impervious to the clumps of dirt and rocks, I could barely feel the ground beneath me. I preferred to wear shoes, but my mother only allowed me to wear them on Sundays and to school. I hated that people could see my exposed feet, the dirt that wedged itself under my toenails. I had the habit of standing on one leg with the other resting on top of it, my toes curled so that only the top of one dirty foot was visible. My grandmother would laugh at me and call me Stork. My aunt thought this was quite amusing, especially when I came to get them to help my mother deliver her baby. She would discharge a big, bellowing laugh that was delightful to the ears, so much so that even I couldn't help but smile, even though the laugh was at my expense. We would climb into my grandmother's rusty Ford and drive back to our farm. We would pass by the hog house, and my father would wave at us and smile hugely. This was his signal that a new son or daughter would be born soon. In name, I was a farm boy, but I couldn't be bothered by the minutiae of the farm. My interest was in books and in numbers. My father, a kind, simple man, would shake his head when I would show no interest in farrowing sows. But still, I had my chores to do around the farm. Mucking out the pens and feeding buckets of slop to the hogs were a few of my duties. However, I refused to have any part of butcher time. The thought of killing any living creature made me ill, though I had no qualms about eating pork. On butcher day, I would conveniently disappear. I would retrieve my shoes from the back of my closet and tie them tightly, brushing away any scuffs, and I would walk into town, 3 miles away. When I reached the outskirts, I would spit onto my fingers and bend down to wipe away the dust and grime from my shoes. I would double-check to make sure my library card, wrinkled and limp from frequent use, was still there as I stepped into the library. There I would spend hours reading books on coin collecting and history. The librarian knew me by name and would often set aside books she knew I would enjoy. "Don't worry about bringing these back in 2 weeks," she'd say conspiratorially, handing me the books tucked carefully into the canvas bag I'd brought with me. She knew it could be difficult for me to make the trip into town every few weeks, but more often than not I would find a way. I would slink back to the farm, the butchering done for the day. My father would be waiting on the front porch, rolling his cigarette between his fingers, drinking some iced tea that my mother had brewed. I would marvel at his size as I slowly approached my home, knowing that disappointment was awaiting me. My father was an enormous man, in height and girth, the buttons of his work shirts straining against the curve of his belly. People who didn't know my father would shrink away from his vastness, but were quickly drawn into his gentle manner as they got to know him. I can't recall a time when my father raised his voice to my mother or my brothers and sisters. One terrible day, when I was 12, I returned from the library after shirking my farm responsibilities, and my father was leaning against the wooden fence at the edge of the hog house, awaiting my return. His normally placid face was set in anger, and his arms were crossed across his wide chest. He watched my approach with an unwavering gaze, and I had the urge to drop my books and run away. I didn't. I continued my walk to the spot where he was standing, and looked down at my church shoes smeared with dust and dirt. "Martin," he said in a grave voice I didn't recognize. "Martin, look at me." I raised my eyes, and I looked up into his and felt the weight of his disappointment in me. I thought I could smell the blood from butchering on him. "Martin, we're a family, and our family business happens to be hog farming. I know you're ashamed of that." I shook my head quickly. That wasn't what I thought, but I didn't know how to make him understand. He continued, "I know that the filth of what I do shames you, and that I don't have your same schoolin' shames you too. But this is who I am, a hog farmer, and it's who you are too, at least for now. I can't read your big fancy books and understand some of those big words you use, but what I do puts food on our table and those shoes on your feet. To do that, I need the help of my family. You're the oldest, and you got to help. You find the way that you can help, Martin, and you tell me what that is, but you got to do your share. You can't be running off into town when there's work to be done. Understand?" I nodded, the heat of my own shame rising off my face. "You think on it, Martin, tonight. You think on it, and tell me in the morning what your part is going to be." Then he walked away from me, his head hanging low, his hands stuffed into the back of his work pants. I slept little that night, trying to find a way that I could be useful to my family. I didn't want to mind my younger brothers and sisters, and I wasn't very handy with building or fixing things. What was I good at? I wondered that night. I was a good reader. I was good at mathematics. Those were my strengths. I pondered on these the entire night, and when my father awoke the next morning, I was waiting for him at our kitchen table. "I think I know how I can help, Daddy," I said shyly, and he rewarded me with his familiar lopsided grin. "I knew you would, Martin," he replied, and sat down next to me. I laid it all out for him. The financial records of the farm, noting, in as kind a way as possible, the sloppiness and inaccuracies that they contained. I could help, I told him, by keeping track of the money. I would find ways of saving and ways of making the farm more efficient. He was pleased with my plan, and I was appreciative of his faith in me. We never flourished as a family farm, but our quality of life improved. We were able to update our utilities and install a telephone. We could afford shoes for each of the children all year round, though I was still the only one who chose to wear them in the summer. One winter day when I was 16, soon before my father's birthday, I took the farm truck into town to the only department store, which sold everything from groceries to appliances. I spent 2.5 hours looking at the 2 models of television sets they had available, weighing the pros and cons of each. I finally decided upon the 12-inch version with rabbit ear antennae. I settled it carefully in the cab of the truck next to me, wrapped in blankets to cushion any jostling that would occur on the winding dirt roads, and returned to the farm. When my father came in that evening, after taking care of the hogs, we were gathered in the living room, all 9 of us, blocking the view of my father's birthday present. "What's going on here?" he asked, as it was rare that we were all congregated in one place that was not the supper table. My mother began to sing Happy Birthday to my father, and we all joined in. At the end of the song, we parted to reveal the tiny television set that rested upon an old bookshelf. "What's this?" my father asked in disbelief. "What did you go and do?" We were all grinning up at him, and my little sister Lottie, who was 7, squealed, "Turn it on, Daddy! Turn it on!" My father stepped forward and turned the knob to on. And after a moment, the black and white image of a variety show filled the screen. We all laughed in delight and crowded around the television to listen. My father fiddled with the volume button until we were satisfied with the noise level, and we all watched in rapt attention. Later, my father pulled me aside and thanked me. He rested his hand on the back of my neck and looked into my eyes. We were nearly the same height now. "My boy," he whispered. Those were just about the sweetest words I've ever heard. Until, that is, Petra uttered "Dada" for the first time. Holding Petra for the first time after Fielda's long labor was a miracle to me. I had worked for years, trying to shed my farm boy roots, to rid myself of any twang of an accent, to present myself as a cultured, intelligent man, not the son of an uneducated hog farmer. I was dumbfounded at the perfection that I held in my arms. The long, dark eyelashes, the wild mass of dark hair on top of her cone-shaped head, the soft fold of skin beneath her neck, the earnest, sucking motion she made with her tiny lips, to me, all amazing. On top of the engine, I place my face in my dirty hands. I cannot find her, and I cannot bear the disgrace of returning home to Fielda without our daughter. I am shamed again. I have once again shirked my duties, this time as a father. And I imagine again the disappointment on my own father's face.
Deputy Sheriff Lewis. On my way over to the Gregory house, I contact our sheriff, Harold Motz. I need to update Harold as to what's going on. Let him know I have a bad feeling about this. That I don't think this is merely a case of 2 girls wandering off to play. "What evidence do you have?" Motz questions me. I have to admit that I have none. Nothing physical, anyway. There are no signs of a break-in. No sign of a struggle in either of the girls' rooms. Just a bad feeling. But Motz trusts me. We've known each other a long time. "You thinking FPF, Lewis?" he asks me. FPF means foul play feared in the police world. Just by uttering these 3 letters, a whole chain of events can unfurl. State police and the Division of Criminal Investigation will show up. The press and complications. I measure my words before I speak them. Something's not right here. I'd feel a lot better if you called in one of the state guys, just to check things out. Besides, once we call them in, they foot the bill, right? Our department can't handle or afford a full-scale search and investigation on our own. "I'll call DCI right now," Motz says to my relief. "Do we need a crime scene unit?" "Not yet. Hopefully not at all, but we just might. I'm heading back over to the houses. Better call the reservists, I say. I'm glad that Motz will have to be the one who wakes up our off-duty officers and the reservists. Take them away from their families and their jobs. Willow Creek has a population of about 8,000 people, though it grows by about 1,200 each fall due to the college. Our department is small. We have 10 officers in all, 3 to a shift. Not near enough help when looking for 2 missing 7-year-olds. We'd need the reservists to help canvass the neighborhoods and question people. Lewis, Mott says, do you think this is anything like the McIntyre case? It crossed my mind, I admit. We had no leads in last year's abduction and subsequent murder of 10-year-old Jenna McIntyre. That little girl haunted my sleep every single night. As much as I want to push aside the idea that something similar may have happened to Petra and Callie, I can't. It's my job to think this way.
Petra. I can't keep up with them. They're too fast. I know he has seen me, because he turned his head toward me and smiled. Why don't they wait for me? I'm calling to them, but they don't stop. I know they are somewhere ahead of me, but I'm not sure where. I hear a voice in the distance. I'm getting closer.
Callie. The temperature of the day was steadily rising, and the low vibration of cicadas filled their ears. Griff had become uncharacteristically hushed, and Callie knew that he was thinking hard about something. Anxiety rose in Callie's chest, and she tried to push it down. She focused her attention on trying to locate all the cicada casings she could find. The brittle shells clung to tree trunks and from limbs, and she had counted 12 already. Ben used to collect the shells in an old jewelry box that once belonged to their grandmother. He would spend hours scanning the gray, hairy bark of shagbark hickory trees for the hollow skins, pluck them carefully from the wood, and drop them into the red velvet-lined box. He would call out to Callie to come watch as a fierce-looking, demon-eyed cicada began its escape from its skin. They would intently watch the slow journey, the gradual cracking of casing, the wet-winged emerging of the white insect, its patient wait for the hardening of its new exoskeleton. Ben would place its discarded shell on her outstretched palm, and the tiny legs, pinpricks of its former life, would tickle her hand.
Even his wife knows something is going on,
Griff muttered. Callie's heart fluttered. 13, 14, she counted.
Even his wife knows he's too interested in her. Tony runs to him when she's in trouble.
Griff's voice shook.
Does she come to me? Off she runs to Lewis. And me, playing daddy to you all these years.
Griff's fingers were now digging into her shoulder, his face purple with heat and dripping sweat. Minuscule gnats were orbiting his head. Several stuck to his slick face like bits of dust.
You know how it makes me look that everyone knows about your mother?
He unexpectedly pushed Callie roughly to the ground, and a loud whoosh of air escaped her as her breath was slammed from her.
So, that gets a little noise out of you. Is that what it takes to get you talking?
Callie scrambled backward, crab-like, as Griff loomed over her. Her head reeled, silent tears streaked down her face. He was her daddy. She had his small ears, the same sprinkle of freckles across her nose. At Christmas, they would pull out the large green leather picture album that chronicled Callie's and Ben's milestones. The photo of Callie at 6 months, sitting on her father's lap, was nearly identical to the photo of Griff sitting on his mother's lap years earlier. The same toothless smile, the same dimpled cheeks looking out at them from the pictures. Callie opened her mouth, willing the word to come forth. Daddy, she wanted to cry. She wanted to stand and go to him, throw her arms as far around him as they could reach, and lean against the soft cotton of his t-shirt. Of course he was her daddy. The way they both stood with their hands on their hips, and the way they both had to eat all their vegetables first, then the entire main dish, saving their milk for last. Her lips twisted to form the word again. Daddy, she wished with her entire being to say. But nothing. just a soft gush of air. Griff stepped closer to her, rage etched in his face.
You listen here. You may be living in my house, but I don't gotta like it.
He kicked out at her, the toe of his shoe striking her in the shin. Callie rolled herself into a tight little ball like a woolly bear caterpillar, protecting her head.
When we get home, I'm gonna tell your mom that you went out to play and got lost, and I came out to find you. Understand?
He struck out at her again, but this time Callie rolled away before he connected. The force of the kick caused him to falter and trip off the trail and into a pile of broken, sharp-tipped branches.
Damn it!
He cursed, his hands scratched and bloodied. Callie was on her feet before Griff, her legs taut, ready for flight. He reached for her, and Callie turned on the ball of her foot, a clumsy pirouette. Griff's ruddy hand grabbed at her arm, briefly catching hold of the smooth, tender skin on the back of her arm. Then she pulled away and was gone.
Antonia. I sit at the kitchen table, waiting. Lewis told me not to go into Callie's room, that they may need to go through Callie's things to look for ideas of where she may have gone. I stared disbelievingly at him. What? Like a crime scene? I asked him. Lewis didn't look at me as he answered that it probably wouldn't come to that. I'm not as worried about where she is as Martin is about Petra, and I wonder if I'm a horrible mother. Callie's always been a wanderer. At grocery stores, I'd turn my head for a moment to inspect the label on a jar of peanut butter, and she'd be gone. I'd dash through the aisles, searching. Callie would always be in the meat section, next to the lobster tank, one pudgy finger tapping the aquarium glass. She would turn to look at me, my shoulders limp with relief, a forlorn look on her face, and ask, "Mom, does it hurt the crabs to have their hands tied like that?" I'd rumple her soft, flyaway brown hair and tell her, "No, it doesn't hurt them." "Don't they miss the ocean?" she'd persist. "We should buy them all and let them go into the river." "I think they'd die without ocean water," I'd explain. Then she'd gently tap the glass again and let me lead her away. Of course, this was before, when I didn't have to wonder if the next word would ever come. Before I woke up from dreams where Callie was speaking to me, and I'd be grasping at the sound of her voice, trying to remember its pitch, its cadence. I've tried Griff's cell phone dozens of times. Nothing. I consider calling Griff's parents, who live downtown, but decide against it. Griff has never gotten along with his mom and dad. They drink more than he does, and Griff hasn't been in the same room with his father for over 8 years. I think this is one of the things that drew me to Griff in the beginning. The fact that we were both very much alone. My mother had died, my father far away in his own grief from her death. And Lewis, well, that had ended, not with great production, but softly, sadly. Griff had only his critical, indifferent parents. His only sister had moved far away, trying to remove herself from the stress and drama of living with 2 alcoholic parents. When Griff and I found each other, it was such a relief. We could breathe easily, at least for a while. Then things changed, like they always do. Like now, when once again I can't find him when I need him. I nervously fold and refold the dish towels from the kitchen drawer, and I think I should give my brothers a call, tell them what's happening. But the thought of putting the fact that Callie is lost, or worse, into words is too frightening. I look out the kitchen window and see Martin and Lewis step out of Lewis's car. Martin's shirt already soaked with a day's heat. The girls aren't with them. Ben will find them. They're of one mind, and he will find them.
Deputy Sheriff Lewis. Martin Gregory and I approached Tony's front door. Martin has had no luck in locating his daughter or Tony's, and I'm hopeful that the girls will be sitting at the kitchen table eating Tony's pancakes, or that they have shown up at the Gregorys where Field awaits for them. I am still distracted by my quarrel on the phone with Christine, and try to dismiss her harsh words from my mind. Tony's door opens even before I can knock, and she's there before me, still so beautiful, dressed in her typical summer outfit, a sleeveless t-shirt, denim shorts, and bare feet. She's brown from the sun, her many hours in her garden, or from being outside with her children, I suppose. "You didn't find them," Antonia states. It's not a question. "No," I say, shaking my head, and we both step over the threshold into her home. She leads us inside, not to the living room as before, but to the kitchen, where a pitcher of iced tea sits on the counter, along with 3 ice-filled glasses. "It's too hot for coffee," she explains, and begins to pour the tea. "Please sit," she invites, and we do. "Have you any idea where else they could be?" Martin asks pleadingly. "Ben's still out looking in the woods. He knows where Callie would go," Tony says. There is a curious lack of concern in her tone. Incredibly, she doesn't appear to think anything is actually amiss. "Does Callie explore the woods often, Tony?" I ask her, carefully choosing my words. "It's like a second home to her. Just like it was for us, Lou," she says, our eyes locking and a lifetime of memories pass between us. "She never goes far and she always comes back safe and sound," she adds, I think for Martin's benefit. "We don't allow Petra in the woods without an adult. It's too dangerous. She wouldn't know her way around," Martin says, not quite accusing. I'm still thinking of the way Tony has called me Lou, something she hasn't done for years. She resumed calling me Lewis the day she became engaged to Griff. It was as if the more formal use of my name acted like a buffer, as if I hadn't already known the most intimate parts of her. "Ben will be here soon, Martin," Antonia says soothingly. "If the girls are out there," she indicates the forest with her thin, strong arms, "Ben will bring them home. I can't imagine where else they may have gone." "Maybe we should go out and look there too," suggests Martin. "A search party, I mean. How far could 2 little girls have gone? We could get a group together. We could cover more ground. If more people were looking, we would have a better chance of finding them." "Martin," I say, "we have no evidence that that is where the girls went. I would hate to focus all of our resources in one area and possibly miss another avenue to investigate. The woods cover over 14,000 acres, and most of it isn't maintained. Hopefully, if they're out there, they have stayed on the trails. We've got a deputy out there now." I indicate the other police car that is now parked on the Clark's Lane. I do think, however, we need to let the public know we have 2 misplaced little girls. "Misplaced?" Martin bellows, his face darkening with anger. "I did not misplace my daughter. We put her to bed at 8:30 last night, and when I awoke this morning she was not in her bed. She was in her pajamas, for God's sake. When are you going to acknowledge the fact that someone may have taken her from her bedroom? When are you—" Martin, I didn't mean to suggest that you or Tony did anything wrong here," I say, trying to calm him. "There's no reason to believe they were taken, no signs of forced entry. Her tennis shoes are gone, Martin. Do you think an intruder would stop to make Petra put on her shoes before they left? That doesn't make sense." Martin sighs. "I'm sorry. I just can't imagine where they could have gone. If they haven't been abducted, and they're not at their usual playing spots, The Force just seems to be the logical place for them to go, especially if Callie is so comfortable there. Antonia nods. I bet Ben will be here shortly with the two of them, their tails between their legs at the worry they've caused. A thought occurs to me. Tony, is there a pair of Callie's shoes missing? I don't know. Tony sits up a little straighter, her glass of tea perspiring in her hand. I'll go check. Tony rises and climbs the stairs to Callie's room. Martin sips his tea, sets his glass down, then, unsure of what to do with his hands, picks up the glass again. Martin and I sit in an uncomfortable silence for a moment, and then he speaks. I've never understood how Petra and Callie became such good friends. They have nothing in common, really. The girl doesn't even talk. What in the world could two 7-year-olds do for fun if only one of them speaks? He looks at me with exasperation. Petra would say, "Could Callie and I have a sandwich? Just peanut butter for Callie. She doesn't like jelly." I mean, how would she know that when Callie didn't speak? I just don't understand it, he says, shaking his head. Kindred spirits. A soft voice comes from the stairwell. Tony steps into the kitchen carrying a pair of tattered tennis shoes in one hand, and an equally worn pair of flip-flops in the other. They're kindred spirits, she repeats to our questioning looks. They know what the other needs. Petra can read Callie like a book. What game she wants to play, if her feelings are hurt, anything. And Callie is the same. She knows that Petra is afraid of thunderstorms. It will take her to her bedroom and play the music so loud that it covers the sound of the thunder. Or if Petra is feeling blue, Callie can get her giggling. Callie makes the best faces. She can get all of us laughing. They're best friends. I don't know how to explain how it works, but it does for them, and I'm glad of it. Petra doesn't care that Callie can't talk. And Callie doesn't care that Petra is afraid of thunder, and still sucks her thumb sometimes. Tony pauses and holds up the shoes. Her shoes are still here. We're going shopping for school shoes next week. Her cowboy boots are still in the garage. I saw them earlier. Callie doesn't have her shoes on. She wouldn't go into the woods without her shoes. Tony's chin begins to wobble, and for the first time since her girl has gone missing, she looks scared. I put my hand on her arm, and she doesn't pull away.
Ben. I've been to all the places where we play. First Willow Wallow, where we would swing from the branches of the weeping willows, pretending to be monkeys. I looked underneath each of the 7 willows, thinking that I would find you and Petra there hiding. I went down to Lone Tree Bridge, one skinny fallen tree over Willow Creek. We would take turns walking across to see who could cross the quickest. I always won. You weren't there either. I walked up and down Spring Peeper Pond Trail, sure that I'd find you two looking for tree frogs. But I was wrong on that count, too. I don't want to come home without you. I begin to think that maybe Dad did take you with him fishing. That would be just like him, to all of a sudden want to do the dad thing and spend time with you. He could ignore us for weeks, then look at us all interested like, and take us to do something real fun. One time he decided to take me fishing down at the creek. We went in the evening, just him and me. We didn't have any night crawlers, so we swiped some Velveeta cheese from the fridge and used that. We sat for hours on the shore, just where the creek is widest. We didn't even talk much. Just slapped at mosquitoes and pulled in bullheads and sunfish, laughing because they were so small. We had a bet on who could catch the smallest fish, $5, and I won. I caught a sunfish the size of a guppy. We ate peanuts, threw the shells into the water, and drank soda. When the sun started to go down, we could hear the crickets chirping, and Dad said that we could figure out just how warm it was out by the number of chirps that a cricket made. I said, "No way." And he said, "Yes way." And he told me how. That was the best day. So I'm thinking he thought you and him should do some bonding and took you fishing with Roger, but didn't think to tell anyone. But then again, I don't think he would take two little girls fishing with him. Who knows? He's tough to figure out sometimes. You've always been a good sport, Callie, I'll give you that. You're no girly girl. I remember the time when you were 1, and just starting to walk, all wobbly and unsure. I was 6, and Mom told us to go outside and play. You followed me around, trying to do everything I did. I picked up the bruised apples from the ground under our apple tree, and threw them at the side of the garage, and you'd do the same. I didn't much like having a baby following me, but I loved how you'd say, "Ben, Ben," for Ben. Whenever you'd see me, it was like you were all surprised that I was there, like you were all lucky because I stepped in the room. Even if you'd seen me like 10 minutes earlier. Mom would laugh and say, "See, Ben, Callie loves her big brother, don't you, Callie?" And you would stamp your fat little feet and squeal, "Brother, brother." Then you'd come over and grab my leg and squeeze. Later that same year, when I turned 7, I got the coolest pair of cowboy boots for my birthday. They were black and had red stitching. I wore those things everywhere, all the time. And if a baby could be jealous of boots, you sure were. You'd catch me wearing my boots and admiring myself in the mirror, and you'd just go right after those boots and try to pull them off my feet. It was actually kind of funny. Mom would sit on the bedroom floor and laugh her head off. I don't know if you thought I loved those cowboy boots more than you, or if you just enjoyed seeing me all riled up, but that got to be your favorite pastime for a while. You always ended up getting at least one boot off me, because you were so much littler than me and I couldn't just kick you away from me. I'd get in a ton of trouble if I did that. Lots of times you'd just sneak up on me while I was watching TV, and you'd latch on until that boot just slid right off my foot, then you'd run. Most of the time you'd just throw the boot down the steps or out in the yard. But one time, you threw it in the toilet. Man, was I mad. I refused to wear them after that. Mom washed it out and set it out in the sun to dry, but I still wouldn't wear those boots. But you sure did. They were yours after that, even though they were way too big for you. You'd wear them with every outfit you had, shorts, dresses, even your pajamas. More than once, Mom had to pull them off your feet after you fell asleep in bed. You still wear them once in a while. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if you weren't out in the woods in them right now, stomping around. When you stopped talking isn't real clear to me. But I know you were 4 and I was 9. One day you're wearing my boots, telling me the dumbest knock-knock jokes and giggling like mad, and I'd roll my eyes. Then one day, nothing. No words. It just got so quiet around here. Like when you step outside after the first real big snowstorm of the year, and everything's all smothered in white, and no one has shoveled yet, and no cars are on the road. Everything is still. And it's nice. For a while. Then it gets kind of creepy. A quiet so big you yell just to hear your own voice, and the buried outdoors gives nothing back.
Callie. Callie ran down Broadleaf Trail until it intersected with River Bottom, where the trail traveled downward at a steep angle, winding its way down to the creek. Each dip or rise in the forest had its own smell, sweet with spiral flower, pungent with wild onion, fetid with rotting leaves. Each hollow in turn had its own climate, warm and moist, cool and arid. As Callie ran down toward the river and deeper into the woods, the temperature dropped, the trees grew closer together, the vegetation gathered in tight around her ankles. Callie could hear Griff's large body pounding the trail above her. Her chest burned with each breath, but still she ran, Spindly tree trunks and craggy bluffs blurred in the corners of her eyes. Patches of sun briefly shone brilliantly on the ground before her. A stitch in her side caused her to slow and then stop. She listened carefully to the woods. The narrow creek gurgled. A cardinal called and insects droned. Callie searched for a place to hide. Off the trail, she spotted the remains of several fallen trees arranged in a crisscross pattern, behind which she could rest for perhaps a few moments, unseen. She climbed over the gnarled pile and dropped carefully to the side away from the trail. Once seated, Callie pulled stray twigs and branches around her to camouflage her pink nightgown. She tried to steady her breathing. She did not want Griff to hear her huffing and find her trapped within the middle of the branches with no quick escape. Minutes passed with no Griff. Only the comforting knock of a woodpecker somewhere above that rang out over the usual forest sounds. Callie shook in spite of the heat and rubbed the goosebumps on her arms. The rage that radiated off Griff needled at Callie's memories, and she tried to close her eyes to them. That day. On that day, in December, it was cold. She was 4, and Ben was off sledding with some of his friends. Her mother, belly heavy with pregnancy, was making hot cocoa, plopping white cushiony marshmallows into the steamy chocolate, then adding an ice cube to Callie's mug to cool it. Callie was at the kitchen table, drawing paper in front of her, and an arrangement of markers around her. "What should we name the baby, Cal?" her mother asked as she set the hot chocolate before her. "Don't burn your mouth now." Callie set aside her drawing, a picture of Christmas trees, reindeer, and a roly-poly Santa.
"Popsicle, I think,"
she replied, pressing a spoon against a melting marshmallow. "Popsicle?" her mother asked, laughing. "That's an unusual name. What else?"
"Cupcake,"
Callie giggled. "Cupcake? Is that her middle name?" Callie nodded, her smile filled with sticky white marshmallows.
"Birthday cake," she added. "Popsicle, cupcake, birthday cake, that's her name."
"I like it," her mother said, grinning. "But every time I say her name, I think I'll get hungry. How about Lily or Evelyn? Evelyn was my mother's name." Callie made a face and tentatively took a sip of her cocoa. She felt the burn of the liquid traveling down her throat, and she waved a hand in front of her mouth as if to fan away the warmth. The back door opened, bringing with it a swirl of frozen air that made Callie squeal.
"Daddy!" she cried out. "Daddy's home!"
She stood on her chair and reached her arms out, snagging onto his neck as he passed by her. The cold that hung on his parka seeped through her sweatshirt, and he tried to set Callie down.
"Not now, Callie. I need to talk to your mom."
Callie did not release his neck as he clumsily approached her mother, and he shifted her so that she rested on his hip. The smell of beer bit at her nose.
"Stinky,"
she grimaced. "I thought you were getting here hours ago," Antonia said in a measured tone. "Did you just roll into town?"
"I've been gone 3 weeks. What are a few hours more?"
Griff's words were innocent, but had a bite to them.
"I stopped at O'Leary's for a drink with Roger."
Antonia scanned him up and down. "From the smell of things and the way you're lurching around, you had more than a few. You've been gone for a month. I figured once you got back to town, you'd want to see your family." Callie heard the tension in their voices and squirmed to get out of Griff's arms. He held her tightly.
"I do want to see my family, but I want to see my friends, too."
Griff opened the refrigerator and searched for a beer, but found none. He slammed the door, causing the glass bottles to rattle against each other. "I don't want to fight." Antonia went to Griff and hugged him awkwardly, her belly an obstacle. Callie reached her arms out toward her mother, but Griff whisked her away and sat down at the kitchen table. Callie on his lap.
I had an interesting chat at O'Leary's, Griff said, conversationally.
Antonia waited, poised for what she knew was to come.
Some guys are saying that Loris Lewis has been hanging around here lately.
Antonia turned to a cupboard and began pulling dinner plates down. Oh, he shoveled the drive one day for me last week. He was over checking on Mrs. Norland. The mail carrier said she wasn't getting her mail out of her mailbox. She was fine. Anyway, he saw me out shoveling and asked if he could help, she explained, turning to see Griff's reaction. Ben was sick, throwing up. He couldn't shovel, so I went out to do it. He stopped by. No big deal. He didn't come in the house. Griff continued to stare at Antonia, his face implacable. What? You think I would... We would... I'm 7 months pregnant. Antonia laughed humorlessly. Forget it. Think what you want. I'm going to go lie down. Antonia charged out of the kitchen. Callie could hear her weighted clumsy steps on the stairs. Griff shot from his chair, raising Callie up with him. The force caused her to bite down on her tongue, and she cried out in pain, the tinny taste of blood filling her mouth.
I'm talking to you, he shouted after her. Don't you want to hear what everyone is saying?
He moved quickly to the bottom of the stairs.
Come back here!
Callie could see a purple vein pulse at his temple, could see the tendons of his neck strain against his skin. She began to cry loudly and struggled against Griff. Put her down, Antonia called down to him. You're scaring her.
Shut up! Shut up!
Griff bellowed at Callie, climbing the steps 2 at a time, her neck jerking violently with each step. Put her down, Griff! You're hurting her! Antonia was crying now, her arms outstretched to Callie, reaching for her.
Dirty whore! Taken up with him again! How does that make me look? I'm away, slaving to make money for this family, and you're sitting here taken up with your old boyfriend.
Spittle flew from his lips, mingling with Callie's tears, and she arched her back violently, trying to escape his grip. Antonia screeched. Oh my God, Griff! Stop it! Stop it, please! Griff had reached the top of the steps, stood next to Antonia, and yanked her arm. Slut! Callie's hysterical wails nearly drowned Griff's ranting.
Mommy! Mommy! Shut up! Shut up!
Griff tossed Callie to the floor at the top of the stairs. Her head bounced sickeningly off the hardwood floor, and she was silent for a moment, her desperate eyes on her mother, who was shoving Griff away from her to get to Callie. Griff held tightly to her mother's arm, and she snapped back like a rubber band. For an instant, before Tony tumbled backward down the steps, Griff nearly steadied her. Callie and Griff both watched in horror as Antonia's back slammed into the steps and she fell to the ground below.
Mommy!
Callie yelped as Griff skidded down the steps to Antonia. He knelt before her where she was crumpled. She was conscious, her face twisted in pain, her arms cradled around her belly, moaning silently.
Can you sit up? Shut up, Callie!
He barked. Callie continued to sob as Griff settled Antonia into a sitting position.
The baby! The baby!
She cried.
It'll be all right. It'll be all right, Griff said, pleadingly. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Callie, shut the hell up! Can you walk? Here, let's get you to the couch.
Griff gently raised Antonia to her feet and led her to the sofa, where he laid her down and placed an Afghan over her.
Just rest. Just rest. It'll be okay.
Callie continued to scream in the background, her weeping getting closer as she made her way down the stairs and moved to her mother's side. Antonia, eyes half closed, put one arm toward Callie.
Get away!
Griff hollered.
Jesus! Stay out of the way and shut up!
Griff's hands were shaking as he snatched Callie up and took her into the kitchen.
Sit here and shut up! Griff paced around the kitchen, pulled at his hair, and wiped his mouth with one trembling hand. Griff bent down to Callie, her tearful screams dropping to grief-stricken hiccups, and whispered into her ear for 1 full minute. During those interminable 60 seconds, Callie's eyes blinked rapidly at Griff's words. His breath hissed across the delicate crevices of her ear and mingled with her mother's soft cries. Then he stood and rushed out the back door with a gust of wintry, bitter wind, taking away more than he arrived with. That evening, after Ben came home, Callie and Ben sat vigil around their mother as she lay on the couch. Her desperate, mournful moans filled the room until Ben finally called Officer Lewis and the ambulance arrived, just in time to deliver a perfect, silent, bird-like baby girl, whose skin was the same bluish color as her mother's lips. The paramedic swiftly whisked the breathless infant away, but not before Callie gently patted her strawberry-colored hair. Years later, Callie sat among the fallen tree limbs, alert and tense, remembering her father's whispers that still hummed in her ear. She heard a rustle from somewhere behind her. It couldn't be her father. Ranger Phelps? Hope rose in her chest. Did she dare to come out from her hiding place? She weighed her options. If she emerged, Ranger Phelps would surely help her get home. But what if they came across her father? He would hand her over to her father, and she wouldn't be able to tell the ranger what had happened. No, she needed to stay put. She knew her way home. She just needed to be patient and wait Griff out. He would give up soon. He'd want to get to fishing with Roger. He'd want a drink. The olive-green pants of Ranger Phelps' uniform flashed past her, and Callie resisted the urge to leap from the twiggy den she had created and grab hold of the man. Just as quickly as he'd appeared, he was gone, fading into the lacy ferns, his footfalls silent upon the spongy earth. Callie sat back, tucked her knees beneath her chin, and covered her head with her arms. If Callie couldn't see her father, she figured, he certainly wouldn't be able to see her.
Martin. I stopped by my home to find Fielda standing at the front door, her kinky black hair pulled back from her face, her glasses sitting crookedly on her nose. She looks at me expectantly. I shake my head no, and her face falls. "What do we do?" she asks, pitifully. "The deputy sheriff says to call anyone we can think of to keep an eye out for them. He says to find a picture of her to put on flyers. I'm going to take the photos of the girls to the police station. They're going to make the flyers for us, and then I'm going to find some people to help me pass them out." Fielda reaches for me and circles her arms around me. "What are we going to do?" she cries softly. "We're going to find her, Fielda. We're going to find Petra and bring her home, I promise." We stand there for a moment, letting the weight of my promise soak into both of our skins, until finally Fielda steps away from me. "You go get those flyers," she tells me firmly. "I'm going to call people. I'll start with the A's and work my way through the alphabet." She kisses me goodbye, and I squeeze her hand before I shut the door. As I drive down the streets of my town, my eyes scan every inch of sidewalk, searching for Petra. I try to see in windows and crane my neck to look into backyards, and several times I nearly veer off the road. When I pull in front of the police station, my legs are shaking, and it's with weak knees that I trudge through the door. I introduce myself to a man at a desk. When his eyes meet mine, I search them to see if I can discern what he thinks of me. Does he suspect me? Does he feel sorry for me? I cannot tell. "I'll get those flyers for you right away, Mr. Gregory," he says, and leaves me. Now, in the sanctuary of my office at St. Julianus, each excruciating moment of the day stabs at my mind. I cannot concentrate. Sitting in my office on campus with a pile of papers, my beautiful daughter's face gazing out at me from them, I can almost feel Petra's presence in the room. Petra loves to sit beneath my large walnut desk. There she plays with her dolls, which she carries in a large canvas bag with her name painted on the front of it. As I do paperwork, I can hear the intricate conversations that her dolls hold with one another, and I smile at the thought. Petra enjoys learning all about the mysterious history of the college. She walks with me through the buildings, sunlight shining through the jewel-colored stained-glass windows depicting the saints and martyrs of the Catholic Church. She often makes me pause in front of the window showing St. Julianus, the namesake of the college. In brilliant hues of saffron, lapis, copper, and jade, the artist tells the story of Julianus's life. An old man dressed in brown robes, holding a scroll, flanked by a large bear and a flock of blackbirds. I repeatedly tell her about St. Julianus, also known as St. Gall, or St. Callow, a man born in Ireland sometime in the 6th century. Legend had it that Julianus, a hermit, ordered a bear in the woods where he lived to bring his reclusive clan wood for their fire, and the bear obeyed. I described to her the tale of how King Sigebert of Austrasia, now northeastern France and western Germany, implored Julianus to free his promised wife of demons. Julianus obliged, and at his command freed the tortured woman of demons who left her in the form of a flock of blackbirds. Petra always shivers with delight at this story, and rubs the musical note charm on her necklace nervously. My colleagues make special stops to my office when they know Petra is visiting. They ask her about school and friends, and she draws pictures for them to hang in their offices. My students are equally enchanted with Petra. She remembers the names of everyone who happens to meet with me while she's present. One distressed junior made an impromptu visit to my office this past winter, while Petra played happily under my desk. The young man, normally confident and charming, was near tears, worried about graduating on time. He couldn't concentrate on his studies and needed to get another part-time job to help pay his tuition and rent. "Lucky?" I said to the student. "You have too much on your plate right now. It's natural for you to feel stress." I hastened to lure Petra from under the desk and introduce her to the young man before he became too emotional in front of her. "This is my daughter, Petra. She often comes to my office on weekends to help me. Petra, this is Lucky Thompson, one of my students." Petra looked critically at Lucky, taking in his shaggy hair, baggy jeans, and sweatshirt. "Is Lucky your real name?" she asked, boldly. "No, my real name's Linton, but everyone just calls me Lucky," he explained. "Good move," Petra said, nodding her head. "So are you Lucky?" "Most of the time, I guess." "Do you have a pet?" she quizzed him. "I do. A dog," he responded, amused. "Because you know they say that having a pet helps relieve stress. What's your dog's name?" "Sergeant. He's a golden retriever." "Cool. Dad, doesn't Grandma need help at the cafe? Maybe Lucky could work there," Petra suggested. With a phone call to my mother-in-law, I confirmed that this was true, and arranged for her to meet with Lucky. "You're a cool kid, Petra," Lucky said, smiling, chucking her under the chin and rubbing the top of her head. So in her effortless, magical way, Petra once again made everything all better, and the young man left with his spirits buoyed and a lead on a part-time job at Morning Glory. I stand now, my joints creaking with the effort. I'm very much feeling my age today. I pick up the stack of flyers and a roll of Scotch tape, lock the door to my office, and begin the unfathomable task of tacking my child's face to windows and telephone poles around town.
Antonia. My ear aches from all the phone calls I've been making, trying to find Callie and Petra. I've called everyone that I could think of, neighbors, classmates, and teachers even. No one has seen them. I can hear, in the pause on the other side of the phone, a silent judgment. I've lost my child, the most precious gift. Somehow I let her get away from me. I know what they're thinking. That first I let my daughter's voice be snatched away. Now her whole being is gone. What kind of a mother is she, is what they're not saying. Instead, they wish me luck and prayers, and say that they'll go out looking and tell everyone they know to look out for the girls also. They're very kind. I'm thinking that I should have put up posters the day Callie lost her voice. Missing, they would say. Callie Clark's beautiful voice. 4 years old, but sounds much older. Has a very advanced vocabulary. Last heard on December 19th, right after her mother fell down the stairs. Please call with any information regarding its whereabouts. Reward. Silly, I know. Especially when I've done so little to try and actually help Callie find her voice again. Oh, I've done the basics. Took her to a doctor, to a family counselor even. But nothing has changed. Not one word has been spoken. I've worked so hard trying to forget the day I lost the baby, but little snippets come to me at the oddest times. I could be weeding in my garden and would remember how I named her Poppy. I couldn't actually name her Popsicle Cupcake Birthday Cake, but Poppy seemed appropriate. She had the prettiest red hair. She looked like a little, wilted, red-petaled flower when they brought her to me to say goodbye. They'd tried so hard to save her, they said. But she never even took one breath in this world. I could be standing at the kitchen sink washing out a pan when I'd recall that day after Griff helped me to the couch, seeing him guide Callie to the kitchen and whispering something to her. I remember thinking, oh, he's trying to reassure her, to calm her with comforting words. But after that, she said nothing. Ever. I never asked Griff what he'd said to Callie. And even worse, I never asked Callie. I step outside, and the high temperature instantly assaults me. I see the heat rising from the road, making the air wavery and thick-looking, and the saw of the cicadas is nearly deafening. Ben is walking slowly out of the forest. His shoulders are hunched, and his hands are stuffed in his front pockets. He's slick with sweat. To me, he looks like a little boy again, always so sweet and unsure, wanting to be one of the guys, but not certain of just how to do that. He's always been large for his age. His classmates look up at him, impressed with his bulk, but are always a little puzzled at his gentleness. Sorry, he'd always say if he knocked down an opponent during a basketball game, and he'd stop in his play to make sure he got up okay. Sorry, Mom, Ben whispers as he brushes past me into the house. I follow him in and find him leaning against the kitchen counter. I reach up into a cupboard and pull down a glass, fill it with ice and lemonade, and hand it to him. Thank you for trying, Ben. I know you did your best. There isn't anyone who knows the woods better than you do. If they were in there, I know you would have found them. He takes a long swallow of the lemonade and makes a pinched face at its sourness. I'm going back out. I'm going to call the guys and we'll go out looking again. We need to go in deeper. She may have gone farther in. She likes to explore. That's a good idea. I'll go too. I'll call Mrs. Norland to come over and wait in case they come back. I'll pack some water. You go call the boys. Ben has his hand on the phone when it rings. He pulls back as if shocked, lets it ring again, and then picks it up. Hello? It's a question. Just a moment, please. He hands the receiver to me and whispers, Louis. Lou? I say, and I find myself getting teary. Any word? No, nothing yet. I've contacted the state police, and they're sending a guy over. He'll be here in an hour or so. He'll be wanting to talk to you, and Ben, and Mr. and Mrs. Gregory, too. He pauses for a moment. We've tried to contact Griff and Roger Hogan, but can't get a hold of them. Roger's wife said his plan was to pick up Griff at about 4 this morning, and to drive over to Julian. I called over to the Julian police station. An officer's going to drive to the cabin and let them know what's going on. I try to imagine Griff's reaction to finding out that the girls are gone. Would he be worried? Would he come back right away? Or stay there and let me deal with this whole ordeal? How I had loved Griff. And still do, I guess, in my way. He was exciting, and at one time, before the alcohol overtook my place in Griff's heart, he needed me. Should Ben and I come into the station? I ask, returning my attention to the man I'd grown up with, the man I should have married. But if I'd done that, there would be no Ben, no Callie. How about I call you and we'll drive on over to you? That way, if Callie comes home, you'll be there. Tony, I need to tell you, this guy from the state, he does this sort of thing for a living, looking into missing kids. He's seen everything, and he doesn't know you. He'll ask some questions you won't like. What do you mean? I ask. And instantly realization dawns on me. You mean that he might think that we may have had something to do with this? Oh my God! All of a sudden, I feel dirty and guilty. I'll be there with you, Tony. These big shots tend to take over, but he's good. He'll help us find Callie and Petra. All right, Lou. We'll be here, I say faintly. A silence as heavy as this summer's heat hangs between us. Tony, I've reported Callie and Petra missing to the NCIC, Louis says, as an afterthought, as if he wants me to think it's really no big deal. But I know otherwise. What exactly is that? I ask. It stands for the National Crime Information Center. They have a centralized missing person file. This way, other law enforcement centers will be aware that we're looking for the girls. And I put a be on the lookout bulletin for the entire county. Everyone will be looking for Petra and Callie. Oh, that's a good idea, I say, my mind spinning. What about an Amber Alert? Can you issue one of those? Amber Alerts are only issued when it's confirmed that a child's been abducted. We don't know that for certain. We're silent for a moment. Tony, it'll be okay. I promise. Louis finally says with resolve. I hang up the phone. Ben is watching me, waiting for me to tell him what to do. Go on and take a shower, Ben. Someone from the state police is coming over. What about looking more? He interrupts with annoyance. Louis says we need to do this, so we will. Go on and take a shower. I sit down once again to wait.
Callie. Callie's muscles went rigid at hearing a rustling in the brush, then a loud pop of a branch breaking. She was instantly watchful, her heart pounding a dull thud that she could feel in her temple. She sat frozen, waiting for the next sound, half expecting Griff to peek over the mound of tree limbs. A faint crunch of sticks, too light-footed to be Griff, and a white-tailed deer stepped into her line of vision, the reddish-brown coat lightly speckled with the white spots of a fawn. It stood still as it sensed Callie's presence. The deer's ears were long and slender, reminding Callie of a jackrabbit, its eyes black and gleaming, the color of the mica minerals Ben kept on his dresser at home. The two regarded one another for a while, and then the curious fawn stepped closer to Callie, so near that if Callie dared, she would be able to stroke its polished black nose. Holding her breath, Callie shifted her weight so that she was on her knees. The deer startled and took several steps backward and then stopped. Again, they observed one another, both long-limbed and knobby-kneed. Alone. Stepping tentatively toward Callie, the deer sniffed the air around her experimentally. Callie dared to pull herself out of the fallen boughs, and the deer stutter-stepped back in hesitation. Yet again, they stood placidly, each scrutinizing the other, until the fawn took 2 bold steps to Callie. Surprised, Callie stepped backward, bumping into a birch tree, its white paper-like bark peeling in her hands as she tried to steady herself. Once recovered, Callie moved toward the deer, one grubby hand outstretched. And on it went. A soundless, tender waltz, under a dome of shimmering shades of green, a carpet of soil under them, lost for a moment, together, each in their own quiet room, saying nothing, but whispering to each other in their odd little dance.
Deputy Sheriff Lewis. At my desk, cluttered with a horrible reminder of 2 missing girls, I wait for the agent from the state. I have just asked Meg, our dispatcher, to send one of our reservists, David Glass, a pharmacist, to be our point man at the homes. He'll park our oldest dented squad car at a point between the 2 homes. All the information gathered during the investigation will be relayed to David. The picture of Callie that has been passed out to all police officers stares up at me. She looks so like her mother. The same chestnut hair and brown eyes. The same messy ponytail that Tony had when she was young. Tony and I met when we were 7, in the winter of our 1st grade year. My mother, my sister, brother, and I had just moved to tiny Willow Creek from Chicago. My father had died unexpectedly the year before of a heart attack, and through a friend, my mom got a job at the college. The quiet and vastness of land made me lonely for the sound of traffic, and the familiar sound of neighbors laughing and arguing. I remember lying in my new bed, in my very own room, missing the sound of my little brother's soft snores, and not being able to sleep for the calm of the country. Our neighbors were acres away. The only sounds were that of a dog barking or the wind blowing. After so many sleepless nights, my mother finally bought me a small radio to place beside my bed, to fill the silence that kept me awake. I started my first day at Willow Creek Elementary School reluctantly, and pretended to be sick. My mother sat on the edge of my bed and looked me in the eye. "Loris Michael Lewis," she began gravely, "I, of all people, know that it's not easy to leave what you know and begin something new. Your father is not around to help now. You are the oldest, and everyone is looking to see what you do. If you lie in bed moping, so will they. If you get up cheerful and ready to tackle the world, so will they." "Mom, Katie is 3 months old. She ain't tackling anybody," I sassed. "Well, you're the oldest male figure she has to go by now. How you act is what she will grow up thinking what a man should be like. Put that in your pipe and smoke it, mister. Get up." "Sheesh, Mom. Okay." I crawled out of bed, got dressed and prayed that someone in this godforsaken town would know how to play a good game of stickball come spring. On that first day of school, my mother drove us. The sky was robin's egg blue, and the ground was covered in snow so brilliantly white it hurt my eyes to look at it. It was very cold. We could see our breath, even though my mother had the heat turned to high in the rusty blue Plymouth Arrow she drove. The school was a large, aged, red-bricked two-story set on the edge of town. It was actually bigger than my old school in Chicago, which was a small private elementary school, but they looked much alike, and that was comforting to me. The next thing I noticed was that the students of all ages were running to the back of the school, clutching red plastic sleds and wooden toboggans. "Come on, Dave," I said to my brother, who was entering kindergarten. "Let's go." I grabbed my book bag, said a quick goodbye to my mother, and we tumbled out of the car. "Hey," she yelled, "don't you want me to walk you in?" "No, thanks." I threw my bag over my shoulder, and we followed the snow-crusted footprints to the back of the school. It was a breathtaking sight to my 7-year-old eyes. Hidden behind the school was an enormous hill that ran the length of the school and then some. The hill was steep in some areas and more level in others, and ended in an immense meadow perhaps 2 football fields long. Kids formed lines at the top of the hill to take their turn down the various sledding paths. There was a definite pecking order to the arrangement. The older kids, probably 7th and 8th graders, were organized near a portion of the hill that descended at a sharp angle and had a number of man-made mounds, carefully rounded and padded to send sleds airborne. The smaller children gathered around the shorter hills, with less of an incline. I watched as children whooped with glee on their way down the slopes, and viewed their determined journey back up the hill, dragging their sleds behind them. One small figure caught my eye. The child, a boy, I figured, my age or younger, was decked out in black snow pants, an oversized black winter coat and black rubber boots. 2 mismatched mittens, one red, one green, were on his hands, and a black stocking cap was pulled low over his eyes. I watched as he confidently carried a silver, dish-shaped sled to the edge of the big kid's hill and got in line behind 3 other towering boys. The boys turned, laughed, and unceremoniously shoved him out of the line. Not intimidated, he squeezed back into his spot and rooted himself soundly, ignoring the taunts flung at him. When it was his turn, he situated himself onto the disc, and a boy behind him shoved the sled with the toe of his big hiking boot. The sledder went careening down the hill, spinning and bouncing off the icy bumps, going airborne for a moment, only to strike another frozen ramp. I held my breath for this poor soul, who was sure to be killed with all of us as witnesses. "Holy crap," Dave whispered beside me, and I nodded in agreement. It seemed like forever, him going down that hill, his head jerking around on his neck. But he held on, dangerously tipping only once. Finally, his sled hit the final speed bump so violently that his stocking cap went flying and a brown rope of hair soared behind him in a loose ponytail. He was a she, I realized with a shock, and as she slid the final 200 feet to a stop, I had fallen completely and utterly in love. I still have to smile at the memory, and am still astounded at how quickly Tony had cornered off a spot in my heart. I'm even more amazed that she still has claim to it. I look up from my desk. I know who my visitor is. I stand and go to greet Agent Fitzgerald from the State Police.
Ben. From the window of my bedroom, I see the deputy sheriff pull into the Gregory's driveway, and I crane my neck to see who's with him, hoping it's you, Callie. It isn't. A small man dressed in brown pants, white shirt, and a red tie gets out. I watch as he looks the Gregory house up and down and then walks with Deputy Sheriff Lewis to the front door. The policeman Mom was talking about, I figure. Callie, you sure are causing one mighty fuss. And how you do that without saying a word amazes me. I was supposed to go spend the night at Raymond's house tonight, but I guess that's out. At least until we find you. You never did like it when I spent a night away from home. You'd sit on my bed as I packed my backpack, looking at me so sad-like I'd have to keep saying over and over, "I'll be back tomorrow, Cal. It's no big deal." But you'd still look so disappointed that I'd let you play with my chess set, the one Dad got me for Christmas that one year, and you'd feel a little better. Mom was about as bad as you. Oh, she'd put on this brave face and say, "Of course you have to go to your overnight, Ben. We young ladies will be just fine here, won't we, Callie? We have Daddy here now to keep us company." Truth is, I'd only go on overnights when Dad was home from traveling. I could never stand the thought of you and Mom home completely alone, and sometimes it was just better for me to be out of the way when Dad came home. Do you remember the night of the talking lessons? Last fall, when you were in first grade and Mom was out, went to some meeting with your teachers, I think, and we were left home with Dad? He thought it was ridiculous, all this to do at school because of you not talking. He started out all excited, saying, "Callie, want to do something nice for your mom?" Of course you nodded, all happy. Dad had you come over to him, where he was sitting in his favorite green chair, and sat you on his lap. You looked at him, just waiting for him to tell you what great surprise he had for Mom. Dad looked so glad that I came over and asked if I could help surprise her too. Dad smiled. "That's nice, Ben, but this is something that only Callie can do for Mom." Then he looked at you. "Callie, wouldn't it be wonderful if you could tell Mom you love her? That would make her so happy, and me too." All of a sudden, your face got all sad, because you knew Dad just asked you to do the impossible. Dad said, "Aw, come on, Callie, you can do it. Just make your mouth say, Mom." You started shaking your head and squinching your eyes up tight. "Come on, Callie, say it. Mom." He stretched his lips out wide, and he said the word like someone trying to get a baby to talk. You kept your eyes shut, and your lips squeezed together. "You can do it, Callie. Don't you want to make your Mom happy? Mom." You were having none of it, and tried to hop off Dad's lap. "Oh, no you don't. Come on, Callie, say it. Say it," he shouted. He held you on him with one arm and grabbed your face with the other, trying to force your mouth into a shape to say the word. "Stop it," I said real soft, but he kept right on going, even though you were crying, but not making a noise. "Stop it," I said louder, and this got Dad's attention. "Go on out of here, Ben. Me and Callie are just having a talking lesson. Go on now," he said. "Stop it," I yelled. "Leave her alone. She can't say it. She can't do it. If she could, she would have already. Leave her alone." I know. I couldn't believe it myself. You stopped crying, and both you and Dad looked at me like Martians had landed or something. "Stay out of it, Ben. Go on to your room," he said in a quiet voice, but I knew he meant business. "No, leave her alone. She can't do it." Dad stood up real quick and dumped you on your butt to the floor, and I yelled, "Run, Callie!" But you didn't. You just sat there on the floor and looked up at us. "Fabulous," Dad said, all huffy. "I got a retarded mute for a little girl and a smart-ass know-it-all boy. Fabulous. Maybe there's another way to get her to talk. Stand up, Callie. You did, quick. Ben here thinks he has all the answers. Thinks that you can't talk. Well, I know different, because I remember when you could talk. You yapped just fine. Maybe you just need a little incentive to get that mouth of yours going. Then Dad swung out at me and hit me in the back of my head. About knocked my block off. You covered up your eyes again, but Dad pried your fingers down to make you watch. Then he belted me a few more times, in the stomach, on my back. He kept looking at you, shouting, "If you talk, Callie, I'll stop." Then he'd punch me again, tell me to stop, and I will. Come on, Callie. Won't you even say something to help your big brother out? I knew you felt so terrible. Between the smacks I could see you trying to say the words, but you just couldn't. I knew you would have if you could. Finally, Dad got tired, and he said, "Hell, you both are hopeless." Then he sat back down in his green chair and watched TV until Mom got home. I never did tell her what happened, and I wore long sleeves for the next month. I figured Dad was only home for a few more days, and then he was going back to the pipeline again. You ran upstairs to your room and wouldn't even look at me for the next 10 days. But I knew you were sorry. I kept finding Tootsie Rolls under my pillow every day for the next 2 weeks.
Martin. Fielda is hanging on, but just barely. She's pale. Her voice is shaky and high. Her fingers keep plucking at the loose threads on the arm of the couch. She's trying so hard to concentrate on the words that Agent Fitzgerald, sitting with Deputy Sheriff Lewis on the couch opposite us, is saying, but is struggling to focus. "I'm sorry," she says, contritely. "What time did you see Petra last?" he repeats. Agent Fitzgerald is not what I expected. I thought he would be much older. Instead, he looks to be 40. He's very short in stature, with a bulldog chin and small, feminine hands. His appearance doesn't fill me with confidence, and I'm rather irritated with Deputy Sheriff Lewis, as he had said this Agent Fitzgerald was well regarded in law enforcement and a force to be reckoned with. "Last night," Fielda responds. 8:30, I'd say. No, 9. It was 9 because she came downstairs once to ask me what a word meant in her book that she was reading. "What word?" Fitzgerald asks kindly. "What word? It was inedible. She wanted to know what it meant, and I told her," Fielda explains. I begin to shift uneasily next to her. "What does that have to do with Petra being gone? We've answered all these questions for Deputy Sheriff Lewis. I don't understand why we need to answer them again. We should be out looking for the girls. Our time would be better spent," I tell him politely but firmly. "Mr. Gregory, I understand your concern," Fitzgerald says. "It's good for me to ask the questions also and hear your answers too. You may think of something that you didn't tell Deputy Sheriff Lewis. Please, be patient. We're all working very hard right now to find your daughter. All I know right now is that my little girl is missing, as is her best friend. She's out there somewhere in her pajamas, and all I'm doing right now is sitting here." My voice is getting dangerously loud. "Why aren't we out there finding her?" Fielda grabs my arm and begins to cry, rocking back and forth. "Shh, shh, Fielda," I soothe her. "I'm sorry," I whisper to her. Fitzgerald leans forward. "If we focus on all the facts that we have, if we look at each little piece, no matter how inconsequential, then we're more likely to find out where Petra and Callie are. So, I do understand how repetitive this is for you, but it's very important." I nod. I apologize. Please continue. "Can you give me a list of people who have visited your home in the last month or so?" he asks. Fielda sniffs and wipes her eyes with the heel of her hand. Callie, of course, was over. Callie's brother Ben, he delivers the paper. My friend Martha. Last names also, please, Fitzgerald instructs. Martha Franklin. The two men from the furniture store? Bandleworths. I don't know their names, though. They delivered the bookshelf. We had a dinner party about 2 weeks ago with some of my colleagues from the college, Walt and Gene Powers and Mary and Sam Garfield, I add. We often have students from the college come and do odd jobs for us, Fielda says. Fitzgerald looks expectantly at her. Mariah Burton babysat for us on a number of occasions the last 2 years. Chad Wagner has done some lawn work this summer. He's in one of Martin's economics classes. And Lucky Thompson. Lucky stops by once in a while. I can't think of anyone else. Can you, Martin? We have several hikers wander down this way, since we're right next to the woods. Many people from town come out this way to walk the trails, usually on weekends. Just about everyone we know has come near here at one time or another, I explain. When we leave, I'd like for you to make a list of everyone that has had contact with Petra as far back as a year. Now, some names may be repeats that we've already spoken about. That's fine. We'll run all the names through our system and see if anything unusual comes up. Has anyone paid any extra attention to Petra while they were here? Talked to her or looked at her in a way that made you uncomfortable? Fitzgerald asks, his blue eyes staring unnervingly at us. Everyone loves Petra, Fielda answers. She just lights up a room. She can talk to just about anybody about anything. I look forward to meeting her, too. Fitzgerald smiles. But think back. Did anyone you know maybe go out of their way to give her a hug or speak to her in a way that made you pause, even just for a second? Fielda blinks at him several times, and I can actually hear the connections clicking together in her mind. But she remains silent. I know these are uncomfortable questions for you, Mr. and Mrs. Gregory, but the sooner we look at all the possible scenarios, the sooner we get the girls home. We're sending officers door to door and checking on any known sex offenders in the area. You don't think Petra and Callie went off on their own, do you? You think someone took them? Fielda looks desperately at Fitzgerald, and when he remains silent, she turns to Deputy Sheriff Lewis. There are some slight similarities to the disappearances of Petra and Callie to the little McIntyre girl, Lewis says. Nothing concrete, but like Agent Fitzgerald says, we need to look at everything, no matter how hard. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Fielda slowly slides off the slippery chintz sofa to her knees and then curls into a tight ball. Oh, my God, she wails. I drop to the floor next to her and glare at Lewis and Fitzgerald. Get out, I say, enraged, surprising even myself. Then more calmly add, please, leave us for a moment, and then we will talk more. Please go. I watch the two men as they stand and unhurriedly walk out the front door into the scorching heat. As the front screen closes and latches with a soft click, I lie down next to Fielda, molding myself to her, pressing my chest to her back, tucking my knees into the soft groove behind hers, sliding my arms around her middle and hiding my face in her hair. She smells sweetly of perfume and talcum powder, which to me will forever on be the odor of deep, deep grief. Her cries do not soften, but become more fraught, and my own body rises and falls with each of her shudders.
Deputy Sheriff Lewis. Fitzgerald and I step out into the Gregory's front yard. The sun nearly directly above us, hidden slightly behind an enormous maple tree. A perfect climbing tree, Tony would say. Jesus, Fitzgerald says in an exasperated voice, and I steel myself for criticism of the way I just handled the last 3 minutes in the Gregory home. How can you stand this sound? Fitzgerald says disgustedly. What sound? Those bugs. Sounds like millions of insects chewing on something. Makes my skin crawl. Fitzgerald pulls out a pack of cigarettes and taps one out, holding it between his slender fingers. They're cicadas, I explain. It's vibrations. The noise they make. It's their skin pulled tight over their bodies. It's annoying. How can you stand it? I suppose the same way that you get used to the noises in a big city. It's just there. You don't really notice it after a while. Fitzgerald nods and lights his cigarette. Do you mind? He asks after the fact. No, go ahead, I reply. We both stand there listening to the cicada's anxious song. You feel bad, Fitzgerald observes. Yeah, I do. I respond blandly. It needed to be said. The thing about the McIntyre girl. They need to know it's a possibility. Give them a few minutes to let it settle in their minds, and they'll be ready to go forward. There's no way they will accept that their little girl could have been lured from their home, raped and murdered. But the possibility will be there. And they'll be out here in a moment ready to fight like hell to find her, to prove that's not what happened. We need to bring in search dogs, organize a formal search, I tell him, knowing this is already on his mind. I agree. We can get a trained hound and a handler from Madison or even Des Moines down here by late this afternoon, Fitzgerald responds, taking a deep pull on his cigarette. The families are not going to want to hear about a search dog. Sounds too much like we'll be looking for bodies, I say, not relishing the thought of being the one to relay the information to the Gregorys and Tony. What's your gut feeling on this one, Lewis? Fitzgerald asks me, leaning against an old oak tree. I shrug. Not sure. But between you and me, I'd look at Tony's husband a little more closely. He's a shady character, a drinker. Rumor has it he can be violent. Violent in what way? Like I said, just a rumor. Tony doesn't talk about it. There's never been a domestic call. Several drunken disorderlies on Griff, and one DUI. Just something to keep in mind as this all unfolds, I say wearily. Good to know, Fitzgerald says, looking off toward Tony's house. Days like this I wish I smoked, I say, eyeing a cigarette. Days like this I wish I didn't, Fitzgerald replies, as Martin Gregory steps outside his home. I'm sorry, Martin apologizes. We're ready to go on. Tell us what you need to know. Please, come in.
Callie. Callie had traveled deeper into the forest, beyond any spot she had been before. She was lost. The fawn had long since left to join its mother. Callie wandered around, trying to get her bearings. The trees here were thick and shielded the sun's rays from her, though the air around remained steamy, heavy with moisture. The trail in front of her led upward, a winding rocky path that disappeared into a stand of hemlocks. Another trail led downward. She thought to the creek. Her tongue felt oversized and dry. She was so thirsty. She considered going back the way she had come, but dismissed the idea, knowing that Griff was still there somewhere. The muscles in her legs were shaky and tired from running, and a dull hunger had settled in her stomach. Callie scanned the forest around her. She saw the plump red and yellow berries that the cardinals flocked around, but knew she shouldn't eat them. She tried to remember what her mother and Ben had told her about the berries of the forest, what she could eat and what was poisonous. She knew about mulberries, the fat purplish-red berries filled with sweet juice that hung heavily on branches. She could eat those, but she knew not to eat the reddish-brown berries of the toothache tree, because they would cause your mouth to go numb. She trudged upward, eyes inspecting every bush and vine. Her eyes settled upon a thorny, tangled thicket holding blackish berries hanging from a white stem. Black raspberries. Callie hungrily plucked them from the twig, their juice bursting out of their skin with her touch, staining her fingers. The sweetness filled her mouth, and she continued picking, fanning mosquitoes away from her find. Her mother had taught her where to find the wild black raspberries, and she and Ben would collect as many as they could in old ice cream buckets, trying not to eat too many. When their buckets were full, they would carry them home to their mother, who would carefully wash them and bake them into pies that she served with homemade ice cream. Callie loved homemade ice cream and everything that went into making the concoction. She would tromp down the basement stairs where they stored the old hand-crank ice cream maker. It awed her how just adding the eggs, vanilla, milk, and rock salt would create something so delicious. She didn't even mind the ache in her arm from turning the crank, and Ben would take over when she couldn't turn it anymore. The first thing she would do, she decided, when she got home, was to haul that old ice cream maker up the steps so they could make a batch. When she finished eating all the raspberries she could reach, she wiped her blackened fingers on her nightgown and rubbed the back of her hand across her mouth, the imprint of her lips left behind like lipstick. Her hunger sated for the moment, Callie decided to continue her climb upward to the highest point on the bluff. From there, perhaps she could see exactly where she was at and which direction would lead her home. But it was so hot, and she was so sleepy. Just to lie down for a few moments, just to rest. She found a shady cluster of evergreens well off the trail, cleared away the sharp branches that lay at its base, and, using her arms as a pillow, shut her eyes and slept.
Ben. We've been waiting for eons for Deputy Sheriff Lewis and the other guy to get here. Mom made me put on a nice pair of shorts and a shirt with a collar for when they come over to talk to us. I'm starving, but feel weird making a sandwich or something when you're out all by yourself with maybe nothing to eat. I grab a box of crackers and take them upstairs to eat in my room. When I walk by the door to your room, there's this little stretch of crime scene tape stretched across the door frame. Stupid, I think. People rifling through your stuff in your room when we should all be out looking for you in the woods. I see Mom sitting on the floor of her bedroom, pulling things out of your treasure box. It's really an old hat box filled with junk. I got one too. Mom calls it our treasure box because she wants us to put all the important stuff from our life in it. Then when we're old and gray, as she says, we can dig through all the things that at one time were so valuable to us. Actually, I'm already on my second treasure box because my first one got all filled up. She doesn't notice me standing there, so I just watch all quiet. She's surrounded by a bunch of your school papers and art projects, and she's touching each one, gentle-like, as if one wrong move will cause them all to turn to dust. She reaches into the box again and brings out something that I can't quite figure what it is. Neither can she because she just stares at it for a long time, turning it around in her fingers. It's whitish-gray and about 3 inches long. Mom hears me behind her, turns, and holds it out to me. "What do you think it is?" she asks me as I take it. I shrug and pick at some of the gray bits that look like fur sticking out of it. "I think it's an owl pellet," I say. "Look, you can see little bits of bone sticking out." Mom looks and takes it back from me. I love that about her. Most mothers would freak out at the sight of something like owl throw up, but she doesn't. "Yeah, I think you're right. Why would Callie have this in her treasure box?" she asks. I shrug again. I guess for the same reason that I have a box of periodical cicada shells in my room. This causes her to laugh, and I'm glad. She hasn't laughed much lately. She carefully sets the pellet back in the box and pulls out a pile of something that looks like cotton. I know what this is, Mom exclaims, smiling. It's dandelion fluff all bunched together. Okay, I say. I can kinda understand the owl pellet, but I don't get the dandelion fluff. Don't you remember? She asks me. When fairies dance upon the air, reach out gently and catch one fair. Make a wish and hold it tight, then softly toss your pixie back to summer's night. I wonder what she wished for, I say. I wonder why she didn't let them go. Mom adds. Maybe she was saving the wishes up for something real big. Then she was going to let them all go at once. It's Mom's turn to shrug, and she lays the fluff back into your treasure box on top of all the other stuff, puts the lid back on and slides it under her bed. Come on, Ben, she says. Let's make you a sandwich. Louis will be here soon. I have an idea of what you might have wished for, because they're the same wishes as mine. Number 1, for you to talk again. Number 2, get a dog. Number 3, that Dad would just go on back to Alaska and not come back. God knows you'd never admit it, and neither would I. But those would be your wishes. I know.
Antonia. As I make Ben and me a ham sandwich and slice an apple in half, I think of Callie's treasure box. The dandelion fluff reminds me of Louis, of when we were kids. The summer after Louis moved here, we'd go out to the meadow behind my house, the very house I live in now. Our field would be filled with happy yellow dandelions, and my mom would pay us a penny a weed to dig them out by the roots. No easy feat. We'd get old spoons to dig down as deep as we could, under the roots, and then toss them into an old plastic bucket. We could wrench out about 100 in a day. My mother would give us $1, 1 shiny quarter for each of our grimy hands, and we'd hop on our bikes, ride downtown to the Morning Glory Cafe, and pool our earnings. I'd buy us a cherry Coke, not the kind that comes in a can, like today, but the kind straight out of a soda fountain, with the cherry juice squirted in. Mrs. Morning would always put in 2 straws and 2 cherries, 1 for Louis and 1 for me. Louis would buy us a basket of French fries, piping hot and salty. He'd write my name out on top of the fries in ketchup from the squirt bottle, and then script his own directly below it. The fries with my name on them were mine, the fries with his name, his to eat. Some days we'd each buy a candy bar. I always picked Marathon bars, and he'd choose a Baby Ruth. Petra's mother, Fielda, was often at the cafe helping her mother. Friendly and sweet, Fielda would stand behind the counter watching us carefully, refilling our sodas. Looking back, I can see that Fielda wanted to be my friend. But I had Louis, and, well, he was all I needed, all I wanted. Years later, when we became neighbors and were eventually pregnant with our girls at the same time, Fielda tried again, invited me over for coffee, for walks. But once again, I was aloof, this time for completely different reasons. I was afraid she'd get an inkling of my sad marriage, catch my husband and me in a bad moment, see the bruises. Eventually she gave up and left me alone, just as she had eventually done when we were young. Our dandelion weeding would last approximately 10 days. By then, we were bored with the job and had our fill of cherry Cokes and fries. We hadn't even made a dent in removing all the dandelions. They were beginning to seed, and white puffs were whirling in the air above us, undoing all that we'd accomplished. You know, Louis told me, these really are fairies. Yeah, right, I said, unconvinced. They are. My dad told me. He said that dandelion fluffs are magical fairies. If you grab one before it hits the ground, the fairy'll be so grateful she'll give you a wish once you set her free. I sat up, setting down my dirt-crusted spoon. This interested me. Louis never spoke of his father. Ever. I didn't know they had flowers in Chicago. Yeah, they have flowers and weeds and grass in Chicago, he said indignantly. Just not so much of it. My dad would say, when fairies dance upon the air, reach out gently and catch one fair. Make a wish and hold it tight, and softly toss your pixie back to summer's night. My dad said his granny from Ireland told him that, and that the wishes really come true. Every summer when we'd see dandelion fluff, we tried to catch one, make a wish, and then blow it back into the air. "What'd you wish for?" I asked. "Stuff." Louis, all of a sudden bashful, dropped his spoon and ran towards the woods, grasping at fluff as he went. "What kind of stuff?" I called as I chased him. "For the Cubs to win the pennant? Things like that?" He wasn't looking at me. "What about your dad? Do you ever wish for your dad?" I asked softly. His shoulders sagged, and I thought he'd take off running again. "Nah. Dead is dead. Doesn't work for stuff like that. You gotta wish for money, or to be a movie star or something." He handed me a soft white wish. "What are you gonna wish for?" I thought for a moment, and then blew it gently from my hand, the cottony wisp floating away. "What'd you wish for?" he asked again. "For the Cubs to win the pennant, of course," I responded. He laughed, and we ran off to play in the creek. That wasn't my wish, though. I wished for him to have his dad back, just in case. 8 years later, when we were 16, we were back at the creek. We just made love for the first time, and I was tearful. I couldn't put into words what I was feeling. I knew I loved him. I knew that what we'd done wasn't a mistake. But still, I wept. Louis was trying to make me smile, tickling me and pulling funny faces. But tears just kept rolling down my face no matter what he tried. Finally, in an act of desperation, I suppose, he ran from the creek. I sat there, devastated, pulling my clothes on, mucus dropping from my nose. I'd lost Louis, my best friend. He came back moments later, though. He held his 2 hands in front of him, clenched tightly. "Pick a hand," he said, and I chose his left. He opened his palm, and inside were 3 frail white tufts of a dandelion. "3 wishes," he said, and then opened his other fist to reveal 3 more dandelion fairies. "For each of us." "You first," I said through my tears, finally a smile on my face. "That the Cubs win the pennant?" He grinned, and I laughed. "That I become a policeman?" Then his young man's face became serious. "And that you'll love me forever?" "Your turn," he said quickly. I thought for a moment. "To live in a yellow house." I looked carefully at Louis's face to see if he was laughing at me. He wasn't. "To visit the ocean," I continued. "And," the tears resumed, great sloppy tears, "that you'll love me forever." 3 years later, Louis had gone away to college, and I married Griff. Damn fairies, I thought to myself now. I don't live in a yellow house. I've never been to the ocean. And Louis didn't love me forever. And my Callie, my dear heart, is missing. All that I touch gets damaged or lost.
Deputy Sheriff Lewis. Once again, I'm sitting at Tony's kitchen table, a sweating glass of iced tea in front of me. This time, Agent Fitzgerald is sitting next to me instead of Martin. I worry, when this is over, Martin will never speak to me again. And I fear that Tony won't either. I can tell Tony doesn't know what to make of Fitzgerald. His precise, unemotional questions. She wonders if he is judging her, and her mothering. I see her turning over each of his questions, searching for any hidden meaning, any tricks, I suppose because she's so used to Griff's manipulative ways. Finding Tony curled up on her couch, delivering a dead baby girl 4 years ago, I'd hoped that she would wise up and get rid of Griff for good. Granted, I don't know exactly what happened that winter night. Just that Ben had come home and found his mother covered in a blanket on the sofa, with Callie sitting by, patting her shoulder. I couldn't get Callie to talk to me. She just looked up at me with her big brown eyes and sat there as the ambulance carried her mother away. I asked Ben where his father was, and he couldn't say for sure, but guessed that he was probably at Benke's, a bar downtown. I debated just phoning over there and talking to Griff, but decided a face-to-face conversation would be more effective. I asked the neighbor to come over and watch the kids, and I went over to Benke's. I saw Griff through a smoky haze, sitting at the bar next to a bunch of his old high school friends. His friends were laughing and talking, reminiscing, I'm sure, about the good old days, about the only thing that group had going for them. Griff was uncharacteristically quiet, slamming back shots, nodding and smiling once in a while at what someone said. I walked over to him and he glanced up at me. He didn't look surprised to see me. I felt the eyes of all the patrons of Benke's on me, watching what would happen next. My history with Tony was no secret in Willow Creek. I waited for Griff's usual sarcastic greeting. "Deputy Sheriff," he'd say in a pompous, wise-ass voice that made it sound like he was addressing a king or head of state. But he just looked expectantly up at me, and a hush fell over his cronies next to him. "Go outside for a minute, Griff?" I asked politely. "Got a warrant, Deputy Sheriff?" Roger, his idiot sidekick, asked, laughing hysterically. "You can talk to me here, Lewis," Griff said mildly, and then downed another shot. "Can I buy you a drink?" "No, thanks, I'm on duty," I replied. And for some reason his friends thought that was funny too and collapsed in laughter. I leaned in close to him. "It's about Tony, Griff," I said in a low voice, not wanting these jokers to hear. Griff stood up. I'm a good 4 inches taller than Griff, but he's broad and built like a weightlifter. I had no doubt that he could beat the shit out of me, just like he did when I was 19 and had come from college to try to get Tony to come back to me. I'd gone to her house where she still lived with her dad, who seemed to have aged decades since Tony's mother died. I took one look at Tony's face that night and knew something was irreparably broken between the two of us. We could never go back to the way it was. At the time, I didn't want to stay in Willow Creek, and Tony didn't want to leave. My mom had remarried earlier that year and moved back to Chicago with my brother and sister. I loved college, loved Iowa City, and wanted Tony to come back with me. There wasn't really anything left for her in Willow Creek, I thought. But she said no, with regret, I think. Said she was seeing Griff Clark and was doing just fine. That she couldn't leave her father alone. He'd lost too much already. Then she crossed her arms over her chest like she always did when she made a decision and it was final. I leaned in to kiss her goodbye, but she dropped her chin at the last second. My lips landed on her nose. Griff waited until I had driven away. He waited until I had driven 40 miles and stopped for gas. He waited until I was just about ready to get back in my car after paying the clerk. And then he came out from the shadows and sucker punched me in the stomach. And while I was bent over, he kicked me in the balls. "Stay away from Tony, asshole," he hissed at me. I could smell the alcohol on his breath. "We're getting married," he slurred before one boulder-like fist crunched into my face. Those 3 words hurt more than the punch. A few months later, I heard through a friend that Tony and Griff had gotten married. And it wasn't all that many months later when I heard about Ben. It didn't take a genius to do the math. I should have tried harder. I shouldn't have let her go. "Let's go," Griff said, the yeasty smell of beer that emanated from him bringing me back to Benke's, and I followed him out of the bar. The cold, brisk air of the parking lot was welcoming after the stale nicotine cloud we just left. "What's up?" he asked innocently. "Is Tony okay?" "She's at Mercy Hospital," was all I said. Even as much as I hated the guy, I couldn't tell him that his baby had died. "What happened?" "What'd she say?" Griff asked. "Not sure," I replied. "She's not saying much right now. Ben called for help." I left out that Ben had called me at home, knowing that this could cause him grief later. Griff paused at his truck, keys in hand, and turned to me. "Probably not a good idea for me to drive, huh?" "Probably not," I agreed. We looked at each other for a moment. "Come on," I said finally. "I'll drive you over." We climbed in and I started the cruiser. The only sound was the heater trying ineffectively to warm the car. After driving for a few moments, Griff cleared his throat. "What'd Callie say?" he asked, not looking at me. "What do you think she said?" I asked, knowing full well Callie hadn't uttered a sound. Not since I got there, anyway. He cleared his throat again. "Tony fell. But she was fine. She got right back up. She said she was okay. She settled herself on the couch. She was fine when I left." "She's not so fine now," I said, pulling into the parking lot of the hospital. When I stopped the car, I turned to Griff and said, "Griff, if I find out that you did anything to hurt Tony, I will come after you. I will come after you, arrest you, throw you in a jail cell, and some night when no one is looking, I will beat the crap out of you." Griff laughed as he opened the car door. "No, you won't, deputy." There was that obnoxious tone. "No, you won't. You're a by-the-book kind of guy. But hey, thanks for the ride." He slammed the door and left me, my breath frosty white curling around my head. And damned if he wasn't right.
Ben. When I was 7, I started playing in a summer soccer league. Mom thought it would be good for me to get out and get some exercise, make some new friends. I was big, but not exactly the athletic type. My feet always seemed too large, and I'd end up tripping over them and making a fool of myself. After squashing about 3 of the kids on the other team, plus one of my own teammates, the coach put me in as goalie. That I could do. I was about twice the size of anyone else, so it was more likely that I could stop a ball from flying into the net. I would snatch balls out of the air as they came whizzing toward me, blocking the soccer ball with my body. No one scored on me in 4 matches. I could see you and Mom hollering on the sidelines, cheering me on. You were too, I guess. Sometimes you'd try to run out onto the field to come and see me, and then the referee would have to stop the game and Mom would come over and scoop you up, saying, "Sorry, sorry," to everyone. One time Dad was in town, and he came to one of my games. It had rained earlier, and the grass was all slippery. Dad came a little later, after the game had started, and I was standing in the goalie box, wearing my blue soccer shirt with the number 4 on it and my black goalie gloves. They were so cool, I thought, those gloves. They looked all professional-like, and had these bumpy knobs on them for better grip to hold onto the ball. You and Mom were sitting on an old blanket, but Dad was pacing up and down the sidelines. I kept watching him, walking, 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 like some caged-up lion. He'd be yelling, "Come on, boys, get that ball, move it up the field." When the ball came toward me, I'd have to force my eyes off him, trying to concentrate. My hands were in front of me, my knees were bent and my legs were spread apart, trying to take up as much space as I could, just like the coach told me. "Come on, Ben," he shouted. "You could do it. Get that ball. Grab it. Grab it." I can still see the ball flying at me, the black and white spots on the ball spinning so fast they looked gray. The ball sped right past me. I didn't even get one fancy-gloved finger on that ball. I expected to hear Dad shouting and yelling at me and Mom trying to shush him. But when I looked to the sidelines, to where he'd been pacing, he wasn't there anymore. I searched and searched the crowd and finally spotted him, walking back to his truck. We won the game, 4-1. Mom took you and me out for ice cream to celebrate, but I wasn't very hungry. Dad didn't say anything about the game when we got home, which was worse in its own way.
Antonia. I meet Lewis and the other officer at my front door. From my living room window, I'd seen them drive down our lane. The man with Lewis is compact, dressed nicely but casually. He wears expensive-looking shoes and carries a leather portfolio. I welcome them into my home, and we settle at the kitchen table. Lewis looks miserable, and the man introduces himself as Kent Fitzgerald, federal agent. I hold back a giggle. He says it as if he were a superhero or something. "Missing and Exploited Children Division," he adds, and I sober quickly. I must look puzzled because he explains, "We take missing children, any missing children, very seriously." "We don't know that they're missing. I say lamely, "I mean, of course they're missing. But what are you thinking? Do you know something?" I look to Lewis. He isn't looking at me. "We know as much as you do, Mrs. Clark," Agent Fitzgerald says. "I'm here to assist Deputy Sheriff Lewis and his team in bringing the girls home. What time did you last see Callie?" "Last night at about 10, I begin. We watched a movie together and had popcorn. Then I helped her get ready for bed." "Who else was in the house last night?" he inquires. "My son Ben, he's 12. He didn't watch the entire movie. He went up to his room at about 9, I guess. And my husband Griff. He came home at about midnight or so." He nods. "Deputy Lewis tells me your husband, Griff. Is that his real name?" No, it's a nickname. His real name is Griffith, but everyone just calls him Griff." "Griff, Deputy Lewis tells me, went on an early morning fishing trip." I bob my head in agreement and wait for his next question. But it doesn't come, so I continue. "I'm not certain what time he left, but when I talked to Roger's wife, she said he left to pick Griff up at around 3:30 this morning. And sometime early I heard a truck in the drive. I assumed it was Roger's. Roger's last name again? Agent Fitzgerald asks. Hogan. Roger Hogan, I respond. My hands are beginning to sweat, and my head aches. Have you been able to contact your husband, or Mr. Hogan, as of yet? Laura Hogan tried Roger's cell phone, but the call wouldn't go through. Griff isn't answering his phone. It goes right to voicemail. I'm sorry. Mr. Fitzgerald, I say. Agent, he corrects me. I'm sorry, Agent Fitzgerald, but why focus on Griff and Roger? I don't understand. There's no focus at this point. We're just getting the logistics. He smiles, briefly. His teeth are small and white, and he has an underbite that thrusts his chin forward. We asked the Julian police to head over to the cabin where your husband's staying. The officer said he found the cabin and Roger Hogan's truck. The cabin's boat dock was empty. It appears the men are out fishing on the river. The officer is going to wait for them to return. I know it, but don't say so. I know Griff has nothing to do with this. What was Callie wearing last night? Agent Fitzgerald asks me. A pink short-sleeved nightgown that went down below her knees. Shoes? No. No shoes. Agent Fitzgerald sits quietly for a moment, his small fingers holding a pen, scratching away in his portfolio. Did Callie mention that she was planning to go anywhere today? He asks, not looking up from his notebook. I look at Lewis. You didn't tell him? He shakes his head. He's being very quiet, and it irritates me. I look at Agent Fitzgerald again. Callie doesn't speak, I explain. A neutral expression remains on his face. She hasn't spoken since she was 4. Was she ill? He asks, looking me in the eye. No. I gaze levelly back at him. I don't understand what this has to do with anything, I say as I fold my arms over my chest and uncross my legs. Callie witnessed her mother fall down the stairs and lose her baby. It was very traumatic for her, Lewis says softly. I glare at Lewis. Now he's talking. Agent Fitzgerald sits up, very attentive now. How do you communicate with each other? She nods and shakes her head. She points and gestures. She knows some sign language, I say. What do her doctors say? That she'll talk when she's ready, not to force it. I stand up and go to the kitchen window. Is she seeing anyone? Like a shrink? I ask, anger in my voice. Excuse me, Agent Fitzgerald. May I speak with Mrs. Clark privately for a moment? Lewis speaks up, his voice tight. Mrs. Clark, I wonder to myself. He's never addressed me this way before. Sure, Agent Fitzgerald replies. He closes his portfolio, tucks his pen behind his ear, and stands. Lewis and I both watch as he goes out the front door. Lewis regards me carefully. What? I finally ask. Tony, this is serious. Damn it, Lewis! I know it is! It's my daughter that's missing! I shout. So don't you dare come into my home and tell me to be serious! I'm crying now, and I hate to cry in front of anyone, especially Lewis. He comes over to me. Tony, I'm sorry, he says quietly. I'm sorry. I didn't mean. I'm sorry. He grasps my hand in his. Look at me, Tony, he instructs. I do. We're going to find Callie. I promise. You need to talk to Agent Fitzgerald. The more thoroughly and quickly you answer his questions, the more quickly we can go out and find her. I've made so many mistakes, I whisper. I cannot bear to lose another child. I could not bear it. You won't, I promise, Lewis says firmly. You go get Ben, and I'll get Fitzgerald. Let's get this interview over with so we can go out there and find Callie. He squeezes my hands one more time before dropping them, and I climb the stairs to find Ben.
Petra. I'm lost. 1 minute they are there, and the next they're gone. I hear sounds and things in the bushes, and a snake just wriggled over my shoe. I'm lost, and I don't know what to do, so I just sit on an old log to rest. Callie would know. Everybody thinks I'm the tough, smart one, but I'm not really. I didn't even know Callie when we were in kindergarten. I knew she was my neighbor and everything, but we never played together. I found out from Lena Hill that Callie didn't talk. Not a word, ever. I didn't believe Lena, but she said that they were in the same class in kindergarten, and that Callie never ever said a word, even when the principal asked her a question. I asked Lena if Callie was in a special class for the kids who don't learn so good. She said no, but that Callie got to go with Mr. Wilson, the new school counselor. I thought that was pretty neat. Mr. Wilson is cool. At lunch, the second week of first grade, I budged Jake Moon so I could sit next to Callie. He didn't mind so much. I wanted to see if she really didn't talk. Lots of kids didn't say much when we were in the classroom, but everyone talked during lunch. But she didn't. She just sat there, eating her sandwich. "What kind of sandwich do you got?" I asked. She didn't say anything, but peeled back the top layer of bread on her sandwich to show me that she had peanut butter and something white and creamy. "I sure hope that's not mayonnaise. Gross," I said. Callie wrinkled her nose and stuck out her tongue to tell me she thought that was gross too. She handed me half of her sandwich, and I took a bite. "Peanut butter fluff," I said. "Lucky. I never get good sandwiches like that. My mom puts everything on wheat bread." Callie shook her head like she understood. We walked out to recess together. I saw my group of friends that I always played with. I said, "Come on," to her, and she followed me to where the kids were jumping rope. We got in line. "I like ice cream. I like tea. I want Petra to jump with me," Bree called. And I stood just outside the middle of the turning jump rope. I had to plan my jump in just right. Then I jumped, and Bree and I were hopping, until she jumped out, and it was just me jumping. "I like popcorn. I like the sea. I want Callie to jump with me." And Callie hopped right in with me. Around and around and around the rope went, swishing against the cement. And we were smiling at each other. We both had the same 2 front teeth missing. Then I jumped out because that's how the game goes. Callie just kept jumping and jumping, not calling out that she liked coffee or that she liked bees. Everyone started getting all mad and yelling at her. "Come on, Callie, call someone!" And, "Stop hogging the jump rope!" Then the rope turners just stopped, and the rope fell in a heap on the ground. The recess bell rang, and then everyone ran to line up. In line, Nathan stood behind me and started saying, "I don't want to stand next to bushy hair. Someone trade places with me. Someone trade me places." And no one would. Even Lena and Kelly, who are my friends, wouldn't stand next to me. My heart felt all pinched right then. And then, out of the blue, Callie came up and budged right in front of Nathan and next to me. Best of all, she stared him down. She looked him right in the eyes until he said, "Good. You 2 weirdos can stand next to each other." The next day, I sat next to Callie at lunch again. She had bologna and peanut butter that day. "I'll have to pass, thank you," I said when she held out half to me. When we went out to recess, I grabbed her hand and pulled her into line for jumping rope again. She didn't look too happy about it, and the other kids didn't either. When it was my turn, I called out, "I like watermelon. I like to climb a tree. I like Callie to jump with me." And we jumped and jumped until I hopped out. Then it was just Callie again, and before anyone could get all nervous and mad at her, I yelled, "Callie likes bologna. Callie likes me. Callie wants to jump with Lena." I know it didn't exactly rhyme, but it worked. Lena jumped in with Callie. They jumped a while, and then Callie jumped out. I wish Callie were here. She'd help me find the way, or at least we could be lost together. I'm so thirsty.
Deputy Sheriff Lewis. Ben comes slowly down the steps. I'm struck at how much he looks like his father, and I'm jealous. My boy, Tanner, looks just like his mother's side of the family. Dark and small with gray-blue eyes. Ben looks nervous, but then he always seems jittery to me. Quick to startle, but nice, polite. "Ben," I say, "this is Agent Fitzgerald. He's here to help find Callie and Petra." Fitzgerald holds out his hand for Ben to shake. We all settle at the kitchen table. Tony right next to Ben. Fitzgerald and I sit across from them. Fitzgerald looks to Tony. "Mrs. Clark, we like to interview family members separately. It sometimes allows them to speak more freely." "Oh, well, I think I'd rather stay here with Ben," Tony says firmly. "Tony, I'll be right here, don't worry," I reassure her. And she reluctantly rises from her chair and leaves the room. "Ben," begins Fitzgerald, "how old are you?" 12, he answers softly. Fitzgerald continues to ask Ben easy questions, keeping everything light. I know, to make Ben feel more at ease. "Tell me about your sister, Ben," Fitzgerald instructs. "She's good," Ben says. "She never gets into my stuff. She does what I tell her to." "What do you tell her to do?" Fitzgerald interrupts. "Things. Help take out the garbage, help put away the dishes, stuff like that," Ben answers, shrugging his shoulders. "Did you two ever argue?" "No. It's hard to argue with someone who doesn't talk back." Fitzgerald chuckles at this. "She ever say no to you, Ben?" "Not really. She likes to help out." "You two pretty close?" "I guess. We hang out a lot together." "You're what, 12? Isn't it unusual for boys your age to hang out with their 7-year-old little sisters?" Ben lifts his shoulders and then drops them. "Callie doesn't have a lot of friends, so I play with her." "What about Petra Gregory? She's Callie's friend, right?" "Yeah, but she isn't around all the time," Ben explains. Fitzgerald seems satisfied with his answers. Quickly, though, Fitzgerald changes his approach with Ben. "Ben, I've heard some very nice things about you," Fitzgerald says smoothly. "Your teachers, neighbors all think you are a nice boy." I think I know where this is going. Fitzgerald had asked me about it earlier, when looking through files. I told him it had nothing to do with this and to leave it alone. "But," Fitzgerald continues, "the parents of Jason Meacham have had some concerns about you, Ben, and their son. Can you tell me about that?" "Jason Meacham is a jerk and a liar," Ben says stiffly. "Tell me about it, Ben." "I don't have to tell you anything," Ben says petulantly. "No, you don't," Fitzgerald says mildly. "But you should. You want to help Callie, don't you?" Yeah? But sitting around here answering these stupid questions isn't going to help her. Ben is standing now, shouting. The only way we're going to find her is if we go looking for her. She's somewhere in the woods. How do you know that, Ben? Fitzgerald questioned softly. Because that's where she goes. When she wants to get away or be alone, that's where she chooses to go, Ben shouts. Fitzgerald says, his voice just a low whisper. What if she didn't have a choice? And Ben runs.
Antonia. I hear the loud voices in the kitchen and hear the name Jason Meacham spoken. What in God's name was that all about? I ask angrily as I come into the room. What did you say to him? Do you actually believe that Ben has something to do with any of this? He's trying to help, for God's sake. I am furious. This stranger ran my son out of his own home, and Lewis just sat by and watched. He's looking down at his fingers now, something he's done since he was 7 and knew he was in trouble. Agent Fitzgerald doesn't look upset in the least. But of course, he wouldn't. He just swoops into a place, creates havoc, and then picks up and leaves. I tell him so. I'll go after him, Lewis offers, but I shake my head. He'll be fine. I know exactly where he's going. I'll go after him, and I'll go look for Callie while I'm at it. Nobody else appears to be doing anything but insulting the family who's missing somebody, I mutter. That's not a good idea, Mrs. Clark, Agent Fitzgerald informs me. It's not in the best interest of the investigation. What about Ben? I ask. Who's serving his best interest? What's all this nonsense about Jason Meacham? This has nothing to do with Callie, and I don't understand why you're bringing it up. My voice is shrill, and I hate the fact that I was losing control of it. More softly, I continue. Deputy Sheriff, I am surprised that you found it necessary to share that information with Agent Fitzgerald. To Fitzgerald, I say curtly, folding my arms in front of me. Tell me now what it is that you think I should be doing. Then you tell me what it is you are going to do in order to find my daughter. Agent Fitzgerald stands and mirrors my own stance. I wonder if that's something that was taught him in agent school, to put me more at ease. I'm sorry about upsetting your son. However, as I've said many times, we must look at all angles. Have you considered that someone may be upset with someone in your family and be taking it out on Callie? I'm not saying this is so, but we must look at all possibilities. As for Deputy Sheriff Lewis, he had no idea I was going to broach the subject of Ben and Jason. Please don't blame him. Fitzgerald looks properly chagrined. I shake my head in disgust. What is this? Good cop, bad cop? I'll stay here. You do what you have to do to find Callie. But if you don't find her by 6 o'clock this evening, I'm calling everyone I know, forming my own search party, and going into those woods. I know she's in there, and I'm going in after her. I will not support a search after dark, he replies. But I understand your need to participate in searching for her. We are at this moment organizing a search. The key word is organizing. We don't just want anybody out there stomping through the woods looking for the girls. We may bring in dogs to aid in the search, and don't want the area to be compromised more than is needed. We have officers out looking now. If we need more, we'll get the manpower. Everyone is doing all that they possibly can to find your daughter, Mrs. Clark. I'll also need to speak with your son again. Getting upset and running away will not help Callie. Ben would do anything for Callie, I say through clenched teeth. I believe that's true, Mrs. Clark. We'll speak soon. Fitzgerald turns to leave. Wait, I call after him. What are you going to do now? We're going to follow up some leads, interview neighbors and other individuals, and we're going to search for Callie and Petra. What leads? What individuals? Do you know something? I ask desperately. Nothing concrete that I can share with you at this time, Mrs. Clark. Oh, and please be aware that the media will most likely be contacting you shortly. This can be a very good thing. I suggest that you say no more than that your daughter is missing. Get the girls' pictures out there. The more people who see their faces, the more likely that they'll be spotted. A crime lab team will also be here shortly to gather evidence from the home. Please, stay out of Callie's bedroom. We want to have as much evidence intact as possible. I suggest that you stay at a family or friend's home for the duration of this. Please let the officer know where you'll be staying. We'll talk soon, Mrs. Clark. Goodbye. They're gone before I can argue about not wanting to leave my house. Ben's gone. Callie's gone. And I'm in my home all alone, except for the police officer. And I hate that feeling. I walk outside, trying to decide on whom I can impose by showing up on their doorstep. Who wants to be dragged into the middle of this mess? Maybe Mrs. Norland, our elderly neighbor. She's as close to a friend that I have anymore, even though most of our interactions are simple waves from across our yards. My eyes take in my garden, which needs weeding, and I decide to wait a bit for any news before calling Mrs. Norland. I'm not going to let a stranger run me out of my own home. I go to the shed to gather up my gardening gloves, trowel, and bucket. I haven't watered in days, but know not to do so now. The blazing sun would evaporate the droplets immediately, and the plants wouldn't be able to drink. In the darkened shed, a knotty peeling structure that's beginning to lean, I grab my gardening tools and notice among the cobwebs 4 old gallons of paint, a soft, creamy yellow. Years ago, my brothers had moved away, and my father joined them soon after. The house was too lonely, he said, without my mother. After Griff and I were married, he handed me the keys to the white, peeling 2-story and wished us much happiness there. I was 18. I still had wanted to live in a yellow house. I had spent hours in the hardware store, staring at paint chips, trying to decide on the perfect shade for our home. I lugged the gallons of paint home the week after the wedding. Griff smiled and said he'd get right on it. He never did. I was 18 then. Now I'm 31, and still no yellow house. I stepped back out into the blinding sun and scrutinized my flower beds. Where to start? They're all neglected. It's been too hot to venture out into the heat these past weeks. My vegetable garden is brimming over with overripe tomatoes and zucchini. My flower beds are filled with creeping Charlie, deer-bitten blossoms, and wilted stems. My eye settles on a patch of dirt just beyond my vegetable garden. I'd sowed it with grass seed earlier in the summer, but it didn't take. Instead, it appears that the plot has expanded to a stretch of soil about 5 feet long and 3 feet wide. I step over an overgrown stalk of rhubarb and examine the patch. 2 perfectly shaped child's footprints are imprinted in the dust. The toes are entirely defined. Larger prints of a man's boots are facing the smaller marks, almost toe-to-toe. Then, a few steps farther, just the boot prints, somewhat swept over by drag marks. My stomach fills with dread. The footprints could be old, I reason, but I know better. I bend down, lightly touch the dust, and rub it between my fingers. I stand quickly and run back to the house to tell an officer and to call Lewis.
Martin. Before Fitzgerald and Lewis leave, they encourage us to go over to a relative's or a friend's house for the remainder of the investigation. They say it will be comforting to have family and friends nearby, and that we shouldn't compromise any evidence in the house by having people coming in and out. What if Petra comes home? Fielda argues. I need to be here for her. They assure her that someone will be at the house at all times, and someone will contact her with all updates. I drive Fielda and myself over to Fielda's mother's home. Mrs. Morning greets us tearfully and flutters nervously about Fielda. Fielda looks ill, and we both persuade her to go lie down. Her head is aching, and I search through the bathroom medicine cabinet for some Tylenol PMs to help her rest. I suspect she needs something more, but I would never give her something stronger. I bring the tablets and a glass of ice water to the bedroom where Fielda is curled up under the quilt her grandmother had made. She looks so frail there, and old. This surprises me. Fielda, when in motion, is solid and vibrant, a force of nature, young. I'm not used to this, taking care of her. She always has looked after me. Odd, I know, because being a bachelor until I was 42 ensured that I took care of myself quite efficiently until I met Fielda. I enter the bedroom and close the door behind me. The room is hushed and cool. Fielda obediently lays the pills on her tongue and sips the water that I offer her. I pull the sheet up around the curve of her shoulders as she settles her head on the pillow. Just for a minute, she says, about resting. She doesn't want to. Doesn't know how she possibly could rest with our daughter out there somewhere. But I murmur softly into her ear to just close her eyes for a moment. Her curly hair fans out, dark on the crispness of the pillowcase. I long to crawl in next to her, to swallow a handful of pills and let sleep pour over me. I cannot, though. I need to be alert, prepared to aid in the search for Petra. Lewis and Fitzgerald assured me that they would contact me when their interviews with Antonia and her son were complete. When Fitzgerald and Lewis had finished questioning Fielda and me, shaken my hand and climbed into the car, a feeling of dirtiness, edging toward perverseness, crept next to me. Agent Fitzgerald did not accuse me of anything, certainly. However, he did request that Fielda and I stop in at the police station and have our fingerprints taken. Exclusionary purposes, Fitzgerald reassured us. I'm not an uninformed man, oblivious at times, I admit, to the world around me, but not unaware that family members are the initial suspects in any missing child situation, and that more often than not, they are the guilty ones. The verity that the police, my community, my colleagues, would entertain the notion that I could harm 2 young children, my daughter, makes me angry. I know that Fielda and I had no part in this, and the fact that crucial minutes are being squandered in that consideration makes me ill. I recall feeling the same when Fielda left me. The second of 2 instances when we've been apart. A panicked, out-of-control sensation that started in my extremities and coursed through my veins toward my center, tossing me off balance. Since the day Fielda and I were married, Fielda spoke of children. A home full of curly-haired, dark-eyed babies who loved books as I did and who loved food as Fielda did. To be honest, I was so astonished to have this wondrous, beautiful woman next to me. The whole of being married seemed unreal to me, magical. I viewed children in the same manner. I could not imagine being a father. Fielda would spend hours looking through parent magazines and children's clothing catalogs, perusing and planning. I always nodded and made a non-committal noise when she showed me a particular article about prenatal health care or organic baby food. Months passed, then a year, and no baby. Looking back, I should have seen the change in Fielda. The gradual slump of her shoulders, the slight pull of the corners of her mouth downward, the way she would stare at new mothers in grocery stores and at church. But I didn't notice. For 2 years, 3, then 4, Fielda continued to pore over parenting books. All she could talk about was babies. How to become pregnant with one, having one, raising one. I'm ashamed to say that I lost patience with her. I'm not a handy individual, but once in a while I've been known to try and tighten a pipe or replace a fuse. I went down to our basement where I keep my toolbox, nearly pristine from lack of use. I was going to attempt to change the shower head in our bathroom. I don't know why the box caught my eye, but it did. It was a large, plain, clear plastic container with a blue lid, and it appeared to be filled with clothing. Maybe it was the bright pink fabrics that were such a contrast to the gray, dark basement that made me take notice. I don't know. But I pulled the box down from the shelf and opened it, almost fearfully, as if I was doing something wrong. Inside were dozens of tiny baby outfits in pinks and blues and yellows, with the price tags still hanging from them. There were dresses for a girl and overalls for a boy. There were socks that would barely cover my thumb. There were bibs in bright colors that said, "Daddy's little girl," or "Got milk?" It wasn't the money, though the amount of clothing in that box must have cost a small fortune, that bothered me. It seemed to me so sad in some way. Pathetic, really. Looking back, I can see that it was simply hope. That for Fielda, purchasing the clothing meant that she was going to conceive and have a child. She had to. She already had the outfits. I didn't look at it that way, though. I grabbed a fistful of the clothing, dropping impossibly small T-shirts and booties behind me as I stomped up the steps. "Fielda!" I bellowed, startling her so that she dropped the pot of spaghetti she was carrying to the sink to drain. She hopped back to avoid the scalding water, and limp strings of pasta slid across the floor. "Martin!" she snapped back impatiently. "What's the matter?" "This is the matter," I said, holding out the baby clothing. "Are you crazy?" I asked. Words I immediately regretted, because by the look on her face, I think she may have wondered the exact same thing of herself. Still I ranted on. "Fielda, there is no baby. There may never be a baby. Maybe it's time you faced it." "I'm going to have a baby, Martin," she told me, her voice low and dangerous. "I can't not have a baby. I've got to have a baby," she went on, and I saw a light go from her eyes. A sense of dread wheedled through me, but I pushed it away. "Oh, don't be so dramatic," I said cruelly. "I'm not going to sit by and watch you waste money on a baby that doesn't exist." I might as well have slapped her. The hurt on her face still takes my breath away, and the fact that I caused it to be there still makes my face burn with shame. She stalked out of the room, nearly slipping on the spaghetti as she left. She didn't talk to me for nearly a week, and even after she did begin to talk to me, she didn't allow me to touch her. She spent endless minutes in the bathroom, and she would emerge with red, swollen eyes, but she never cried in front of me. One day, I found the sleeping pills in the medicine cabinet. Good, I told myself. Maybe she would begin to sleep through the night again instead of the endless pacing. If I had thought about it, I would have known. I should have known. I should have thrown that bottle away the minute I saw it. And then, one day, it was as if nothing had ever happened, and she appeared to be the same old Fielda. I thought she had come to her senses, decided to let nature take its course. But I was wrong. Her mission to become a mother was as strong as ever, and I found out about the doctor's appointment when the receptionist from the office called to confirm the appointment. "We have the test results in," the receptionist explained. "He'd like for Fielda to come in to discuss them." I gave her the message, trying to conceal my wounded feelings at being left out of this part of Fielda's life. Though I must say I couldn't really blame her. I had told her to stop, which is something Fielda never did. Give up, I mean. She thanked me for the message, staring at me levelly, as if daring me to call her on it. I didn't. Instead, I canceled and rescheduled my classes that drizzly October afternoon to accompany her. In the office I tried to hold her hand, which she shook impatiently away. I tried reading aloud bits from outdated magazines, but she ignored me. Instead, she paced around the waiting room, looking at walls tacked with Polaroid snapshots of weary mothers holding tiny babies in their arms, sometimes a shell-shocked husband or boyfriend standing nearby. When the nurse called her name, Fielda marched back to the examining room without a backward glance toward me. Moments later, however, the nurse returned to the waiting area and called my name. "Mr. Gregory, would you please come on back? Dr. Berg would like for you to join us," she said, smiling. I followed her, heartened at her smile. Good news, I thought. Fielda will return to her former self. Her shoulders would straighten, and laughter would return to her eyes. When I entered the room, Fielda sat, fully dressed, on the examining table, crossing and uncrossing her ankles nervously. The doctor was a dark-skinned man with a serious face. His hair was black and slicked back from his forehead, and he had caring eyes. "Mr. Gregory, I'm Dr. Berg. Mrs. Gregory's gynecologist. Please take a seat." He indicated a plastic chair across the small room. "No, thank you," I replied, and continued to stand next to Fielda. "We asked you both to come in today to share with you the results of some initial tests that we've done in order to find out why Mrs. Gregory has not conceived." I nodded and reached for Fielda's hand. This time she didn't pull away. "The good news is, we cannot find anything conclusively wrong that is preventing conception with Mrs. Gregory. There is, of course, further testing that we can do, but I would recommend that you try some other avenues." "For example," I began. "For example, I would suggest that you, Mr. Gregory, have a sperm sample taken. This could address any concerns with sperm viability." "Oh," I laughed uneasily. "I don't think that will be necessary. I believe that these things come in due time. Perhaps parenthood is not for us." I felt Fielda pull her hand from mine. It wasn't a violent pull, more like an easing away. It didn't alarm me. Fielda's next act, however, did. She slid off the examination table and breezed out of the room without a backward glance or an acknowledgement to the physician, which surprised me, as Fielda is normally unfailingly polite. I thanked the doctor for the both of us and quickly made my exit. When I stepped out into the wet parking lot, I could see Fielda speeding away in our car. I walked the nearly 2 miles home, ruining my dress shoes, the chill of autumn pouring into them as I sloshed through puddles. When I arrived at our house, Fielda was not at home. I decided to give her some time to think, to be on her own. But the minutes stretched into hours, and evening arrived. I finally called the Morning Glory and asked Mrs. Morning, albeit awkwardly, if she had seen Fielda. She hadn't. "Did you all have your first fight?" Mrs. Morning teased good-naturedly. "'Bout time. You've only been married 4 years." I laughed feebly and asked her to tell Fielda to call me if she happened to hear from her. It had stopped raining, but darkness was gathering, pressing in on the house so that I nearly choked on its emptiness. Finally, I abandoned the notion that Fielda needed some time to herself and climbed into our other car. The regular folk car, Mrs. Morning would say. A Chevette that was a shade of bronze that fortunately covered the rust stains eating away at its edges. I spent the next hour driving up and down side streets, looking for Fielda. I drove past the library, the fabric store, the candy shop, searching to no avail. I even paused briefly in front of the Morning Glory and glanced into its gleaming storefront, lit warmly, but didn't see Fielda or our Camry. I decided to drive into the Willow Creek camping grounds, a dismal, junky spot, I thought, to which people who had nothing better to do with their time would pull cumbersome campers in order to sit around a fire and drink beer all day and all night. I couldn't imagine that Fielda would be there, but I had run out of ideas. As I pulled into the paved entrance area lined with gigantic maples, their bright red plumage shadowed in the dusk, I saw the car almost immediately, and pressed my foot to the pedal, sending my car lurching forward. I pulled in next to Fielda, and could see at once that something wasn't right, that something very, very bad had happened here. Slowly, I do not know why, I did not rush. I opened my car door, stepped out, and firmly shut it again. I could hear my shoes slapping against the wet pavement as I approached the still car. No movement inside. I went first to the driver's side of the car and pressed my forehead against the glass, framing my face with my hands to get a better look. My Fielda was seated, if I can call it that, in the driver's seat, but sprawled in such a way that her head lay on the passenger's side, her arms tucked up around her face as if she was sleeping. But she wasn't. I attempted to open the car door, but Fielda had locked it. I fumbled for what seemed an eternity with my keychain, found the correct key, and tried to insert it into the lock. I had to stop myself to take a breath and steady my hands. Finally, I yanked the door open and pulled Fielda toward me. I could smell it first, the vomit, an acrid odor, and then I saw the mess on the car floor and car seat. Fielda had been lying in it. I don't know if I spoke, I don't recall that I did, but I remember thinking, "Please, don't take her away from me." I held her close to me, I know, rocking her back and forth for a moment, until I pulled myself together. I pushed her away as gently as possible, but knowing the urgency that was upon me, not as gently as I would have liked. I climbed into the Camry and, breaking every traffic law, drove to Mercy Hospital, where the hospital personnel took Fielda away from me. I wasn't allowed to see her. They pumped her stomach. I handed the emergency room nurse the empty bottle of pills Fielda had ingested, and she informed me with a scathing look that it was a miracle that she had survived and would be recuperating on 4 West, a place described by my students as 4 West Nut Nest. I knew I deserved these looks. I knew I had failed my wife, and I was punished. She was taken from me. For 2 weeks, even when they allowed her to have visitors, she refused to see me. I didn't teach, and I didn't go to my office. I went to the hospital and sat in the waiting area, begging the nurses to let me see her for just 1 moment, no more. I sent flowers, candy, orange poppy seed muffins, but still she refused. At last, at the insistence of Mrs. Morning, I'm sure, Fielda sent for me. Alone, I entered her room. Not dark and sad as I thought it would be, but sunny and cheerful, smelling of roses. My flowers surrounded her bedside, along with cards and well wishes from family and friends. The nurse left us, telling Fielda to call for her if she needed anything. Fielda wouldn't meet my eyes. She looked thinner, smaller to me, and tired, very, very tired. But still I went to her. Still I removed my jacket and shoes, and still I crawled into her small hospital bed, molding myself to her. Together there we cried, the 2 of us, begging each other for forgiveness and quietly, tearfully, we both forgave and allowed ourselves to be forgiven. Now, 10 years later, in the swelter of summer, our daughter missing, Fielda has pulled the bed covers up around her head, and I can hear her breath in sleep, heavy and even. I touch Fielda's shoulder before treading softly from the room and closing the door behind me. I hesitate in the hallway. I don't quite know what to do with myself. I know I can't stay here, at my mother-in-law's home, too far away from what is going on. I need to be near the officers. I need to be there at a moment's notice. I had already let my daughter down once by letting her be taken from our home, hadn't I? I would know, would I not? Someone entering my home in the dead of night, slinking up the stairs past my bedroom, down the hallway to my daughter's door, standing on its threshold, listening to the whir of the box fan, watching the rise and fall of Petra's chest. Here is where I must stop. I cannot imagine what could have happened beyond this point. I would know, wouldn't I? Someone in my home, I would know.
Ben. I run until my chest is ready to explode. My face is hot with tears. I stumble over a fallen log and tear my dress shirt on a thorny branch, but still I run, down to the creek. I could tell by the way that cop looked at me, the way he talked to me, that he thought I might have hurt you, Callie. At least, he thought I knew who hurt you. Jason Meacham, bastard. Figures he would be brought up. I could have killed him. I could have. But not really. But I was so mad, furious. It started in math class last spring. I was doing some god-awful division problem with fractions on the board, and I couldn't think. The numbers just blurred together, and I couldn't think. If I had a pencil and a piece of paper and was sitting at the kitchen table, with you swinging your feet in the chair next to me, drawing butterflies, I would have been fine. Instead, I was standing at the blackboard in front of 27 other kids with a fat piece of crumbly chalk in my hand, and I couldn't think. Jason Meacham started it all. I could hear his whiny, weaselly voice. "Retard," he coughed, concealing his mouth behind his hand. The other kids giggled, but said nothing. The teacher didn't hear him, of course, and told me to keep on trying. More laughter. I could feel dozens of eyes on me, burning into my back. I glanced back over my shoulder and could see Meacham making faces and whispering, "Retard," to me. I remember trying to swallow, but my mouth was dry. I can't believe I did it. I really can't. But Meacham had bothered me before, making cracks about my wino father and my stupid sister. This just topped it all off, and I snapped. I spun around, the thick chalk in my fist, and I flung it at him, as hard as I could. I'm a big kid and have a strong arm. The minute it flew from my fingers, I was reaching to get it back, but it was too late. I had visions of the chalk hitting a classmate, or worse yet, the teacher. But it didn't. It hit Meacham dead center between the eyes. I heard the weird thunk as the chalk hit, and saw his hands cover his face. The classroom went completely quiet, and Miss Henwood sat at her desk with her mouth wide open. I'm usually not the guy who causes problems in the classroom. Then, I walked right out of the classroom and went home, like 3 miles. My mom was expecting me when I got home. She wasn't mad or nothing, she just looked sad, and of course, that made me start bawling. She just set me on her lap like I was 3. I'm sure I about crushed her. And I cried, and she told me everything was going to be all right. It wasn't, though. We had to have a big meeting with the principal. I had to say sorry to Meacham, and I did, even though I still believe he deserved it. Meacham's parents went on for a while, saying that I should have been suspended or something, but I wasn't. Wish I was. That next week, Meacham and his buddies cornered me after school and pushed me around a bit, called Mom a whore, said she was screwing the deputy sheriff. I walked away that day. But later, when Meacham was alone, I snuck up on him and wrenched his arm behind his back and told him I was going to kill him if he ever said anything about my family again. Meacham blubbered to his mother, and she called the school and the police. Another meeting was called, but I denied everything, and he couldn't prove anything. Mrs. Meacham said something about me being just like my no-good father, and boy, did Mom hit the roof with that one. But the damage was done. Everyone looked at me a little different after that. I wasn't the quiet one anymore. Callie, I'd never hurt anyone. I'm not like Dad. I'm not. I'd never hurt you. I'll find you. Even if it takes all night. I'll bring you home, and then they'll know.
Callie. Callie slept fitfully. The ground was hard and unforgiving. Mosquitoes hovered around her exposed parts, though she had tried to tuck her legs underneath her nightgown, and they bit at her ankles and forearms. She dreamed intermittently of flying among the branches of the trees. She felt cool air on her forehead and the pleasant swoop in her stomach that came with flight, like the tilt-a-whirl at the county fair. Below her she could see the creek, cool and beckoning. She tried to will her body to fly down to the water so she could dive into it, but she could not. She continued to soar, following the crooked path of the creek. She caught a glimpse of her father's fiery hair, and her stomach lurched in fear. He was looking up at her, anger etched on his face. She quickly passed over him and saw the rabbit-eared fawn drinking at the water's edge. Its soft eyes calmly summoned her, and Callie winged down and hovered just a few feet above the deer. She reached out her hand to stroke its hide, but it darted out of her reach and into the woods. Callie tried to follow, the puff of its white tail raised in warning, her beacon. In and out of firs and buckeyes, it twisted and turned. Callie concentrated to keep up. A hand snatched at her from behind and tried to grab at Callie, but only caught the hem of her nightgown. Looking over her shoulder, she could see that it was Petra who waved happily after her. Another hand clamped briefly on her arm, and her mother smiled up at her. Callie's flight slowed, but did not stop, and she momentarily spied her mother's hurt, confused look as she flew onward. Then the wood was filled with people who were familiar to her, grabbing at her in a friendly way, like children chasing bubbles. There was Mrs. White, the school nurse, and her kindergarten teacher, and Mrs. Vega, her first-grade teacher, whom she loved dearly. Mr. Wilson, the school counselor, held her open journal, pointing at something in it, but she couldn't see what it was. What was he pointing at? She so badly wanted to know. She tried to will her body to fly down toward Mr. Wilson and look at that journal, but she couldn't. She kept soaring onward. There was Mrs. Norland, Deputy Sheriff Lewis, Mr. and Mrs. Gregory, Jake Moon, Lena Hill the librarian, all there reaching out for her. She peered through the throng of people searching for Ben, but she couldn't find him. Now there were people grasping at her that she didn't know, and this was frightening to Callie. She tried to kick her feet and swim upward with her arms through the air. Onward she flew, following her doe. Soon she came to a beautiful clearing. Trees circled the small green meadow. A small pond was nestled in the center, and the fawn stopped for a drink. She was so thirsty, but could not pull herself down to the bank. Suddenly Ben was there. Big, strong, kind Ben. He called to her. She tried to tell him that she was thirsty, so thirsty, but no words came. He seemed to know, though. Ben always seemed to know, and he dipped his hands into the water and pulled them out, cupped full of water. Still, Callie couldn't bring her body down to him, but he tossed the water up at her and she caught a drop on her tongue. It was cold and sweet. Callie reached out for her brother, but it was as if she was filled with helium, and she kept rising, higher and higher above the treetops. Ben quickly began disappearing, his red hair a small flag below her. She continued to travel upward. The temperature rose as she rose, until she crashed into the sun. Callie awakened with a start, momentarily disoriented. She sat up and tried to wet her cracked lips, but her tongue was thick and heavy and held no moisture. Her dream had fled from her mind as she blinked herself awake, but was left with the comforting feeling that Ben was nearby. She stood slowly, her muscles tight, her feet sore. Downward, she decided, toward the water, and she began her slow descent down the bluff toward where she thought the creek might lay. As she walked gingerly along the path, avoiding broken twigs and jagged rocks, Callie recalled snatches of her dream and the image of the school counselor, Mr. Wilson, holding her journal, pointing at something inside of it. At their first meeting, Mr. Wilson, a tall, thin man with bone-white hair and a long nose, invited her to sit next to him at the circular table in the guidance office. In front of them lay a black journal made with a rough, raspy paper with little natural fibers poking out. The book was held together with white silky ribbon. Callie thought it was a beautiful book and longed to flip through the pages to see what was inside. Next to the journal lay a brand-new box of colored chalk, not the thick variety that came in only 4 colors and was used for drawing on the sidewalk, but a real artist's set with wonderful, bright, rich colors. Her fingers itched to open the package.
"Did you know, Callie," began Mr. Wilson, "that some of the best conversations people have are not with the spoken word?"
He waited, as if expecting Callie to answer. Immediately, Callie became guarded. Last year's counselor, Mrs. Heroux, a mousy woman who only wore baggy clothes in shades of gray and tan, would wait for Callie to answer, as well. She never did, though. "Callie, I'm not going to get you to try and talk," Mr. Wilson said, as if reading her mind. He rubbed his long nose with one extended fingertip and looked at her straight in the eye. Mrs. Heroux never even seemed to look at Callie's face, always talked to her while jotting notes down in a notebook. Mr. Wilson's straightforward manner unsettled Callie a bit. "I do want to get to know you, though," he continued. "That's my job, to try and get to know the students and help them, if I can." "Oh, don't look so suspicious, Callie," Mr. Wilson chuckled. "Talking is overrated. Blah, blah, blah. I listen to people talking all day. Then I go home and listen to my wife talking, and my kids talking, and my dog talking." He slid his eyes toward Callie, who wrinkled her nose and smiled at the image of Mr. Wilson listening to a black lab or German shepherd sitting at the kitchen table, talking about its day. "Okay. So my dog doesn't talk, but everyone else does. So this quiet will be good for me. I thought," he said, stretching his lean legs under the table, "that we could have this journal here and write to each other. Kind of like pen pals, but without envelopes or stamps. Our conversations could be right in here." He tapped the journal with one finger. "What do you think, Callie? Don't answer that. Think about it. Decorate the cover, whatever. I'm just gonna sit over here at my desk and work and enjoy the quiet." Mr. Wilson smiled encouragingly, stood, and went to his old oak desk in the corner of the office. He settled his long frame into a chair and tucked his legs underneath the steel-framed chair, bent his slender neck over the contents of a file folder and began to read. Callie regarded the book in front of her. She loved to draw pictures and write stories. She could write lots of words, even though she was only in the 1st grade. She wrote stories about horses and fairies and cities under the ocean. She never had a pen pal, never even wrote to her father while he was away. That had never occurred to her. She couldn't imagine that anyone would be interested in what she wrote. Everyone wanted to hear what she had to say, as if the words she said would somehow drip jewels. She flipped open the journal. Its creamy, unlined pages were oddly welcoming. The pages contained the same flecks of fibers that were in the cover, each page uniquely flawed. She softly closed the book, and her attention shifted to the chalk in front of her. Selecting a purple that held the same shimmer as the dragonflies down at Willow Creek, she held it in her fingers, admiring it. In the lower right-hand corner, she slowly printed her name with great care. Callie. She glanced up at Mr. Wilson, who was still engrossed in his paperwork. Callie carefully replaced the purple chalk back into the box and wiped the excess dust from her fingers onto her jeans, leaving iridescent streaks. She pushed her chair back from the table, stood, picked up the journal, and carried it over to Mr. Wilson. She held it out to him. "Just set it over there, Callie," he said, indicating the round table. "We'll meet again on Thursday. Have a good day." Callie paused. Was that all? "No, you need to speak now, Callie. You're worrying your mother needlessly. Stop this nonsense. There is nothing wrong with you. Just have a good day." Callie turned away from Mr. Wilson and gently laid the book on the table, gave a small breath of relief, and walked out the door. Callie spent 2 half-hour sessions a week with Mr. Wilson, writing and drawing pictures in her journal. Often he would draw a picture or write back to her, only if she asked him to in writing. Her favorite pictures and writings were about his dog, named Bart. He told tales of Bart being able to open doors with his paws, and the time when he was begging at the dining room table and actually said the word hamburger in his little dog voice. Sometimes Callie would have to point at a word for Mr. Wilson to read to her, but most often she could read what he wrote on her own. She looked forward to the beginning of 2nd grade and her meetings with Mr. Wilson. She felt safe in his quiet little room with her chalk, a sharpened pencil, and her journal. Mr. Wilson had said he would keep the journal over the summer and that it would be waiting for her when school began again. She had written to him during their second-to-last meeting of her 1st grade year, asking him what they were going to do when the journal was filled up. He'd replied, "Well, get a new one, of course." She had smiled at that. Callie wondered what Mr. Wilson had been pointing at in her dream. Which page in the journal was he trying to show to her? She didn't know. They had written so much in it, none of it particularly important, not to an adult anyway, except Mr. Wilson had a way of making you feel as if everything you wrote and did was important. A ground squirrel skittered by and startled Callie. She listened for the gurgle of the creek, but heard nothing but the cicada's steady thrumming. Downward, she told herself. Downward is where the creek will be, with cold water and silver fish. Maybe she'd see a frog and shimmering purple dragonflies that sparkled as they skimmed the water. Downward.
Deputy Sheriff Lewis. Fitzgerald and I have gone our separate ways for the moment. Fitzgerald is focusing on getting a search dog over here, and on trying to trace the whereabouts of Griff from the GPS in his cell phone. I'll be meeting with the other deputies to give and receive updates on our progress in finding Callie and Petra. Our sheriff, Harold Motts, is getting on in years, and has taken a mostly hands-off approach to his job in the past year. He's passed as many of his duties that he could over to me. There has even been talk that I should run for sheriff in the next election. Most of the staff have been accepting, though grudgingly, of my leadership role. But one. Deputy Logan Roper has tried to make my job as deputy sheriff hell. I figure it had to do more with Roper being a close pal of Griff Clark, more than any genuine dislike that he has for me. But who knows? We've come to a mutual understanding. We show professional respect toward one another, and communicate when we need to, but that's all. It's too bad, actually. But as long as our tension doesn't interfere with the job, I can live with it. Griff and Logan were 5 years ahead of Tony and me in high school. I never really knew much about them, just that they were wild and could be mean. I'm not sure how Griff and Tony were first introduced, but I suspect it was through her job as a clerk at the Gas and Go, a convenience store on Highway 10. Tony worked there on weekends and after school. I told her I didn't like her working in a gas station so late at night, and so close to the highway. Anyone could take off with her, and would be well on his way without anyone knowing. Tony would just laugh and call me cop boy. I hated that. By April of our senior year of high school, Tony wasn't talking to me and was dating Griff, apparently hopelessly in love with him. I thought she was trying to make me jealous, and it worked. But I wouldn't give her the satisfaction of letting her know that. I didn't think, however, that a year later she would be married to him. November of our senior year was when Tony and I really started talking about our future together, and what we wanted. We had spent a chilly early winter morning walking through the woods. She wore an old brown barn coat that belonged to one of her brothers, and a multicolored hat knit by her mother, who had died earlier that fall. She had cropped her hair short, and it made her face seem even younger than her 17 years. She had lost weight since her mother passed, and she looked breakable. I was excited. She knew I wanted to go to college. Tony said she was supportive of that, but I could tell she wasn't, really. I couldn't afford the tuition at St. Julianus, so a state college was my only option. The problem was that the University of Iowa was over 100 miles away from Willow Creek. I had already filled out my application and had been accepted. I would leave the following August. As I told Tony, she wouldn't even look at me. She sat on the edge of the fallen tree we called Lone Tree Bridge, because it fell across a portion of Willow Creek. Her normally unguarded face went stony, as I described to her that the college wasn't really all that far away, and that I'd come to see her on holidays and on weekends. I went on to say there was nothing stopping her from coming with me. She could enroll in classes or get a job. We could still be together. "Everybody leaves me," she whispered, tucking her arms into the pockets of her coat. She meant her mother dying and her brothers moving away. It was just her and her dad in their house. And according to Tony, her dad was thinking of moving to Phoenix to be with Tim, his oldest son. "I'm not leaving. Not for good," I told her. But she shook her head. "You won't come back. You'll go to college with all these important people and important ideas. You'll outgrow this place," she said matter-of-factly. "No," I insisted. "I will never outgrow you. All I've ever wanted was to live in a yellow house," she said softly before she walked away, leaving me standing alone among the naked trees. I could hear crispy leaves crunching under her feet long after I couldn't see her anymore. We tried to carry on as we always had for the next month or so, but something had changed. She would shrink from my touch, as if the feel of my hands on her hurt her somehow. She would become uncharacteristically quiet when I talked about college, and a shadow came across her face whenever I tried to make love to her. I hadn't even left yet, but she was already gone. She broke up with me at the beginning of December, and from then on, it was as if I didn't exist. She didn't take my phone calls, didn't answer the door when I came over, walked right past me in the hallways at school. I finally cornered her in Willow Creek Woods. She was walking slowly, her head down, her eyes on the trail before her. It was snowing, the flakes impossibly big. I briefly considered scooping up a snowball and pelting her in the back with it. I was pretty pissed at her, but I didn't. There was something about her walking there alone that made her seem as naked and vulnerable as the giant leafless trees. "Toni," I called softly to her, trying not to startle her. She whipped around, clutching her chest. On seeing me, she dropped her hands, fists tight, as if preparing for a fight. "Hey," I said. She didn't respond. "Can we talk?" I asked. "There's really nothing to talk about," she said, her voice as cold as the air around us. "Do you really want to do this?" I asked. "Do what?" She asked as if she didn't know what I was talking about. "This!" My voice echoed through the trees. She took one step toward me and then stopped, as if coming any closer to me might make her change her mind. "Lou," she said firmly, "for months I watched my mother die." "I know," I said. "I was there, remember?" "No, you weren't there. Not really. For months I watched my mother dying. There was nothing that I could do to make her better, to make her live. Now I'm losing my dad. In a completely different way, but the minute I graduate, he's out of here. Out of Willow Creek forever. He can't stand the thought of living here without my mother. I don't want to end up like that, ever." She looked at me fiercely. "It's not the same," I pleaded with her. "It's exactly the same," she shot back. "You're going to leave, and that's fine, whatever. But I'm not going to spend the rest of my life waiting for you. I spent way too much time on you as it is." "What's that supposed to mean?" I asked angrily. "That I was just a waste of time?" "It just means that I'm not going to invest one more minute in someone who isn't going to stick around, who doesn't love me enough to stay. Just leave me alone." She turned away from me and moved noiselessly through the woods. I shouldn't have done it, but I did. At that moment, I hated her. I bent down and scraped up a handful of wet snow, forming a perfect white ball. I didn't throw it hard, but at the last second she turned to say something else to me, and the snowball pelted her right in the face. She stood stone still for a fraction of a second, and then turned and ran. I tried to follow her, to apologize, but she knew the woods better than anyone. Plus, she was faster than I was. I never caught up to her, never said I was sorry, never found out what she was going to say to me before the snowball hit. In the end, she outgrew me, or maybe I outgrew her, I guess. I knew I was starting to look like a fool. Everyone knew I loved Antonia, and that she wanted nothing to do with me anymore. She married Griff that next year, while I was away at school, and had been soon after. I learned about Toni the way strangers learned about her, through newspaper clippings and idle gossip. We had become strangers, she and I. I met Christine 4 years later, and we married. She reminded me nothing of Toni, and I didn't mean to hold that against her, but I guess I did. I'm surprised, actually, that Christine was this patient with me. especially after I brought her here to Willow Creek to live and raise a family. She never quite settled in, always felt out of place, unwelcome. It's not her fault that the people of Willow Creek are intertwined by a common history and by blood. Maybe she doesn't fit in because she doesn't want to. Or maybe because I don't want her to. I don't know. But I don't have time to waste on this. I have to focus on the matters at hand. As soon as I walk into the station, Officer Tucci is there waiting for me. "We got some info on some of the names you wanted, Brun," he tells me. "There's not much. Mariah Burton, the babysitter, is completely clean. Chad Wagner, one of the students, was arrested when he was in high school for underage drinking. Got a hold of him, and he's home visiting his mom and dad in Winter. Nothing's come up on this Lucky Thompson, but we can't contact him. He isn't at home, or he isn't answering his phone. The men from the furniture store are accounted for and are being interviewed. We're also checking on all the teachers at the girls' school. Callie spent a lot of time with a school counselor, a Charles Wilson. We haven't been able to contact him either. Only other red flag was on Sam Garfield. He teaches at St. Julianus. Been here for about 3 years. Before that, he was at another college in Ohio. Left under a cloud. Had an affair with a student. Oh, and Antonia Clark called about 20 minutes ago, Tucci says. She says she's found footprints that look like Callie's. And a man's footprints, too. She was very upset, crying and carrying on. Couldn't make much sense of her after that. What did you tell her, I ask. Told her I would let you know as soon as I could. She said she wanted to talk to you. Had to talk to you. I tried to explain to her that you weren't available at a second's notice. Tucci sounds irritated. That you're a busy man. Well, who's over there now, I ask, already heading back out the door. Logan Roper, he says. Great, I mutter under my breath. Well, he was there and available, Tucci blusters, sounding confused. Shouldn't he be the one? That's fine, I say regretfully. I just want to be made aware of any developments in this case. Call me no matter what, from here on out. Do you think it's like that McIntyre girl? He asks. I don't know. But that outcome is the one we want to avoid. I pause at the double doors. Is there anything else I need to know before I head on back to the Clark place? Actually, yes. Channel 4 has been calling all morning asking about the missing girls. They want a statement. And Mrs. McIntyre called twice. She wants you to call her back. Wants to know if she can be any help to the families of the missing girls. Says she's driving over this afternoon. Dear Lord, I mumble. Get me Fitzgerald. We need to get an official statement written up for the press. When was the last time you spoke with Mrs. McIntyre? About 40 minutes ago, I guess. She should be here any time now. I retreat to my desk. I'd have to see about Tony later. For now, I had to trust my department, especially Roper, to do what they were trained to do. I quickly jot down a rough copy of a statement that could hopefully satisfy the press. And my phone rings. Deputy Sheriff Lewis speaking, I say. Yeah, Lewis, Fitzgerald begins. I just got word about the footprints at the Clark house. The State Crime Lab should be pulling up there momentarily. Who do you got over there? Officer by the name of Logan Roper. Should be fine, except... I hesitate. Go ahead, say it. Something's bothering you, Fitzgerald prods. He's a decent cop, but he's also great pals with Griff Clark. Conflict of interest, maybe, I say, like I was one to talk. But I didn't trust Griff, and I didn't quite trust his buddies either. I see what you mean, says Fitzgerald. Pair him up with someone you completely trust. How about you? Well, I begin, there could be a bit of a problem with that as well. Better to get it all out now, Tony and my history together. Shouldn't matter, but it does. I settle in to tell Fitzgerald all about it when I hear a soft clearing of the throat. And at my desk I see the tired, sad face of Mrs. McIntyre. "Hey," I say to Fitzgerald. "Let me call you back." We disconnect, and I face the woman I had hoped not to see again, until we had the man who destroyed her life and lives of her family members. The woman whose battered, abused daughter was found dead in a woody area 10 miles from her home, on the other side of the county. The woman who I had to help pick up off the floor of the morgue, after she identified the body as her Jenna's, and the woman who cursed me last time she talked to me, for having to bury her daughter without knowing who had done this to her. "I want to help," she says simply. I offer her a chair and try to figure out the best way to tell her that the last thing the Gregory and Clark families want is any sort of reminder that their daughters could be dead.
Martin. I can't sit around and wait. I tell Fielda's mother that I'm going to check on the investigation, and I drive back toward my home. I park on the shoulder of Timber Ridge Road. Something is going on at the Clark house, a flurry of activity. Several police cars drive past and turn down the Clark's lane. My heart quickens, and for a moment I think that I'm having a heart attack, but I don't collapse, though I feel a heart attack would be preferable to what is going through my mind right now. The sun is bearing down more ferociously now, if that is possible. The car thermometer reads 99 degrees, and that doesn't even include the heat index. I step from my car and make my way toward the Clark house. The woods and this quiet, uneventful neighborhood were what brought Fielda and me to our home. We like the fact that, while we have neighbors, there are only 4 close by. The Olson and Connolly families live to our right, and the Clarks and old Mrs. Norland are on the left. 100 yards separate each of our homes, so we're close enough to call each other neighbor, but far enough away for privacy's sake. We never let Petra visit the Clark house when Griff was home, from wherever he works, the Alaska Pipeline, I believe. We don't tell Petra that Griff is the reason she cannot go over there at times. We simply say that Callie has so little time with her father that we must not disturb their family time. Petra accepts this good-naturedly, and I don't believe she knows of Griff's illness. Callie certainly never speaks of it. On the other side of Timber Ridge is another line of trees, not the forest that lies behind our homes, but a high bluff that separates us from the rest of Willow Creek. Many miles down Timber Ridge, a few other homes are situated in much the same manner, neighbors here and there with backyards fading into the forest. My feet crunch on the grass, burned yellow from the sun and lack of rain. From a distance, I see some officers speaking with Antonia in her front yard. She is pointing and gesturing, but I cannot see her face. I see a van speed past and turn down the Clark's drive. It's a television van. I can't quite make out the call letters, and they're obviously in a great hurry. Again, my heart flutters, and I quicken my step. I decide to cut through the back of our yards to hopefully avoid any reporters or cameras. Antonia, too, sees the media van and hurries into her home while the officers stride toward the vehicle, arms waving, ordering the driver to stop. I run a football field's length to the Clark's back door, and a police officer stops me short. I'm covered with sweat, and I bend over to try and catch my breath. Why so many police officers, I wonder? "Sir," the officer addresses me, "you're not supposed to be here. This is a crime scene." "I'm Martin Gregory," I explain, as another police officer steps past me and begins unwinding yellow crime scene tape and attaching one end to a concrete bird bath settled among Antonia's garden. "What's going on?" I ask. "Martin Gregory?" the officer asks. Petra Gregory's father, I say, impatiently. Yes, sir, I'm sorry. Please step toward the front of the house. What's going on? I repeat. Did you find something? I think I should let Agent Fitzgerald speak with you, he says over his shoulder as he walks into the house. Please, stay here. I ignore his direction and follow him into the house. Antonia, I call out. She's sitting on her couch, her face in her hands. Antonia, what's going on? Did something happen? Did you find something out? My voice is trembling. Footprints, Antonia says, shaking. We think we found Callie's footprints, and a man's. What about Petra? Did you find some footprints that may be hers? I ask. Agent Fitzgerald speaks up. I hadn't even seen him in the corner of the room, speaking with another man who could have been a policeman, but was dressed in everyday clothes. Mr. Gregory, I'm glad you're here. He reaches out his hand to shake mine, and I wipe my sweaty palm on my slacks before I accept his. What is going on? I ask, yet again. No one is really listening to me. Please, come sit down, Agent Fitzgerald says, as if this is his own living room. I sit. Mr. Gregory, Mrs. Clark has noticed a child's footprints, along with an adult male's shoe prints. They could have been there for quite some time. As you know, it hasn't rained for a few weeks. We're concerned because it appears from the impressions in the dirt that there was a struggle between the adult and the child. We're investigating this. We will also be checking more thoroughly around your home as well. At this point, however, there appears to be only one set of child's footprints. Agent Fitzgerald pauses, letting this information soak into me, then continues. We've called in a crime scene unit from Des Moines. They'll be here shortly. The crime lab will be doing a thorough search of this yard and of your yard as well to see if any other footprints or evidence can be found. The media has arrived, Fitzgerald announces. This is a good thing for you and Mrs. Clark, although it makes things somewhat more difficult for us, logistically. We don't want anyone getting in the way of us doing our job. I need to go tell Fielda what is going on. What should I say to her? I ask. Tell her the truth. You can't hide anything from her during this. You two need to stick together and be strong. But I have to insist that you stay away from your home. To Antonia, he says, Mrs. Clark, we need you to also stay away from your home. This is now a crime scene. Do you have anyone with whom you can stay? Tony looks dazed. I suppose Mrs. Norland's house, over there. She motions weakly toward our neighbor's home. Good. If the reporters ask you questions, tell them you'll be speaking with them in about... Fitzgerald checks his watch. 1 hour. Will that give you enough time to gather your thoughts and speak with Mrs. Gregory? I nod, though, in fact, I have no idea if I will be ready or not. You and Mrs. Gregory and Mrs. Clark will speak first. Then I will give the press a brief overview of the status of the investigation and answer any questions that may be asked, okay? I nod again and stand. I'll go and get Fielda, I say, resignedly. All at once there's a commotion outside, a series of shouts, not in anger. The press, perhaps. Agent Fitzgerald moves quickly to the front of the house. Mr. Gregory, you'd better get out here, he instructs. Damn press, he mutters. I rush to his side and see what concerned him so. I see Fielda emerging from her mother's car, walking dazedly down the Clark's lane. A lone reporter and cameraman begin to press in around her, and she looks so confused. Her eyes dart anxiously around for help, and I fly out of the house and run to her side. Are you related to one of the missing girls? The reporter asks. What do you know about the evidence that was found in the backyard? Fielder looks at me desperately. Her flowered sundress is wrinkled, her hair is flattened on one side, disheveled, her mascara is smudged beneath her eyes, and one cheek bears a slight imprint left behind from the bed linens. We have reports that the mother of Jenna McIntyre is in town. Have you met with Mary Ellen McIntyre? Has she given you any advice on how to handle this? The reporter, a serious woman in a red suit, thrusts a Channel 4 microphone under her chin. Fielder goes rigid and she gapes up at me. For one horrible moment I think she will faint. Her eyes briefly roll back in her head, but I wrap my arms firmly around her shoulders and hold her close to me. She steadies, and I lead her away from Antonia's house. Antonia follows close behind us. Agent Fitzgerald steps forward and introduces himself to the reporter. Fielder takes several deep breaths. "I'm fine, Martin. Tell me what's going on. I can handle this." I must look doubtful because she gives me a steely glare. "Martin, I'm fine. I promise. I need to be fine if I'm going to be any help to Petra. Tell me what is going on so we can figure out what to do next."
Ben. Callie, remember the time I slept in a tree? The huge climbing tree just past Willow Wallow? I was 9, and so you must have been 4, not talking anymore. I was just so sick of everyone trying to get you to talk. That's all Mom cared about anymore, getting you to say something, anything. She'd sit you at the kitchen table and say things like, "Do you want some ice cream, Callie?" You'd nod your head. I mean, what kid wouldn't want ice cream at 9:30 on a Tuesday morning? "Say please, Callie," Mom would tell you, "and you can have some yummy ice cream." She'd talk in this high, annoying voice like she was talking to a baby, trying to feed it crappy mashed-up sweet potatoes or something. Of course, you never said anything back to her. But Mom would try forever. The ice cream would get all soupy and warm, and she'd still be sitting at the table trying to get you to eat it, when all you really wanted to do was go watch Sesame Street. In the end, you wouldn't say anything, and Mom would give you a fresh bowl of ice cream to eat in front of the TV anyway. So it wasn't much of an incentive if you ask me. After 1 or 2 times of that, even a 4-year-old is smart enough to figure out that if you wait long enough, you'll get the ice cream. One day, I just had enough. I was sick of sitting there watching Mom trying to bribe you into talking, when even I knew it wasn't going to happen. Mom pulled the ice cream out of the fridge and reached up into a cupboard for the sugar cones. Ooh, I thought, she's pulling out the sugar cones, big-time bribes today. Mom started as she usually did. "Do you want some ice cream, Callie?" What do we have here? Tin Roof Sundae, your favorite, Callie." "How do you know?" I asked. I couldn't help it. "What?" Mom asked. She was digging into the ice cream container with the ice cream scoop. "How do you know her favorite is still Tin Roof Sundae?" I asked. And Mom looked at me kind of confused-like. "I just know," she answered. "Look, Callie, sugar cones." "She doesn't like the peanuts in it anymore. She always eats around them," I said. "Ben, go play," Mom said, kind of snotty-like, I thought. "No, this is stupid," I said loudly, surprising myself. "Ben, go play," Mom said again, like she meant business. "No, Callie can't talk. She can't do it. No matter how much ice cream you give her, or candy, or pop, she isn't going to say anything. She can't talk," I shouted. "You be quiet, Ben," Mom said real soft. "No," I said, looking her in the eye, just daring her to make me. "You want to know why she can't talk? I'd go talk to Dad." I remember looking around me to see if maybe he could hear, even though I knew he was traveling. "Ben, stop it," Mom shouted back, her chin trembling. "No!" I grabbed the ice cream scoop out of her hand and walked to the back door, opened it, and flung it out into the yard. I don't know why. It just seemed like the right thing to do at the time. The whole time, Callie, you just sat there, with your big eyes, all scared. Then, when the yelling started, you put your hands over your ears and closed your eyes. For a minute, I thought Mom was going to hit me. She had that same look in her eyes that Dad gets. I yelled, "Go ahead, hit me. You're turning into Dad anyway, a big bully trying to make people do what you want them to do no matter what." I ran and ran and ran. Kind of like what I did today. Not so brave, huh? I spent the night in that old tree down by Willow Wallow. You and Mom came looking for me, and I sat on my branch all quiet, looking down at you two, thinking that you didn't see me. But I caught you looking up at me. You gave me a little wave, and I waved back. Mom must have figured out where I was because later on, she came back with a paper sack full of sandwiches and some pop. She set it at the bottom of the tree and said to you, "I'll set this here for Ben, Callie, so if he gets hungry, he'll have a little something to eat." I spent all day and night in that tree. I came down only to grab the bag of food and to go pee. You and Mom came back to check on me a bunch of times that day, and I was just sure Mom was going to try and make me come down. But she didn't. She just lay an old pillow and blanket down on the ground under the tree. I slept in that old tree and climbed down the next morning all stiff and sore. But I did it. Mom didn't get mad like I thought she would. She didn't say a word about the whole thing. She stopped trying to bribe you into talking with ice cream, though. She never did that again. Oh, we had ice cream. But it was never Tin Roof Sundae. And it never came with a "Say please, Callie." Callie, if we get you home safe today, I'll buy you the biggest ice cream sundae without nuts that I can buy with my paper route money.
Callie. Callie walked slowly down the trail. It opened up to a golden meadow on either side. Dainty Queen Anne's lace waved at her. She had never been this far before, but the open sky made her feel safer. There were fewer shadows and hidden figures behind trees. Orange tiger lilies framed the trail, as did wilting purple coneflowers. Petra always called them purple daisies and would pick one from a ditch in front of her home and tuck it behind her ear, and then gather armfuls of flowers. She'd plan intricate weddings with dolls and stuffed animals. Once, when one of her father's students, a man named Lucky, stopped by the house this summer with his dog Sergeant, Petra and Callie had hurriedly designed invitations for the wedding. Please join us to celebrate wedded bliss between G. Willikers Gregory and Sergeant Thompson this afternoon in the backyard. G. Willikers was Callie's stuffed Yorkshire Terrier. Callie slipped black-eyed Susans into Sergeant's red collar and had woven crisp white daisies into chains for G. Willikers, Callie, and Petra to wear as crowns. Petra presided over the ceremony, and Callie was the flower girl. Lucky, Martin, Fielda, and Antonia were all guests and sat in lawn chairs in the backyard. Ben wanted nothing to do with all that business. Petra hummed the wedding march as Callie walked Sergeant and G. Willikers down the makeshift aisle, an old lace table runner. Lucky pretended to cry with happiness, wrapped his arm around Petra, drawing her close to him, declaring the wedding just beautiful. Antonia took pictures, and Petra's mother served lemon sherbet ice cream and Kool-Aid. She remembered playing tag with Lucky and Petra, remembered trying to climb the oak in Petra's backyard. Lucky boosting her up from below and then climbing up himself. They had tossed acorns down, watching Sergeant chase after them. With Lucky's arm steadying her, she felt no fear of falling. It was such a happy day. Callie remembered throwing her arms around Sergeant, his bushy reddish-brown fur heated by the sun. It came out in shaggy tufts and stuck to Callie's fingers and face, sticky with ice cream. Now, sitting among the wild grasses, Callie wove a chain of purple coneflowers into a wreath and set it on her head. Then she began to make another crown for Petra. Petra. She missed Petra. After Petra and Callie had become friends, Petra became her official spokesperson at school. From that day forward, Petra was Callie's voice, her verbal communication with the world around her. Mrs. Vega, their first-grade teacher, was very accepting of this and often regarded the girls as one entity. Once, while on a field trip to Madison to visit the zoo, they stopped the school bus at a fast-food restaurant. Mrs. Vega, asking Callie what she would like to eat, looked at Petra to answer. Petra answered with little thought. She wants a hamburger with just mustard, French fries, and a Sprite. Callie loves mustard. Most of the adults that Callie encountered at school were accommodating to her special needs. However, one day when Callie came to school, it was not Mrs. Vega greeting them at the classroom door, but a substitute teacher. She was a large woman, round and doughy, with a great mound of gray curly hair and a stern, wizened face. Her name was Mrs. Hample, and she had none of the good humor or patience that Mrs. Vega had. When Mrs. Hample asked each child his or her name and came to Callie, she did not respond, but just looked shyly down at her desktop. Her name is Callie, Petra piped up. Mrs. Hample looked sharply at Petra. The first hour of school passed uneventfully enough, but after the third time that Petra spoke for Callie, Mrs. Hample erupted.
Petra, do not answer for Callie again. Do you understand? I did not call on you, she ordered in a firm voice. But Callie doesn't, Petra began. But Mrs. Hample interrupted her. You're not listening to me. Now do not speak for Callie again. If she has something that needs to be said, she can tell me herself. Just before recess, Callie timidly approached Mrs. Hample and made the sign for bathroom. Her thumb was pushed up between her first two fingers to form the letter T for toilet, and then she rotated her wrist side to side. What is that supposed to mean? Are you deaf? Callie shook her head no. My goodness, if you need to say something to me, say it, Callie, Mrs. Hample said, exasperatedly. She's shy. She doesn't talk. She has to go. Petra tried to explain, but Mrs. Hample held her hand up to stop her from speaking further. Petra, you may stand against the wall at recess time for not listening to me, she barked. And Callie, if you won't tell me what you need, then you can just sit at your desk until you decide to do so. The rest of you, let's line up to go out to recess. So, while Callie sat in her desk, squeezing her legs together, Petra stood last in line while the first graders filed one at a time out the door to recess. Instead of going outdoors with the others, however, Petra snuck up the steps and down the corridor to Mr. Wilson's office. The counselor was sitting at his desk, speaking on the phone, but when he saw the desperate look on Petra's face, he quickly hung up. Petra, good morning. What's the matter? He asked. It's the substitute teacher, Petra whispered, as if afraid that Mrs. Hample would be able to hear her. She's real mean. I mean, really mean. Mr. Wilson chuckled. I know substitute teachers aren't like your regular teachers, Petra, but you still have to listen to them. I am, but it's Callie. She's being really mean to Callie. She won't let her go to the bathroom. What do you mean? Mr. Wilson asked. I've been trying to help Callie like I always do by saying stuff for her, but Mrs. Hample won't let me. Callie tried to tell her she had to go to the bathroom, but Mrs. Hample said, if you can't tell me yourself, you can't go, Petra said, in a remarkable likeness of Mrs. Hample. Come on with me, Petra. We'll go figure this out.
Nuh-uh, Petra exclaimed. I'm supposed to be outside standing by the wall for recess. If she knows I told you, I'm going to be in big trouble.
You can go on outside, then, and stand by the wall. I'll go check on Callie and visit with Mrs. Hample. And Petra, you're a good friend. Callie is lucky to have you, Mr. Wilson told her, and Petra smiled her big, toothless grin at him. Mr. Wilson went to the classroom, looked through the window in the door, and saw Callie sitting at her desk, her head bent forward and her long hair shielding her face. He entered the room, stood beside Callie's desk, and watched as big, fat tears plopped down, causing a wet stain to slowly spread across the brown-gray handwriting paper that lay in front of her. "Hey, Callie, ready for our appointment?" Mr. Wilson asked her in a cheerful voice. Callie looked up at him in surprise. They never met on Friday, only on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and in the late afternoons, near to the time that school ended. "I'm sorry I'm late." Mr. Wilson looked concernedly down at his watch. "I was stuck in a meeting. Let's go on up to my office." Callie stood and looked fearfully at Mrs. Hample. "I'll bring her back in about 20 minutes, right before lunch." He addressed his last comments to Mrs. Hample. "She should be in a special classroom. She doesn't talk, you know," she said as if Callie could not hear her. "Or maybe in a behavior disorder class. She's being obstinate, not talking like that. All our students are special here, and Callie is right where she belongs. You won't be needed for the rest of the day, Mrs. Hample. You may sign out at the office. Thank you." When Callie finished using the restroom, he sent her outside to play with her classmates for recess. She and Petra played hopscotch with some other children. Mrs. Hample left and never returned, and Mr. Wilson was their substitute teacher for the rest of the afternoon. When she arrived home from school that day, her backpack held a note for her mother from Mr. Wilson. Callie watched carefully as her mother read the note, her face drooping more and more at each line she read. Finally, she set the letter aside and beckoned Callie to her. "Petra's a nice girl," her mother whispered to her as she gathered her on her lap. Callie nodded and played with the collar on her mother's shirt. "We have to do something nice for her, don't you think?" Again, Callie nodded. "Cookies, you think?" Antonia asked her. Callie slipped off her lap, opened the refrigerator, and began pulling eggs and butter from inside. "You remember what a good friend she's been to you, Callie. Don't ever forget it. Petra will need you to be just as good a friend someday, okay?" Callie and Antonia delivered the cookies, still warm and soft, later that evening to the Gregory house. Petra's mother and father had smiled proudly at their daughter's kind actions on Callie's behalf. Callie and Petra had run off into the porch to sit and eat the chocolatey cookies. Now, in the meadow, her stomach growled in remembrance of those chocolate chip cookies as she wove a crown of flowers for her best friend. Callie felt her nose begin to burn from the harsh sun, and she headed back into the woods and its dim calm.
Antonia. Martin, Fielda, and I huddle together. We sit on Mrs. Norland's sofa trying to decide what to do next. We need to talk to the press, that much is certain. But don't know where to begin. Don't know quite what to say. I mean, how does a parent get up in front of a camera and say to the whole world, "I've lost my child, please help me get her back"? How does one do that? But it needs to be done. I hold in my hand a collection of pictures of Callie. Callie in her first grade picture, a hesitant smile on her face, her two front teeth missing, her hair brushed and curled, staring right into the camera. Callie wearing her yellow bathing suit earlier this summer, her skin slightly pink from the sun, her hair in pigtails. Callie and Petra, just last week, sitting at the kitchen table, arms thrown around each other, heads touching. Let's go, I say, standing. Startled, Martin and Fielda look up at me. We'll figure it out as we go, I assure them. Come on. I hold on to Fielda's hand as we approach the front door, and she holds on to Martin's hand. We make an odd little train as we leave the house. We walk down the long lane to Timber Ridge Road to where the reporter is waiting for us. I shield my eyes from the glare of the sun, and the reporter looks expectantly at us. Quiet greets us for a moment, and the woman in the red suit addresses us. I'm sorry to hear about your daughters. My name is Katie Glass. I'm a reporter for KLRS. Could you answer a few questions for me? My name is Antonia Clark, I begin, and this is Martin and Fielda Gregory. Our daughters, Callie and Petra, are missing. I hold up the photo of Callie and Petra together at the kitchen table. My hand is shaking. Fielda squeezes my hand and says in a quiet voice, "Please, help us find our girls. Please help us find our girls," she repeats. "They're 7 years old. They're best friends. They're good girls. Please, if anyone knows where they are, please tell someone." I look over to Martin. His eyes are closed, and his chin is tucked into his chest. "What time did you report the girls missing?" the reporter asks. Agent Fitzgerald steps forward. Petra Gregory was reported missing at approximately 4:30 this morning. Callie Clark soon after. Both girls are 7 years old. Petra Gregory was last seen wearing short blue pajamas. Callie Clark was last seen wearing a pink nightgown. The girls were last seen in their own homes, in their own beds. "Do you have any suspects?" "We have no suspects. No persons of interest at this time," Agent Fitzgerald explains. "However, we are trying to contact Callie's father, Griff Clark, and his friend Roger Hogan. They left early this morning for a fishing trip, and we need to let these gentlemen know of this situation. Anyone who knows where these two men are should have them contact the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department." "Are the two men suspects?" Katie Glass asks. I gasp, and the Gregorys look at me in surprise. "Griff Clark and Roger Hogan are not suspects in any manner. We just want to let Mr. Clark know that his daughter and Petra Gregory are missing." "Where did they go fishing?" "Somewhere along the Mississippi, over near Julian." "Do you have photos of the two men?" "We do not. They are not suspects. I repeat, they are not suspects, but they need to return to Willow Creek." "Is there any relationship between the missing girls and the Jenna McIntyre case?" the reporter inquires. My stomach flips with dread. I hadn't heard this connection before. "We cannot comment on any connection between the two cases at this point," Fitzgerald says crisply. "Is it true that Mary Ellen McIntyre, Jenna McIntyre's mother, is here in Willow Creek to give assistance to the families?" "I'm not aware of the arrival of Mrs. McIntyre. That's all for now. When we have more information regarding Petra Gregory and Callie Clark, we'll pass that information to you. As for now, the Gregory and Clark families, along with the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department, would appreciate anyone with any information regarding the whereabouts of Petra Gregory and Callie Clark to please contact local authorities." With that, Agent Fitzgerald steps away from the microphones and heads back toward Mrs. Norland's house. We follow behind him. Fielda had dropped my hand at the mention of Griff, though she still holds tightly to Martin's hand. Once we're in the privacy of the Norland home, Fielda turns on me. "What's this about your husband leaving early this morning?" Could he know something about Petra and Callie? Why isn't he here? Hold on. I stop her, holding my hand up. Griff knows nothing about the girls. He and Roger went fishing early this morning. They've been planning it for weeks. I try to keep the anger from my voice, but fail. He had been drinking, Martin says. What? I ask. Griff had been drinking. This morning, there were beer cans everywhere. That doesn't mean anything, I say, shrugging it off. So he had a few beers. So what? I notice Agent Fitzgerald out of the corner of my eye. He's watching us carefully. I've seen him drunk, Martin says. He's not exactly nice when he's been drinking. That's none of your business, I sputter. My daughter is missing, Fielda yells. My daughter is missing, and you think that your husband's drinking has nothing to do with it? Maybe, maybe not. And while we're talking about it, what about your son? Where's he right now? He sure spent a lot of time with the girls. Kind of odd, if you ask me. A teenager hanging out with a bunch of first graders? How dare you? I shout. Ben would never hurt the girls. Never. How dare you? You come in here pointing fingers. How do we know that you two didn't have something to do with this? Us? Fielda screeches. Us? My God! You're the one with the drunken husband and the daughter who never speaks. And why is that, do you think? Why doesn't Callie talk? Seems to me that something really odd must be going on in your house if a perfectly healthy little girl doesn't talk. Get out, I say softly now. Just go. Agent Fitzgerald steps between us. We need to work together on this. There's no reason that you should be pointing fingers at each other. No reason. Let us do our work here. I'm sorry. I turn to Fielda and say weakly after a moment's silence. I know you would never do anything to hurt the girls. I'm just worried. I'm sorry, too, Fielda says. And I know Ben would never hurt them. I'm so sorry. We'll talk soon. Fielda pats my arm, and they leave. I noticed that she hadn't said that she knew Griff wouldn't have hurt the girls either. Griff hasn't always been the way he is now. Not at first, anyway. He always drank a lot. I knew that back when I was first dating him. I just thought it was his age, just being wild, having fun. It was exciting to be around him. I was thrilled that someone older than me would be interested in 17-year-old me. And he was sweet, and wanted to be with me. I was so lonely at that time. My mother had died, my brothers had left, and my dad was moping around the house, missing my mother, missing my brothers. That winter of my senior year, Griff sauntered into the Gas and Go, the convenience store where I worked. He smiled at me, went back to the beer display, grabbed a case, a bag of Fritos, and a ding-dong, and set them all in front of me on the counter. "Great supper, huh?" he asked. "Very nutritious," I observed as I rang up the items. "I'll need to see an ID for the beer." "Why? Don't I look 22? Griff asked, grinning. "Didn't say that. I just have to check everyone's, even if they look 80, I grinned back. "You saying I look 80? "That's what a diet of beer, Fritos, and ding-dongs will do to you," I replied, trying not to laugh. God, I was so dumb. "How old are you?" 12, Griff shot back. "Funny. No, I'm almost 18, I said, straightening my shoulders, trying to appear taller, older, Huh. I would have thought maybe... He peered at me closely. 13. 14 maybe on a good day. Ha, ha, I deadpanned. I felt my face redden and hoped that I wasn't sweating too much. I'm Griff Clark, by the way, he said, as he pulled his driver's license from his wallet and laid it in front of me. I'm Antonia Stradensky, I said, using my full name, hoping at least to sound older. Griff was looking at my name tag. Then who the hell's Tony? He asked. Where'd you put her? I'm Tony, I said, flustered. I mean, you know that. Tony's short for Antonia. Mortified, I laid his change in his outstretched palm. See you later, Antonia. Griff flashed a huge smile at me. And let that Tony girl out of the cooler before you go home. Yeah, I said. I'll do that. Griff stopped by nearly every time I was working after that. When he didn't, I worried, wondered if he wasn't really interested in me. Then he'd walk in, his red hair a beacon, and my stomach would swoop, and I'd smile for the rest of the night. One night in April, he finally asked me out, sort of. I was just closing up the store at midnight. It was a beautiful early spring night, and Griff was waiting out in the small parking lot as I locked the doors. Young girl like you shouldn't be working out here all alone this late at night. It ain't safe. Well, good thing you're here then, I replied. Good thing. Hey, want to go for a drive? I hesitated. I better not. My dad will be waiting up for me. This was not true. I don't think my father had stayed up past 9 since my mother died. How about a short walk, then? We walked. It wasn't a short walk, though. We walked for 2 hours, winding ourselves around the streets of the town at least 3 times, and found ourselves up at St. Julianus College, among the old Gothic-looking buildings. What do you do? I asked. I do lots of things. Griff laughed. I eat. I sleep. I go for walks. I mean, for a job. What do you do? Right now I'm working over in Lindale for my uncle. Farm stuff. But I'm working on getting a job, working for the pipeline over in Alaska. Oh. A pebble of dread dropped into my stomach. You're moving away? Maybe. Never was much to stay around for before. Before what? Before this kid started hanging around me. I'm not a kid. Oh, yeah? Prove it. And I did. There behind the field house. Afterward, Griff was quiet, the first of his silent rages I would have to endure. What? I asked. What's wrong? Who was he? What? Who? I asked, thoroughly confused. Who'd you date before me? He said date as if it was a curse word. No one. I mean, someone, but it was nothing. He wrapped his fingers in my hair and held tightly, but didn't pull. It didn't hurt. Stay away from him. Don't talk to him no more. I won't. I mean, we don't talk anymore. Good. He relaxed and smiled at me. He walked me back to my car, kissed me goodnight, and sent me on my way. We saw each other every day after that, and were married that next fall. I don't regret my marriage. I have, after all, 2 amazing children. I do wonder often, however, what would have happened if I hadn't married Griff. Would I have married someone else? Lewis, maybe? Would I still live in Willow Creek, or would I live by the ocean in a yellow house? But I don't wish what I have away.
Deputy Sheriff Lewis. Mary Ellen McIntyre is about the saddest woman I've ever seen. Deep grooves are etched into her cheeks, and it's hard to meet her puffy, weary eyes. The hurt just bores into you. I welcome her into my little domain. I wish that Fitzgerald was here, but he's not. So I offer Mrs. McIntyre a seat. The whole Jenna McIntyre affair was a complete and total tragedy. All around, every which way. Beautiful 10-year-old girl goes missing from her house in the middle of the night. No one knows why. She'd never left before. Jenna loved to play with dolls. Had a whole collection of those American Girl dolls. I saw her room. Dolls everywhere, dressed in these little outfits. No sign of a break-in, no struggle. Just a little girl gone. The dad swore that he had locked the back door the night before, but it was found unlocked the next morning. Always, the parents are the first suspects, it seems. Even when every indication is that it's not so. Most missing child cases are perpetrated by a family member, or someone known to the child. The most humiliating thing is for parents to know they are persons of interest, when in fact they would die. They would open their wrists, bleed slowly and painfully, do anything to bring their child home safely. Jenna McIntyre was found 6 days later, in a wooded area 10 miles from her home. There was plenty of evidence collected. Each horrible, unspeakable act on Jenna was chronicled, but still no resolution. We don't know who did this. Why? Yeah, some sick son of a bitch. Not even sick. Evil is a better word. So now, sitting before me is Mary Ellen McIntyre, daughterless. If the gossip is accurate, she and her husband are separated. She has an older boy, 14, I think. I ask after him. Jacob is doing fine, I guess, she says. You know teenage boys, though. Always somewhere to be, something to do. I'll be happy when school starts, then at least I'll know where he's at. I hear voices and the shuffle of many feet near the front door, and I crane my neck to see what's going on. I see 2 reservists escorting a dazed, disheveled-looking man into the building. Excuse me, Mrs. McIntyre, I say, standing. The man being brought in is tall and thin. He towers over the other officers, but looks fragile, like a brittle stick. His hair is white, and he looks as if he might cry. Mary Ellen McIntyre is staring at me, a look of impatience spreading across her face. She is tired of being put off, tired of having to fight for her dead daughter. I pull my eyes away from the man, sit down, and return my attention to Mary Ellen. What brings you here to Willow Creek, Mrs. McIntyre? I heard, she begins. I heard about the missing girls, and I thought maybe I could, help. Carefully weighing my next words, I say, do you think that it's a good idea to be part of this kind of situation so soon? Mrs. McIntyre swallows hard. I think this is just where I need to be right now. I know how they feel, the families. I know what they are going through. There is really no proof, that Petra's and Callie's disappearance has anything to do with Jenna's. I know that, she says shortly. I'm not here to ask about Jenna's case. I could do that by phone, and will keep on doing. I just keep thinking of those poor mothers, not knowing where their daughters are. It's a horrible, horrible feeling. The girls could just be off playing, I say, though I feel certain that it's not true. They could come strolling home at any moment. You know that, don't you? We are still very much in the initial stages of this investigation. I know, she says tiredly. Please, just tell them I'm available if they would like me to sit with them, pass out flyers, call people, anything. Please, will you tell them? I will. I promise. Can I get you something? Coffee? She shakes her head no. I have my cell phone. Do you still have my number? Yes. I'll call you either way, Mrs. McIntyre. She stands and holds her hand out to me. This is her first offering to me since the whole bad business with Jenna. I take it and shake it, gratefully, and pray that these two cases are not related in any way.
Callie. Callie pounded up the narrow, steep trail. The path was covered with jagged rocks like makeshift stairs, her damaged feet numb with pain. She wanted to go off the trail, but forced herself not to. It would be too easy to get hopelessly lost if she were to veer away. What had caused her to retreat upward again? She wasn't sure. She had been strolling, almost in a carefree manner, down the trail when she heard it. Just a rustle, really. Just a murmur of movement. But it caused her to pause. Below her, just off the path, she saw the silhouette, an indeterminate figure. Too tall for an animal, maybe too tall for a human. Or could it just be the lengthening of late-afternoon shadows? A spasm of fear thumped in her chest. She didn't wait to find out, but tore back the way she had come. Up, up. But instead of taking the trail that meandered off to the right, she chose the left, a scrubby, overgrown path. She didn't dare look over her shoulder, frightened of what she might see. She clambered upward, using her hands to pull her up the steep track, dirt and small bits of rock wedged under her ragged nails. She figured she was almost to the top of the bluff. She pushed away the low-hanging branches that whipped her face, leaving thin, raised welts. Dusk was nearing, and the terror of being in the forest at night kept her moving. She could only hear the sound of her breathing, harsh and gasping, and she prayed that he could not hear her as well. Her step slowed as the trail leveled out, and she doubled over, hands on her knees, trying to gulp in the cooled air, the heat of the day finally beginning to falter. Sweat dripped into her eyes, and she pulled her snarled hair from her face. As her breath steadied, the early evening sounds of the forest swirled about her head. The insects droning, birds calling to each other, the scampering and chock-chock of a chipmunk chattering. She stared in front of her and glimpsed a tiny glint of silver on the ground about 10 feet away. Its shiny luster looked out of place here, too garish, just a wink among the mottled brown leaves. Still hunched over, Callie hobbled over to the spot where the shining item lay nestled and inspected it. With her pointing finger, she poked at it, brushed aside the moldy-smelling leaves to reveal a delicate silver chain. She pinched the chain between 2 fingers and slowly began to lift it. When she had raised the length of the chain, a small charm slithered off the end and landed noiselessly among the leaves. Callie dug into the pile and retrieved the charm, a diminutive musical note. She blew away the speckles of dirt clinging to it and carefully threaded the charm back onto the broken chain. What she saw, what she heard, and what happened next caused Callie's chest to seize in fright. She scuttled backward into the brush and hid. Petra, Petra, Petra. she silently moaned as she closed her eyes and covered her ears and rocked back and forth on her haunches. She pictured the deer she had encountered earlier that day in what seemed ages ago. She focused on its bright eyes and velvety ears and rocked back and forth. She imagined their silent dance until once again she was back in her own quiet room, alone.
Martin. Upon leaving Mrs. Norland's home, Fielda and I stand outside our cars. I can't believe the gall of Mrs. Clark, accusing me of harming our children when it is her husband who is the troubled one. Fielda complains bitterly to the deputy who has the unfortunate luck of walking us to our cars. "Why aren't you looking into where Griff Clark is?" she asks the young officer, who must have been in his early 20s. "Ma'am, I know the department is looking into everyone involved in this case." Yes, she says impatiently, "but why haven't you found Griff? How hard can it be to find him if he really is fishing with this Roger person?" "I really am not able to discuss any details with you, ma'am. I'm sorry," he says uncomfortably. "You can't discuss the details with me? I'm her mother, for God's sake." I rest my hand on Fielda's shoulder. She brushes my hand away with irritation. "Where is Deputy Lewis?" she asks. I wonder the same thing. "He, at least, has tried to keep us informed of what has been going on." "I think he's meeting with someone at this time." The officer opens the car door for Fielda. Fielda turns to face me. "Who do you think Lewis is meeting with? Do you think maybe they've found Griff?" "I'm not sure," I answer her. "Maybe he has a suspect. Maybe they've found the girls. Do you think they've found the girls?" Hope radiates on her face for a moment. "I think we would have heard the moment they found Petra and Callie. I think they would have called us." We both climb into our cars and drive back to my mother-in-law's house. She's standing on her front step and talking to a strange man. We park the cars and join Mrs. Morning and the stranger. "I was so worried about you," Mrs. Morning scolds. "Fielda, you should have told me you were leaving. This is Mr. Ellerbach. He's a reporter with Channel 12. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Gregory." The man offers her his hand. "Would you have a few moments to visit with me?" I see Fielda hesitate, and I step forward. "We're really not quite prepared to visit with you at this time, but we'll answer what we can." "Thank you. Have the police found your daughter yet?" "No, they have not," Fielda says. I'm more than a little surprised at the forcefulness of her voice. She sounds strong, capable, determined. "Are there any more developments in the case? Are there any suspects that you're aware of?" "Nobody has spoken to us about suspects," Fielda answers. "Have you or your husband been questioned in the disappearance?" "Of course we've been questioned. Petra's our daughter." "Please," I say impatiently. "No more questions. We need to focus on finding our daughter. Please go." The gray-haired reporter thanks us for our time and begins to leave. "Wait," Fielda calls after. "Wait. Please keep putting her picture on the TV. Please keep talking about her. I'll get more pictures for you," she pleads, and I see pity on the reporter's face. Lawrence Ellerbach quickly steps back toward us and presses something into Fielda's hand. "Please call us if you'd like to talk more. We'll keep the girls' pictures on the air." "What did he give you?" I ask curiously after he's left. Fielda hands me the business card. Printed in simple script was the name Lawrence Ellerbach, followed by an email address and telephone number. Centered at the bottom of the card was the Channel 12 logo. I look at it for a long moment before meeting Fielda's eyes. "What do you think?" she asks me, biting her lip. Maybe we need to talk to Lewis or Agent Fitzgerald before we agree to speak with Mr. Allerbach, I say. Maybe, she echoes me. But maybe we should just do it. I mean, Agent Fitzgerald said to use the media, that they could be helpful. We could get Petra's name out there. And Callie's name, too, I remind her. A shadow passes over Fielda's face. Of course, Callie, too. I still think that Griff Clark has something to do with this. It's just too convenient that he happens to be home from Alaska and then goes on a fishing trip just when the two girls disappear. It doesn't add up. I don't think we should do anything that the police don't approve of, Fielda. What if we go against their wishes and something bad happens because of it? But I can see that her lips are set in a determined line. Her mind is made up. Martin, what if we don't give an interview and someone who knows something could have seen it and could have seen Petra's picture? What if that person didn't know to come forward? I really don't care if it's handy for the police to have us give an interview or not. They haven't brought our daughter home, and this is one way that I can help. If you feel so strongly, I think that you should give an interview, I tell her as I drape my arm around her shoulder. My shirt is wet with sweat, but she doesn't step away. She comes closer to me and kisses my cheek. I do feel strongly about this, Martin. She pauses before continuing. You aren't going to do the interview, are you? I shake my head. I'm going to go look for Petra and Callie. This is taking too long. I'm going into the woods. I'll call Deputy Lewis and Antonia and invite them to search with me. I'm not the most intuitive of men, as I have clearly shown through my many years on this planet. However, I do know numbers. I do know that the probability that someone known to us has abducted Petra and Callie is much higher than the possibility that a stranger has done this. I also know that Griff Clark can be a scary man. I have seen Mr. Clark many times in passing, and he's always been pleasant and courteous. But I had a glimpse, albeit brief, of another side, a brilliantly poignant view of Mr. Clark one evening. It was parent-teacher conference night at the elementary school last March. The meetings were behind schedule, but I didn't mind. It gave me the opportunity to walk around the halls of the school, to look at the children's artwork taped to the walls, to view how other parents interacted with their children. It was a comforting scene to watch. I was not so unlike the other parents. Older, yes. I knew I looked more like Petra's grandfather than her father, but I could see many kinds of families in those hallways. Single mothers holding their children's hands as they received a grand tour around the building, and fathers being shepherded from classroom to classroom by beaming kindergartners. Petra was explaining to Fielda and me how their first-grade classroom conducted experiments on how far those little plastic sports cars, Hot Wheels I think they're called, could travel, when we came across the Clark family, huddled in a small, out-of-the-way corner of the school building. Griff Clark's face was purple with rage as he berated Callie and Antonia. Do you know how goddamn embarrassing it is for me to come to these things and hear how Callie don't talk yet? He hissed. Callie had her head down, staring at her feet, while Antonia was trying unsuccessfully to hush Griff. Don't shush me, Tony, he growled, his voice not raised above a gruff whisper, but menacing still the same. He grabbed Callie under the armpit. Look at me, Callie. Callie looked at her father. Are you retarded? You can talk, I know you can. You gotta stop this goddamn game and start talking. And you, he turned on Antonia, you let her get away with it. Pussyfooting around it. Oh, we can't push her. We can't force her to talk, he said in a mock falsetto voice. Bullshit. At that moment, Callie's eyes fell on Petra's, and I saw such a completely resigned, helpless look on Callie's face. No embarrassment, no anger, nothing but pure acceptance. Petra gave Callie a meager, half-hearted smile and wiggled her fingers at her, then pulled me away from the sad scene. Later, at the Morning Glory, Lucky Thompson brought over sundaes piled high with toppings. He ruffled Petra's hair and asked what we were celebrating. "We are celebrating my genius daughter's glowing conference," I told him, and Petra blushed with pleasure. "Why don't you join us, Lucky?" Fielda invited. "Oh, I don't know," Lucky said, looking over his shoulder. "I've got a lot to do." "Please," Petra begged. "I'll share my sundae with you. You made it way too big." "Okay, then," Lucky said, sliding into the booth next to Petra. "How can I resist that invitation?" I asked Petra, "Do you think it is always like that for Callie?" Petra knew exactly to what I was referring. "When her dad is there, I think so. When he's gone, it's okay. Her mom is real nice," Petra said around a spoonful of turtle sundae. "I don't want you going over to the Clark house when her father is there. Do you understand, Petra?" I said sternly. She nodded her head. "I know. But sometimes I feel like Callie needs me even more when her dad is home, you know? It seems too bad that I have to stay away from her then. That's when she's the saddest, when he's home." She shrugged her shoulders. "Are you talking about Griff Clark?" Lucky asked. Fielda nodded. "Do you know him?" "No, not really. I've just seen him around, you know, when I've gone out with the guys. It's a pretty rough character," Lucky said. "Do you think that her dad hurts her? You know, hits her when he gets mad?" Fielda asked with concern. I prayed that Petra would say no, that she didn't think that Griff hit Callie, and Ben, or Antonia for that matter. I had visions of having to call the Department of Human Services and inform them of abuse, not an enviable position to be in. She shrugged her shoulders again. "I don't know. She doesn't talk, you know. She just seems sadder when he's home." "Do you feel the same way about me?" I asked Petra. "Do you feel sad when I'm around?" I made a pouting face at Petra. "No, silly," she responded, shaking her head and grinning. "I'm happy when you're around." Lucky was looking wistfully at the three of us. I knew he hadn't had an easy life. He always sidestepped questions about his family. He had told me a number of times how much he would one day love to have a family like mine. I told him I almost never had it myself, that if Fielda hadn't thrown that muffin at me, I would most likely be a lonely old man. He laughed at that, but his smile didn't reach his eyes. "Can I have that?" Petra indicated the maraschino cherry that Lucky had pushed to the side of the sundae. "Of course," he answered. He scraped it up with his spoon and popped it into her open mouth. "Yeah," Lucky said, shaking his head as if remembering something. "I wouldn't let Petra anywhere near Griff Clark." I readily agreed. In that brief moment in the school corridor between Griff Clark and his family, I saw that 1% of meanness that people like him accidentally show to the world at large. It frightens me what he could be capable of, what he may have done to my daughter. I shiver, something I think is impossible in 90-degree weather. But then, of course, anything is possible now. I make my way back to Mrs. Norland's home, trying to compose the words I will need to say to Antonia and to Deputy Lewis in order to convince them to accompany me into the woods.
Callie.
"Callie?"
She heard the voice, calm, almost loving, but the same fear that pressed against her throat moments before returned. Griff was standing over her, gray-faced and ill-looking.
"Callie, let's stop this nonsense. Come on over here."
Let's go home. Don't you want to see? His voice trailed off as he stepped closer to Callie, and he ingested the scene in front of him. First, Petra's battered head, discolored face and neck. He looked again to Callie. Jesus. What happened? Jesus, Callie. What happened to her? Callie stood silently, weighing her options. Which way to go? The deep ravine behind her, Griff in front of her, barring her passageway. Callie, he barked sharply. What happened here? Tell me! He roughly grabbed her shoulder, but let go when he noticed something among the thistles. He bent down to retrieve it, held it in his fingers. A dirtied, ripped rag, white with dainty yellow flowers. Jesus, he said, looking to Petra again. His eyes traveled down her motionless form, the dirty blue pajama top, her naked, bruised legs, speckled with blood. Jesus, he repeated. Griff turned swiftly and retched, bitter yellow bile spewed from his throat. He breathed in deeply, but gagged again, loud, croaking, dry heaves followed, but nothing more came forth. Callie took this opportunity, with Griff hunched over, clutching at his cramping stomach, to slide down the bluff and steal past him, but not retreating into the forest. Callie, wheezed Griff. Callie, who did this? Do you know who did this? He absently wiped his hands with the sullied yellow-flowered rag. Realizing what he was holding, he flicked it to the ground as if it seared his hand. He stumbled over to Petra and placed a trembling hand at her wrist and then at her throat, pressing, feeling for her pulse. He shook his head. I can't tell. He fell to his knees, laid his ear to her chest, and then lightly held his fingers under her nose, searching for a warm current of breath. Callie! He looked toward her. Who did this to her? They both heard the rustling through the trees, heavy, lumbering stomps. Callie! Callie! Callie and Griff both recognized Ben's voice as he crashed through the brush and placed himself between Griff and Callie. Leave her alone! Get away! Ben! What are you doing here? Griff asked, genuinely surprised. Get away from her! Ben shouted again, searching around him for something to grab, a stick, a rock. Ben, shut up! Griff yelled as he stood. We need to get help up here. Ben's eyes flicked to Callie, then Petra, and back to Griff. Run, Callie, he whispered. That way. He indicated the trail from which he came. Go down, all the way down. It'll lead you to Bobcat Trail. Run, Callie, don't stop. Ben, shut up, Griff said. You don't know what happened here. We have to get out of here. Maybe we should carry her out, he said, looking down at Petra. But maybe we shouldn't move her. Griff bit his lip in indecision. We can't leave her here. He looked up at Ben again. You stay with her. Callie and I'll go down the trail and get help. No, Ben said. What'd you say? No, I'm not letting you go anywhere with Callie. Ben reached behind him for Callie, never taking his eyes off his father. He found Callie's hand and pulled gently toward him so that her cheek lay against his back. Ben, we don't got time for this. I think Petra's dying. You go then and get help. I'll stay with her. No, Callie will go, Ben said. We stay with Petra. Who made you boss? Griff scoffed. Who's she gonna tell? What'll she do, mime it? You stay, me and Callie'll go. Griff began to walk past Ben to take hold of Callie, but Ben stepped to the side, blocking his path. Ben, I will knock you silly if you don't get out of my way. This isn't a game. Griff made to move past Ben again, but Ben sidled in front of him. No, Callie's going down to get help. I'm not leaving you alone with Petra. Griff blinked. What? You think I had something to do with this?
Ben said nothing. He stared warily at his father, his arms stretched out to the side, a wall between Griff and Callie.
What? You really think I did this, Ben? I'm your dad.
I know, Ben said, walking backward, trying to ease Callie toward the trail that would lead her downward.
Why are they even up here?
Ben asked, sweeping his arm to indicate Callie and Petra.
Why are you even up here? You never go up here.
Griff faltered, stammered, said nothing.
You're here. They're here. Petra's hurt bad and Callie's a mess. What am I supposed to think? Don't think, Ben. You might hurt yourself. Now get the hell out of my way. Callie, let's go.
Griff reached around Ben and snatched Callie's arm and began dragging her toward the trail.
No!
Ben exclaimed.
Keep your hands off of her!
Ben shoved at Griff, who stumbled backward, caught, surprised. Ben moved quickly and swung around to Callie. He grabbed her shoulders and lowered his nose to hers.
Go, Callie. Get help. I'll take care of Petra. Run. You run as fast as you can, and you tell him. You tell him where we are.
Callie hesitated, but Griff had recovered and was lunging back toward them. She turned and was gone.
Ben. Dad looks crazed as he gets back to his feet. What the hell have I done? Ben, you stupid son of a bitch. Why the hell did you do that? Now she's gone. Once we get out of here, I'm gonna beat the crap out of you. I don't care, I say as I move to get away from him. You're gonna stay here with me until the police come. The hell I am, he laughs. He's always laughing at someone. Go ahead, laugh, I don't care, I say, sounding like a stupid son of a bitch. Stay here with her. God knows the sick fuck who did this is probably still hiding behind a tree, but you stay here and I'll go get help, he says. No, you're not going anywhere. I stand my ground. Fuck that, Dad says, and he runs at me and stiff-arms me right in the chest. I think I shocked him by not falling over and crumpling into a little ball like a baby. I'd grown a lot this summer, gotten a lot stronger. He bounces off of me like a spring and falls backward. He looks funny, the surprise on his face. I would laugh if the look on his face didn't scare me to death. Little fucker, he whispers as he struggles to get to his feet. For once in my life, I think my dad looks old. Not ancient old, like an 80-year-old man, but just tired old, like a middle-aged man who spent too much time drinking and being mean to others. Time sits on his face like some Halloween mask. He comes at me again, this time more prepared. He swings his right arm as if to smack me in the head, but lunges at me down low, hitting me in the stomach, and lands on top of me. My air is instantly gone. I try to suck more in, but I can't, and I fight wildly to get him off of me. I pound on his back, at his face, even pull his hair, I'm embarrassed to say, anything to get him away from me so I can breathe again. He tries pinning my arms down above my head, but I'm flailing around like a maniac and he can't quite get a good grasp on me. Ben, God damn it, stop it, hold still, he shouts. But I won't. I can breathe again, and it's a few seconds before I realize that he's trying to get off of me. But I won't let him go. He's trying to get away from me. He's trying to crawl over the top of me, but I have hold of his leg and am holding on with all my might. He stands on one leg and sort of drags me along with him a few feet, but like I said, I'm a pretty big kid, and he can't get too far. He falls backward on his butt. That's just enough to loosen my grip a bit, and he pulls his foot back and then kicks forward, hitting me smack dab in the nose. I think we both hear it break. I don't see stars like they always show on Saturday morning cartoons, but I think I see what looks like a few fireflies blinking at me. We both freeze for a second, I honestly don't think he can believe he did this to me, and I can't either, though he sure has hit me enough. Blood comes rushing out of my nose, and it feels like someone pinched my nose off with pliers. "God damn it, Ben," he says. "What do you have to go and do that for?" He means it, too. This is my fault, like I broke my own nose. I've never felt like killing something before, not even Meacham, but I feel like killing my own dad right now in these woods. Instead, I wallop him in the side of the head with my bloody fist. "I know you think I had something to do with this, but I didn't. I really didn't, Ben." He tries to reason with me as he moves to block my blows. "I don't believe you. I'm gonna tell what you did to Petra and to Callie." My hands are slick and slimy with my blood, and my punches slide uselessly off him. He crawls away from me. I don't go after him, but I stand and wipe my bloody hands on my shorts. Ruined. "Ben," he gasps, "you want me to go to jail? You want me to get sent away for something I didn't do? 'Cause that's what'll happen. They'll send me away, probably forever." He rubs his face. I see that his hands are shaking. "Jesus, Ben, I think Petra's dying. We gotta get her help." "Callie will get help. She's probably near the bottom now. She'll get help up here," I insist. "Christ, Ben, she hasn't talked in 4 fucking years. You think she'll talk now? How's she gonna tell what happened?" I don't answer him. I'm too worn out and my nose hurts, but I watch him carefully through my swelling eyes. When I was 5, I remember thinking that my dad was the biggest, strongest guy around. I'd follow him around the house when he was home, squeeze in next to him when he was sitting in his lazy boy chair. I'd watch his every move, the way he stuffed his hands into the front of his jeans when he would talk to one of his friends, the way he held his beer in his right hand and popped the top with his left. I would watch the way he'd close his eyes, take big drinks of the beer, roll it around in his mouth, and swallow. I was amazed at how much pleasure I would see on his face when he drank his beer, the way that all of us, Mom, baby Callie, and I, would just seem to disappear when Dad was drinking. During the first 2 or 3 beers, he'd be nice, and funny even, playing tickling games and pulling Mom down onto his lap to hug her. He might play card games like Go Fish or Old Maid with me, or he might hold Callie, her back on his thighs, holding her little feet, singing Bicycle, Bicycle Cruise, as he moved her legs like she...
As the notes fade gently, let your mind feel lighter, ready to re-enter the world of the story.
was pedaling a bike. But after that 4th beer, it started to change. Dad would pick on Mom for stupid stuff, for not hanging up his shirts just right, or the kitchen floor wouldn't be swept good enough. He'd yell at her for spending too much money on groceries, and then yell at her for not making anything good to eat. He'd get bored playing cards with me, and quit in the middle of the game, even if he was winning. Dad just plain ignored Callie after beer number 4. Now, after beer number 7, he'd get all impatient and not want to be touched. When I'd try to snuggle in next to him in his chair, he'd push me away, not hard, but a person could tell he wanted to be left alone. Mom would take Callie and me upstairs to read stories. I'd get in my pajamas. I remember they were white and had these grinning little clowns holding balloons all over them. I wouldn't tell any of my friends this, but I loved those pajamas. It was like sliding into something happy when I put those on after a bath. One time, though, after beer number 7, Dad said I looked like a goddamn sissy in those pajamas and that he should burn 'em. I didn't wear them after that. I wore an old t-shirt of Dad's to bed. But I didn't throw the pajamas away, either. They're still folded underneath my winter long johns in my bottom drawer. Personally, I don't think they're sissy pajamas. I just think they were happy. Every 5-year-old kid should have a pair of happy pajamas. After beer number 12, we left. If it was during the day and it wasn't raining, Mom would take us for a walk in the woods. She'd put Callie in this harness thing that hung in front of her, and we'd head off into the woods. She'd show me all the places she played when she was a little kid: Willow Wallow, Lone Tree Bridge, and, of course, Willow Creek. She'd take us down to where the creek was wide and had these big boulders sticking out like steps. Mom would lift Callie out of the harness and lay her in a blanket in a shady spot, and then she'd show me how she could cross the creek using those boulders in 25 seconds. When she was younger, she'd be able to make the trek in 15 seconds flat, 3 seconds faster than her friend would. Her friend, I knew, was Deputy Lewis, though she'd never call him by name. He was just her friend. One time, after beer number 12, before we up and left the house, Mom said something about Lewis, something about when they were kids, like 9, and Dad hit the roof. He started ranting about Mom, calling her all these horrible names, threw a beer can at her. So Mom doesn't talk about when she was little anymore around Dad. After a couple of hours clomping around the woods after Dad had a good chance to get up to beer number who-knows-what, she'd take us home. Beer number who-knows-what was usually followed by a long sleep. We could make as much noise as we wanted to. Dad would be completely passed out. But we didn't. We stayed quiet. Didn't even watch TV when he was like that. I was always a little worried that he'd wake up when I was caught up in some old rerun, and he'd smack me upside the head when I wasn't ready for it. I used to walk around holding my pop can the way Dad held his beer can. I'd hold it in my right hand, popping the top with my left, even though I'm a righty. I practiced tilting it back to my lips, taking a big gulp and swishing it around in my mouth before swallowing hard, then tossing the can to the floor when I was finished. Mom caught me doing this once. She looked at me long and hard, and I thought for a minute that she was going to get mad at me, even though I never saw her get mad at Dad for doing it. But she didn't. She just looked at me and said, "Benny, let me get you a glass of ice for your pop next time, and a straw. It tastes so much better that way." And she would. Every time I had a pop, out came the frosted glass, ice, and a straw. She was right, though. It did taste better that way. Sometimes after beer number who-knows-how-many and the long nap, Dad would wake up and still be real nervous-like. Then he'd go into his bedroom clothes closet, dig around in there for a while, and then pull out a dark bottle of something. The minute Mom saw him searching through his closet for that bottle, we were out of there. Mom would stick us in our car, and off we'd go. If it was evening time, she'd take us out to eat over in Winner, which was a bigger town and had a Culver's. We'd get hamburgers and French fries and share an order of onion rings. Callie'd sit in her high chair, and Mom would break off tiny pieces of her food and lay them on the tray in front of Callie. It was funny watching Callie try to pinch those tiny bits of food between her fingers. Sometimes she'd miss, but still stick her fingers in her mouth, hoping to get a taste of something. Afterward, before we'd leave, Mom would buy me a big, thick Oreo shake all my own, She'd buckle me into the back seat, and I'd settle for the long ride home, sucking on my shake. Winter wasn't all that far from Willow Creek, but Mom would take what she called the scenic route, and we'd drive and drive and drive. One night after driving and driving, I was jerked awake when our car bounced down the side of the road in and out of a ditch. Mom stopped the car on the edge of the road and turned back to Callie and me. "You okay?" she asked. I nodded yes, even though she couldn't have seen my face in the dark. "I spilled some of my shake, though," I told her. She handed me some napkins to wipe up my pants and then laid her head on the steering wheel. "I'm sorry," she said, but not really to me. "I'm sorry. I'm just so tired." Then she started the car up again and we went on home. Dad was sleeping in his chair, beer cans everywhere. I bet if I'd counted them, there would have been at least 21, plus the dark brown bottle sitting on the end table. Mom didn't bother picking up all those cans that night. She walked right on past them, saying something about how he can just pick up after himself from now on, and took Callie and me on up to bed. From then on, if Dad started digging around for his bottle from the closet, he could never find it. This made him furious, but after a while he'd just stagger around until he found another beer in the refrigerator, and then he'd settle back into his chair. Once in a while, when Dad started acting kind of scary, Mom would put us in the car and take us over to Winter. But we never drove around for as long as we did that one night when she went off the road. She'd pull into a park area, lock our doors, and close her eyes for a while. "Just resting," she'd tell us. On one really cold winter night, we got to stay at a motel in Winter. It didn't have a pool or nothing, but it had cable, and Mom let me flip through all the channels as much as I wanted to. Mom just sat on the bed with me, holding Callie, trying not to cry. I hope I'm not doing the wrong thing. I hope that Petra doesn't die because of what I'm doing. I hope that she isn't already dead. Now, Dad and I are just sitting here, all bloody, looking at each other, waiting for the other one to make a move. But we don't. Not yet.
Antonia. Ben hasn't returned yet, so on top of everything else, I need to worry about him as well. The comments from the Gregorys didn't help matters either. I know Ben. He wouldn't hurt the girls. And I know Griff. He just plain doesn't find kids interesting enough to spend very much time getting mad at them. Besides, the number of beer cans strewn around the house this morning was much less than normal, well short of his mean drinking. If he'd gotten to the mean drinking stage, I would have been much more concerned. Lewis hasn't returned my call. I know he's busy with other aspects of this case, as well as his other duties, but I'm surprised that he isn't here. Lewis has always been there for me, except when he left for college. Even I know that me asking him to stay was asking too much. Lewis was there when a fifth-grade bully was terrorizing me when we were 9. He was there when I had a panic attack about presenting a speech for my 10th-grade literature class. And he was there when my mother died. Even though my mother and I were so different, had so little in common, Lewis knew that the loss of her was the biggest thing that had ever happened to me. He knew that those hours that my father and I spent nursing her while she lay in bed, rotting from breast cancer, had left a deep-seated imprint on me. Lewis would drive me to the public library in order to check out whatever book my mother had requested I read to her, while a morphine pump deadened some of the pain. My mother was a great reader. I wasn't. I liked books. I just didn't have time for them. Between school, working at the convenience store, and spending time with Lewis, I never made the effort to read. My mother was always placing books on my bedside table, hoping that I'd pick one up and have a wonderful discussion about it with her. I never did. Not until she got sick. Then, out of guilt more than anything, I began to read to her. One day, near the end, my mother asked me to find her old copy of My Antonia by Willa Cather. I'd seen this book before. My mother had set it on my bedside table many times. I'd never taken the time to read it, even though my name was chosen because this was my mother's favorite book. I couldn't imagine what I could possibly have in common with the Antonia of Willa Cather's world so long ago. But at my mother's request, I began to read. I tumbled, reluctantly, into the turn-of-the-century Nebraska, and loved what I found. Lewis would often sit with me while I read aloud to my mother. I was so self-conscious at first, not used to the sound of my own voice in my ears, but he seemed to enjoy it, and my mother often had a weak smile on her face as I read. One afternoon, about 3 weeks before my mother died, she patted the mattress on the hospital bed that we had brought in when we knew that she was going to die. I lowered the metal bar that prevented my mother from falling out of bed and gingerly sat next to her. "Come closer, Antonia," she said to me. My mother never called me Tony. It was always Antonia. I moved in closer to her, careful of the tubes that ran into her arm. It was so hard looking at her like that. My beautiful, beautiful mother, who always smelled of Chanel before. Now a different smell, sour and old, hung around her. Her hair, once a golden blonde, now was dun-colored and lay lank on her shoulders, her face pale and pinched with pain. "Antonia, my Antonia," she whispered. I secretly loved it when she called me that. "I just wanted to tell you a few things before... She swallowed with great effort. "Before I die," she finished. "Mom, don't say that," I squeaked. And before I knew it, the tears were falling. How I hated to cry. "Antonia, I'm going to die, and very soon. I just didn't get enough time with you," she sighed. "The boys, they'll be all right. But you I worry about." "I'm okay, Mom," I sniffled, trying not to let her see me cry. She took my hands in hers, and I played with her wedding ring, like I did when we were sitting in church when I was little, so many years before. The ring spun loosely on her ring finger. She had lost so much weight. Her hands looked as if they belonged to a much older woman, the blue-tinged veins thick and protruding. "Lewis is a nice young man," she said. "Yeah, he is," I agreed. "Antonia, I won't be at your wedding," she started. "Mom, please don't say that," I begged. My nose ran thickly, and I had to pull a hand from hers to wipe it. "Please don't talk like that." "I won't be at your wedding. So I want to tell you a few things about being a wife and a mother." She waited patiently until my sobs became quiet, wet hitches of breath. "People say that being a mother is the most important job you will ever have. And it is very important. But it's even more important, I believe, to be a wife, a good wife." I must have looked at her skeptically, because she started to chuckle at me, but the laughter caused her too much pain. "I don't mean you have to be a floor mat. That's not what I mean at all. I mean, Who you choose to walk with through life will be the most important decision that you'll ever make. You'll have your children, and you'll love them because they're yours, and because they'll be wonderful, just like you. She wrinkled her nose at me and grinned. But who you marry is a choice. The man you choose should make you happy, encourage you in following your dreams, big ones and little ones. Did Dad do that for you? I asked. Night was settling in, and the shadows made my mother look much softer, much younger, and less like she was dying. He did. I had such simple dreams, though. I just wanted to be a wife and mother. That's all, really. You must remember that, Antonia. In the end, I've had everything that I've ever wanted. My dear, sweet husband, and my dear, sweet children. I just wish I had more time with you. She began crying quietly. It's okay, Mom. It's okay. I tried to soothe her. I'll remember what you said. I promise. She nodded and tried to smile, but her pain caused her lips to curl downward. I picked up the book that lay next to her bed. How about a little Carson McCullers? I asked. Yes, that would be just fine, she answered. I began reading, and my mother fell asleep within minutes. For the first time that I could remember, I bent down and kissed her while she slept. Her lips felt thin and papery, but warm. Underneath the odor of disease and the sheer exertion of trying to live, I caught her true scent, and I closed my eyes and willed myself to remember. But I went and forgot, didn't I? I forgot everything she'd told me. I was sitting in world history class one afternoon when the principal came to my classroom door. The teacher stopped writing on the chalkboard, and he went over to where the principal stood. They whispered with their heads close together for a moment, and then both looked in my direction. I remember my chest tightening in fear, and thinking to myself, I haven't had enough time with you yet, Mom. I haven't had enough time with you, either. I slowly rose from my chair, leaving my books and things behind. I remember Louis following along behind me, gripping my elbow, walking me to his car, and driving me home. He stayed with me long into that first terrible night without my mother. We didn't talk. We didn't have to. And now I think we had much the same friendship that Callie and Petra have. After my mother died, I continued to read. Before I went to bed each night, I'd read a few pages of a book aloud to myself. It took me forever to finish a novel, but it didn't seem right to me to read silently to myself anymore. Odd, I know. Griff made fun of me when I read children's books that I'd find at garage sales to Ben when he was in my womb. I learned not to do that when he was around. But I loved cradling my huge stomach with one arm while holding a book in the other, reading to my tiny fetus. I firmly believe Ben could hear me in there, rocking back and forth, maybe a tiny little thumb in his mouth. It was much more acceptable reading aloud like that after my children were born. Even now I read each night to Callie, and even Ben, once in a great while, will let me read part of the book he's reading. When Griff is out of town, I'll crawl into my bed and read myself a bedtime story until I fall asleep, book in hand. Louis asked me a few times after my mother died if I'd read to him, but I was too self-conscious and wouldn't. He gave up after I told him impatiently not to ask me again. Louis was always there for me, until, of course, I wouldn't let him be. Even when my father passed away, Griff and I had been married for 3 years, Louis sent me a sympathy card. I could tell it was from him without even looking at the return address. I'd memorized his small, neat printing back when we were in 1st grade. I never showed the card to Griff. Louis had signed the card, always Louis. And I didn't have the energy to try to explain that to Griff. Sometimes I dream of Louis, of he and I together as we once were when we were 16. In my dreams, we're always in Willow Creek woods, walking hand in hand. I can feel the texture of his palm against mine, the brush of his fingers. Even now, when I think back to these dreams, if I sit completely still, I can feel his touch. In my dreams, when Louis kisses me, the rush of air that we exchange into each other's mouth remains on my tongue hours after I've wakened. In the back of my mind, even as I'm dreaming, I'm saying to myself, "You're married, Antonia. What about your husband? What about Griff?" And in my dream, I'd force myself to pull away from Louis, to sweep away the feel of his touch. I'd awaken then, sometimes with Griff next to me, but more often than not, with Griff 1,000 miles away in Alaska. My skin hot and my brain addled. Still, I could go for days, even weeks, without thinking of Louis. But then I'd see his police car parked downtown, or I'd see his pretty wife in the grocery store with their little boy situated in the grocery cart, kicking his fat little legs, and I'd think, that could be me. That could be my life. Then I'd get disgusted with myself and shut down that corner of my mind for a while. Griff wasn't always so bad. He didn't start drinking really hardcore until after Ben was born, and he didn't hit me for the first time until Ben was 3. I don't even remember what it was that I'd done to make him so mad, but he hit me so hard that I didn't leave the house without sunglasses for a month. He didn't hit me again for at least a year, but he did get smarter about it. He never hit me in a place where someone would see the marks. But even so, he could be so wonderful, so funny and sweet. And the stories he'd tell about his adventures on the pipeline always made me laugh so hard. Even Lou could never make me laugh like that. If only he could stop drinking, things could be so different. No, I know Griff loves me, and he's my husband. He was my choice, just like they say, for better or worse. I need to go and look for Ben now, with or without Louis. I'm used to Griff not being around for me. That was one thing I could count on, Griff not being reliable. I decide I'm not coming out of the forest until I have Ben for sure. I'm not confident that Callie's in the woods, but it makes sense that she would be. I'll bring her home, too. Mrs. Norland tries to talk me out of leaving, but in the end places several bottles of water into my backpack and gives me a hug. As I loop the backpack through my arms and settle it onto my back, I see Martin Gregory trekking his way toward Mrs. Norland's house. Now what? I wonder, and I open the door to meet him halfway.
Deputy Sheriff Lewis. I walk Mary Ellen McIntyre to the exit. open the door for her, and once again the heat of the day nearly takes my breath away. I tell her that I will let her know if she can be of any assistance to the Clark and Gregory families, and watch her make her way to her car. She looks defeated, broken, and I wonder if this day will ever end. I see Tucci waving me over to him, and I close the door on the oppressive heat outside. "Who was the guy that was brought in a minute ago?" I ask him. "The tall guy with the white hair?" Tucci asks, but continues without waiting for my answer. "That was Charles Wilson, the counselor over at the elementary school. And guess where they picked him up at?" This time Tucci waits for my response. "Where?" I ask, but think I already know the answer, and I feel my stomach clench. "Willow Creek Woods," Tucci says, smacking his hand on his desk. "Says he was out walking his dog. But guess what? No dog. Park ranger noticed him roaming around Tanglefoot Trail and called us. Bender and Washburn went out and picked him up." "What's he saying?" I ask. "Nada. Nothing. He's lawyered up. The minute the little girls were mentioned, he clammed up," Tucci says triumphantly. "Already he thinks that Wilson is the one who took the girls. Maybe so. But what about Griff?" "Do you think he would talk to me?" I ask Tucci. "No way. He said he wanted his lawyer right away. He's sitting in the conference room waiting for her. We got nothing on him. His lawyer will have him out of here in the next hour." My phone rings, and I sit back in my chair to answer it. "Lewis, it's Martin. Antonia and I were wondering if you could come over to Mrs. Norland's home." I sit up straight in my chair. "Did something happen?" I ask. "Nothing you don't already know about. They found those footprints in Antonia's backyard. But we want to talk to you about searching for the girls." "Martin, a few officers made a sweep of the woods near your home and found nothing. A larger-scale search is being planned with dogs and a helicopter," I say. I consider telling him about Charles Wilson being brought in, but decide against it. I know too little, and I don't want to get his hopes up for nothing. "I know. I understand you are doing what you can, but time is passing too quickly. Please come over to Mrs. Norland's house. We need your help. Please," Martin pleads. "I'll be right over, Martin. Don't go and do anything until I get there, okay?" "We'll be waiting. Please, hurry." I hang up the phone, not a little bothered that Tony hadn't been the one to call me. I wonder what it meant. Is she losing faith in me? Doubting my abilities as an officer? I hope not. There are a few leads. Maybe the school counselor is the guy. Doesn't feel right, though. Tanglefoot Trail, where he was picked up, is nowhere near the girls' homes. We still can't seem to locate Lucky Thompson, the college kid who works at the Morning Glory. He hadn't shown up for his afternoon shift at the cafe. So many questions. My hand rests on the phone's receiver, and I'm debating whether to call my wife. I should have checked in with her by now. I leave the police station without calling her. As I pull away, I switch my radio to F2, so that only Meg, our dispatcher, can hear me. "Meg, this is for your information only," I tell her. "Go ahead," she responds. "I'm checking out the woods along Bobcat Trail for our missing girls. I'll be back in contact shortly. 10-4.
Antonia. Lewis is on his way over. It seems so simple now for us just to go out into the woods to look for the girls. I don't plan to come home until I have Ben, Callie, and Petra back with us. How do you think we can get past the press or the other officers without them knowing where we're going? Martin asks. I don't know. That same question has been nagging me as well. While getting as many people as possible looking for the kids would be a good thing, the idea of a camera following us around didn't appeal to me. Besides, I wonder how Callie would react if there were a bunch of strangers in the woods looking for her. I think it would frighten her, that perhaps she would hide, making it much more difficult to find her. Earlier, I'd thought there was no way I'd survive this day. 100 emotions have traveled the course of my body, and I'm exhausted. But now the day's ending, and the less sunlight we have, the more difficult it'll be to locate the children. I wish we'd set out hours earlier, and I find myself resenting Lewis and Agent Fitzgerald for snatching precious time away. "He's here," Martin says, seeing Lewis through Mrs. Norland's curtains. I open the door to let him in even before he can knock. "Hi," I say. "Thanks for coming." "Sure." Martin sounded urgent. Lewis reaches out to shake Martin's hand in greeting. Who did that anymore, I wonder? It's so formal, especially in our circumstance. "We want to go looking for the children," Martin informs him. "I know that's not really in the plan that Agent Fitzgerald laid out, but we feel we need to do this." Lewis listens, showing no reaction. "It's going to be dark in a few hours, Lewis," I tell him. "I cannot stand the idea of them being out there in the woods at night. I have to go looking for them." "I know what you're saying. I don't disagree with you. I just think that we would be able to cover a lot more ground with the organized search tomorrow. We'll have the search dogs and all the people we could ask for." "We can still do all that tomorrow if we need to." Impatience fills Martin's voice. "Right now, Antony and I are going out looking for them, with you or without you. We're hoping you'll be able to go with us, or at least help us avoid the media as we set out." Martin and I both anxiously await Lewis's decision. He has the same look on his face that he'd get when we were kids. That look of indecision, right after I'd dare him to do something he knew would either get him in trouble or hurt. In the end, Lou always took the dare. "All right. Where do you want to start?" Lewis asks with a sigh. Martin looks to me. "I'm not familiar with the forest. I wouldn't know where to begin looking, I'm afraid." "Ben said he already tried Willow Wallow and the places on the edge of the woods. Let's head in deeper right away. How about Old Schoolhouse Path and then Bobcat Trail? Maybe the girls tried to find the school and got lost," I suggest. Old Schoolhouse Path is a winding, mostly overgrown trail, only recognizable to those who know the woods well. Settled about 3 miles into the woods is a small one-room schoolhouse, at least 100 years old. No one knows why someone would choose to build a school in such a remote, difficult place to reach. Some people who'd lived at the edge of the forest believed that a small group of settlers had made their home in the woods, and as a community had built the school. It was difficult, however, to keep a teacher interested in staying in such an isolated area. So, eventually, the people of the wood moved closer into town and abandoned the school made of limestone and oak. The sturdy little school was still standing, but engulfed by weeds. The small windows were broken out, and many woodland animals had taken up residence there. I'd taken Ben and Callie there once, a few years ago, and we talked of cleaning up the schoolhouse, maybe making a fort out of it, our own personal hiding spot. But it was too far into the woods, the hike too tiring for Callie, and we discarded the idea. Maybe Callie and Petra had decided to find the old school and investigate. This idea was much more comforting a scenario than the one that included Callie's footprints in the dust, Callie being dragged off somewhere. "What about the reporters?" Martin asks. "Could we distract them somehow? I wonder. Tell them that there's going to be a press conference at the sheriff's office? Send them there?" That's all fine and good until they get there and there's no press conference. You don't want to piss them off, Tony. You may need them later on, Lewis says. I think I know what we can do, Martin remarks. May I use Mrs. Norland's telephone? Of course, I answer. Who are you calling? Fielda, he responds. She was planning on speaking with a reporter from Channel 12 anyway. I don't think a few more reporters will matter. I think I know how we can keep the reporters happy for even longer, Lewis adds. If Fielda wouldn't mind, I know of someone who wants to help in any way that she can. Mary Ellen McIntyre's in town. Lewis looks at us expectantly. You mean the lady whose little girl was murdered? You don't think the same person who did that to her daughter had anything to do with this, do you, Lewis? I ask, my voice cracking. I don't know, Tony. I hope not. It's different in many ways, but Jenna McIntyre was somehow lured from her home and into a wooded area. There's just enough of a similarity for Agent Fitzgerald to be interested, and for the press to be all over this. It'll keep the media occupied for a while. Martin and I look at each other. I'll call Fielda and explain what we're doing. Lewis, call Mrs. McIntyre and have her drive over to my mother-in-law's home. Antonia, go outside and tell the reporters that there'll be a press conference at the Morning home in... He looks at his watch. In 15 minutes.
Ben. I'm so tired, and I keep nodding off. My eyes are nearly swollen shut and my head is throbbing. Dad looks like he's sleeping, so I relax a little bit. Through my slits for eyes, I see Petra move just a little bit. So she's not dead, thank God. I stand from where I'm sitting, using a tree to steady myself. I feel dizzy and so tired. All I want to do is take a drink of water, ice cold, and crawl into my bed and sleep for days. I stumble over to where Petra lies. She's tucked herself into a little ball, her arms covering her head so I can't see her face, which is probably a good thing. My stomach isn't feeling so great. I don't think I can stand to get too close to look at Petra's face beaten to a pulp. But I need to get her to talk to me, to tell me what happened while Dad is sleeping. Petra, I whisper. Petra, I say a little bit louder. I kneel down and place my hand on her shoulder. My fingers are covered with dried blood, and no amount of wiping them on my shorts will clean them off. Petra curls up tighter into her little ball. Petra, it's Ben. Please wake up. I gotta talk to you. She moans a little bit as if it hurts her even to hear my voice. It's okay, Petra. You're safe now. I won't let him hurt you anymore. I glance over to where my dad sits, still sleeping. Petra moans again, and I pat her on the arm. Mommy, she cries softly. You'll see your mom soon, Petra. I try to make her feel better. Petra, did my dad do this to you? No response. Come on, Petra, you could tell me. Did my dad hurt you? Who brought you here? No answer. I sigh and sit back on my butt. At least she said something. She isn't going to die this instant anyway. Petra is okay for a 7-year-old, and she's real good to Callie. I gotta give Petra some credit. It couldn't have been easy having a kid who didn't talk, ever, for a best friend. It didn't seem to bother her any, though. Those two would just play like any first graders, except that Petra'd do all the talking. Ben, she'd say when she was over, Callie and I were wondering if we could borrow your baseball glove and bat. Or, Callie's not feeling very good. Is your mom around? It was pretty amazing, come to think of it. As long as Petra was around, I didn't worry too much about Callie. Those two would go off together with their heads bent toward one another, looking like they were having this serious conversation. It made me wonder sometimes if Callie just wouldn't talk to us. Maybe she and Petra really talked all the time. I asked Petra once, I said, "Petra, has Callie ever talked to you?" "We talk all the time," she said, all casual-like, "but not out loud. I know what she's thinking and she knows what I'm thinking." "Weird," I'd said. "Yeah, I guess," she said. "But a good kind of weird," I said quickly. Having Petra around made my life easier, and I didn't want her to go thinking she was nuts to be Callie's friend. "Yeah, a good weird," she agreed, and then skipped off to where Callie was waiting for her. It's a mystery to me. I pat Petra on the shoulder again, and she cringes at my touch. She begins crying softly and moaning again. I look back to where Dad is, do a double take. He's gone. I stand up real quick and look around me, spinning in a circle. Not there. He's gotten away. I feel tears burning my already sore eyes. I let him go. Had Callie gotten down to the bottom yet? I'm not sure how much time has passed. She's fast, though. Faster than I would have been. But did she have enough time to get to help before Dad got to her? I didn't know. Maybe he's just hiding behind a tree somewhere, waiting for me to turn my back, then he can finish both me and Petra off. I feel only a little bit of shame in thinking that Dad would kill me, but he had broken my nose, and Petra was lying there half dead. I don't feel so big and strong just now. I can almost hear Dad laughing at me. "Ooh, the big hero, Ben. What you gonna do now? Them tears, Ben? A crybaby on top of it all?" Then the tears really come pouring out, and I can't stop them. What if Dad got to Callie? I let her down again. I was tired of being the big brother, tired of taking the licks for everything. What should I do? Do I stay with Petra until help comes, or do I go on down the bluff looking for help myself? I don't know what to do. I'm 12 years old, and I shouldn't have to make these decisions. What would Mom do? I think about that as I settle to the ground next to Petra, my back resting against a large rock. Not the Mom who was around when Dad was home, but the Mom who was there when Dad wasn't. The Mom who single-handedly whacked down the bat that flew out our chimney one night with an umbrella, and then carried it out to the woods to get rid of it. The Mom who, when I was 8 and fell out of a tree and cut my head on a rock, wrapped a towel around my bleeding head and held my hand while the doctor put 5 staples in my skull. She didn't even cry or get sick. She just sat there, made me look at her, and told me it was going to be okay while they shot those staples into my head. What would that Mom do in my place? I chew on that for a while, and finally decide that Mom would stay with Petra until help came. That would be the right thing to do. I could keep Petra safe. That's what I'm going to do. I'll stay and hope that Callie made it down the bluff by now. But what would she do when she got there? How would she let them know where we were? I just have to trust her. She'd tell them. In her own way, she'd tell them.
Deputy Sheriff Lewis. Antonia is describing again to me Callie's favorite spots in Willow Creek Woods, and I'm writing them down in my notebook, though I don't need to. I know these places. We both grew up here and played in these woods since we were kids. I know each hollow and gully as I know the curve of Antonia's face. I know the trails as I have known the map that is Antonia's skin. My cell phone rings, and I consider ignoring it. But it might be someone with info on the girls. I answer it and hear my wife on the other end. Loris, what are you doing? She asks impatiently. Working, I tell her, turning away from Tony and Martin. You weren't even supposed to work today, she reminds me. I don't answer, knowing she has a lot more to say to me. Lou? Tony asks, coming up behind me and placing a hand on my shoulder. Is there news? Who is that? Christine asks. Is that Tony Clark? Loris, what's going on? Are you with her? I'm working, I repeat. I know I'm acting cold toward my wife, but this is serious. 2 girls are missing, even if one of the girls belongs to my ex-girlfriend. Loris, you need to come home. Christine's voice is dangerously low. You haven't spent time with Tanner in days. I can't do that at this time, I say, my voice professional. I could be talking to the dispatcher. Why am I acting this way? It's as if I don't want Tony to know I'm speaking with my own wife. Loris. Christine is on the verge of tears. You're talking to your wife, not another deputy. I need to know what's going on. That's just not possible at this time. I'll contact you later. Christine explodes. Damn it, Loris, knock it off. Don't you care? Her voice shrieks from the cell phone, and I know that Tony and Martin can hear her. They both look down, embarrassed for me. You are throwing this marriage away, she rants on. You're with her, aren't you? You are going to fucking ruin our marriage over that sad, stupid woman who can't keep her husband from drinking or even look after her own kids. I feel Tony's hand on my arm, and I look over at her, expecting her to try and yank the phone from me and give Christine hell. But she doesn't. Instead, she points toward the trees. I follow her outstretched finger and hang up on Christine without even saying goodbye. Tearing out of the woods is Callie. Seeing the anguish fall from Antonia's face when she realizes her daughter is coming toward us sends a burst of relief through me. I can't stand to see Antonia in pain of any sort. She has carried around too much of her fair share anyway. Callie and Ben are Antonia's life. Even if her no-good husband doesn't have the same priorities, his being a bottle of beer and a place to flop. Callie is out of the woods, and I see Martin looking behind Callie hopefully, searching into the hawthorn trees that edge Bobcat Trail. No one is coming behind Callie. Not yet. As she stops beside me, Callie appears unharmed. She could be any 7-year-old playing a running game, but for 2 things. In her right hand she is holding a silver necklace, with a charm in the shape of a musical note. The necklace, I know, belongs to Petra, because her mother described it to me in perfect detail when she called me at 4:35 this morning to tell me that Petra was missing from her bedroom. As is procedure, I also got a photograph of the girl, and a full description of the clothing she was wearing when she was last seen. Short blue pajamas, white underwear with yellow flowers, and of course, the necklace. Petra's white tennis shoes were also reported missing. Martin has seen the necklace too, and briefly collapses. But he's up quickly. In long, purposeful strides, he approaches. I've seen this look before. A tortured, keening need to know, brushed raggedly on the face of a desperate parent, most recently on the parents of 10-year-old Jenna McIntyre. Callie clutches at my sleeve, and I stoop so as to be face to face with her. I expect no words. Callie hasn't spoken for years. Perhaps she'll point and lead us to Petra. Hopefully to a positive end. But she doesn't indicate with her finger or lead me by the hand to the woods. She speaks. One word. As Antonia steps closer, I see both confusion and relief. Martin is crying, great inconsolable sobs. and I see what they both do not. Bunched up in Callie's other hand is Petra's white underwear with yellow flowers.
Martin. I turn when I hear the rustle in the trees. I see Petra's little friend, Callie, running down the path. It's what is in her hand that I'm drawn to. From so far away it glints as it swings from her hand. It has never been off Petra's neck, and my stomach seizes, and the strength rushes from my limbs, and I stumble to my knees. I look to her face, and on it I see fierce determination, not fear, not terror. A smile almost plays on her grimy face, a moment of hope. I look behind Callie, and do not see Petra following. She's cleared the brush now, and I stand up, my hand already outstretched to take back my child's necklace. The girl stops in front of her mother and the deputy sheriff, her breath coming out in ragged puffs, this mute little creature who never speaks. And I feel desperation roiling up in me. I need to find my Petra now. I am running to where the girl stands, ready to shake her bony shoulders. Tell me! Tell me! I will scream, my nose touching hers. I stop a few steps from her. She's tugging on the sleeve of the deputy sheriff. He bends down, his ear level with her mouth. One word crashes into me, and I weep.
Antonia. In the woods, through the bee trees, whose heavy, sweet smell will forever remind me of this day, I see flashes of your pink summer nightgown that you wore to bed last night. My chest loosens, and I'm shaky with relief. I scarcely notice your scratched legs, muddy knees, or the chain in your hand. I reach out to gather you in my arms, to hold you so tight, to lay my cheek on your sweaty head. I will never wish for you to speak, never silently beg you to talk. You are here. But you step past me, not seeing me. You stop at Lewis's side, and I think, you don't even see me. It's Lewis's deputy sheriff's uniform. Good girl. That's the smart thing to do. Lewis lowers himself toward you, and I am fastened to the look on your face. I see your lips begin to arrange themselves, and I know. I see the word form, the syllables hardening and sliding from your mouth with no effort. Your voice, not unsure or hoarse from lack of use, but clear and bold. One word, the first in over 3 years. In an instant I have you in my arms and I am crying, tears dropping many emotions, mostly thankfulness and relief, but tears of sorrow mixed in. I see Petra's father crumble. Your chosen word doesn't make sense to me. But it doesn't matter. I don't care. You have finally spoken.
Callie. Callie ran on legs that she could no longer feel, just a heaviness below her waist, but the need to move forward kept her going. For Ben, who always came through for her, who took beatings and cruel words that in all rights belonged to her. Callie gripped more tightly to the items in her hands, Petra's necklace and her underwear. Why Petra wasn't wearing them, Callie didn't understand. But she knew that they were important in all of this. Petra, hurt so badly. He had said she might die. Oh, God. Would that be her fault, too? Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a straw-colored lump among a patch of brown-tipped ferns. Callie stopped abruptly. The dog. The dog she had seen earlier, wandering playfully through the woods. Dead. Lying there in a heap, its long pink tongue poking from between its pointed teeth, its eyes open wide and unseeing. The dog's collar had been removed. Callie had the unnerving feeling that something was watching her, and she turned away from the dog and continued her trek down the bluff. Faster, faster, not even watching the ground in front of her for rocks or roots that could cause her to stumble. Ben said go down to find help, and she would. That man. That scary man up there, too. His dog. Yes, that was his dog. Daddy, she thought. Daddy, he was so angry with her, and he would take it out on Ben. She knew. And Petra, maybe. Ben, Daddy, Petra, that man. Ben, Daddy, Petra, that man. Ben, Daddy, Petra, that man. The words spiraled through her mind. Then she could see it. The end of the trail, where the trees abruptly stopped. Ben, Daddy, Petra, that man. Ben, Daddy, Petra, that man. She ran out into the clearing, saw an unexpected sight. Her mother. Oh, her mother and Deputy Lewis and Petra's daddy. She could stop running now. She did what Ben had told her to do, get help. Ben, Daddy, Petra, that man. Ben, Daddy, Petra, that man. Ben, Daddy... Who to go to? Deputy Lewis, yes, he would get help right away. Get that man, get Daddy. She was at the deputy's side, her mother's arms stretched out toward her. Ben, Daddy, Petra, that man. Ben, Daddy, Petra, that man. Ben, Daddy, Petra, that man. Ben! The name erupted from her. It didn't feel like it came from her mouth exactly, but somewhere deeper, from just below her breastbone. She didn't recognize her own voice. It sounded so strong, so clear. And she wanted to say more. Ben, Daddy, Petra, that man. Ben, Daddy. But then her mother's arms were around her, rocking her. She was so tired, so thirsty. They were all moving now. And she went silent once again.
Martin. Callie is still holding Petra's necklace, surrounded by her mother and Deputy Lewis. Through my tears, I go toward her to get it back. Ben? Ben did this? I couldn't believe it. Though, yes, it crossed my mind when Fielda had broached the subject hours ago in anger. Ben? I try to pry the charm from Callie's fingers, but Lewis steps between us. Martin, give her space, he orders. Where is she? I croak. Callie has her face buried in her mother's stomach. My hands are shaking in desperation. Martin, Lewis says gently, we'll find her. I'm calling for backup right now. I can see Lewis fumbling and retrieve something from Callie's hand, not the one holding the necklace. I crane to see what it is, but cannot. He crumples the item into his fist, so I cannot tell what he is holding, and then he lopes off to his car to call for help. Callie, tell me, is Petra all right? I ask, as soothingly as I can. Did you just come from her? Please, tell me. Is Ben up there with her? Did Ben hurt you? Antonia gives me a searing stare and shields Callie from me, as if I'm the dangerous one here. Listen, I don't know what you're thinking, but Ben had nothing to do with... Lewis hurries back to us, interrupting Antonia's angry reproach. I've called for more officers to help us go up after Petra and Ben. He pauses and looks Callie up and down. And for an ambulance. The medics will check Callie over and will be available if Petra and Ben need assistance, Lewis tells us. He bends down to face Callie. Callie, he says soothingly, is Petra okay? He waits for a response from her. Slowly, she shakes her head no. And I moan and head toward the trail. Martin, wait! We need more information before we go up there. There are 3 trails. We need to know which one to take. I stop and return to them, agitated. Ask her, then. Ask her where they are. She can talk, she said Ben. Ask her. I shout. Spittle flies from my lips, and both Callie and Antonia cringe at my outburst. Martin, go stand by the road, Lewis orders. Stand there and flag down the ambulance so it knows that we're here. I'll talk to Callie. She'll let us know exactly where to go. His voice softens as he adds, It will save us time this way. I promise. Now go. Wait for the ambulance and the other officers. I do as he says, however petulantly, and he returns to where Callie and Antonia stand, holding on to each other. The injustice of it stings me. I should be hugging Petra, reassuring her, not still wondering where she is, alive or dead. I tromp over to the road, where gravel meets the pavement, and wait, scanning the distance, searching for the ambulance. Not yet. I lean against the police car, its metal still exuding the day's monstrous heat, and I leap away. Antonia calls back to me, hesitation in her voice. I must have frightened her. Martin, can you grab a water bottle for Callie? They're in the back seat. I hear Lewis yell, No, wait! And he comes running toward me. I open the back door behind the passenger seat and pull out 3 water bottles, 2 for Callie and 1 that I will bring up with me when we go to find Petra. I frankly do not care about Ben at this point. Had he done this? As I began to pull myself out the car, I see them. Stained in dirt, but I recognize them. I had folded them myself just yesterday when I pulled them from the dryer. White, with little yellow flowers. I snatch the plastic bag that held them and inspect them closely. By now, Lewis is at my side. Martin, he says helplessly. I shove the package into his chest, not able to look at it anymore. I'm going after my daughter, I tell him simply, calmly, despite the terror clutching at my chest. And I run, all 50-some years of me, up that trail, with Deputy Lewis calling after me, Martin, wait! Wait! We need to wait for backup! I ignore his pleas and run.
Deputy Sheriff Lewis. Damn, I mutter to myself, as Martin dashes past me and heads up the trail. God knows what he will find up there. Tony, I bark. Wait here for the other officers and the ambulance. I'm going with Martin. I scan her worried face. It will be okay. I'll go up there and bring Ben down, safe and sound. Don't worry. We'll take Hobo Hollow. Tell them the trail on the left where it forks. She nods and squeezes my hand. Thank you, Lewis. Her voice trembles. I squeeze back and follow Martin into the woods. It doesn't take me long to catch up with him. He's stopped near the edge of a trail and is examining something lying off to the side. He's breathing heavily and doesn't turn as I step close to him at his elbow. It's dead, he says matter-of-factly. I reach down to touch the dog's flank. He's still warm, I observe. He hasn't been here long. What do you think happened to him? Martin asks fearfully. I don't know. I keep my voice level and calm. Martin, you need to go back down now. You're going to get both of us in a lot of trouble if you go up there. I'm going up, Martin says firmly. I sigh in resignation. Let's take it somewhat slower, though, all right? It will do Petra no good if one of us gets hurt before we reach her, okay? Yes, fine, he says, gazing down at the dead dog. We need to hurry, though, please. Let's hurry. We continue upward. Dusk is only an hour or so away, but close enough for me to begin to worry that we won't get Petra, Ben, and whoever else was at the top of the bluff down. A rescue mission down the bluff would be difficult enough during daylight, but in the dark of night it would be complex. I requested that several all-terrain vehicles be brought to the trail to expedite matters. I had also told the dispatcher to have a helicopter from Iowa City on standby, in case of serious injuries. Petra isn't dead, Martin. He looks at me. Did Callie tell you that? Not in words, but I questioned her. She indicated that Petra was at the top of Hobo Hollow, and she was hurt, but she couldn't say how badly. Did she tell you who did this? Martin says through gritted teeth, wheezing with exertion of the climb. No, I didn't get that from her. That was when you found... Do you need to sit and rest for a moment, Martin? No, I'm fine. We continue forward in silence. I could kill whoever did this, Lewis. I really and truly could. That wouldn't solve anything, Martin. It would make things worse. So much worse. You have a child. A son. It wasn't a question. Yes. His name is Tanner. He's 4. And you would do anything for him? Martin asks, concentrating on the ground in front of him. Yes, I think I would. Then you could kill someone who hurt your child in that way, he says resolutely. I take a sidelong glance at Martin. His face is waxy. A sweaty sheen covers his forehead, and he mops at it with a handkerchief that he pulls from his pocket. I would probably feel like killing someone who would hurt Tanner, but I don't actually think I would, especially if the police were already there to help. She said Ben, and she was holding Petra's necklace and her underpants in her hands. What do you suppose is going through my mind? He stops for a fraction of a second, shakes his head, and then hurries onward. We need to get to the top, and then we'll go from there. I take a moment to use my walkie-talkie to convey where I am, and to get an update on what was happening at the base of the trail. The ambulances have just arrived. One to transport Callie and Tony to the hospital. Another standing by, waiting for further direction. 2 officers on 4-wheelers and several on foot and horseback would be joining us shortly. I remind everyone that we had no suspect and no description of a suspect. Just that everyone needed to be on the lookout for Petra and Ben. Most of the officers knew them by sight, but pictures were circulating. We're nearing the fork in the trail, and I use my arm to specify the direction we would take. Whatever we find up there, Martin, you must let me step forward first. Your first thought will be to go to Petra, but don't. I step in front of him in order to make him stop. Do you understand me, Martin? You can't just barrel up there. Someone dangerous may be at the top. Hell, someone dangerous could be watching us right now. You need to let me determine what we do next. We shouldn't even be up here right now without other officers. You couldn't have stopped me, Martin says. No, that's why I'm up here with you. I don't want you getting hurt, or you hurting someone else, for that matter. When we get up there, you wait. You wait until I tell you what to do next. You stay behind me at all times, got it? Martin purses his lips and looks prepared to argue, but he doesn't. I understand, he says, and keeps walking. I am surprised by his stamina. He's still going strong, and even my legs are beginning to ache with the effort of trekking up the bluff. I'm sure that adrenaline has a lot to do with Martin's endurance. He will be a very sore man tomorrow morning.
Callie. Her mother had taken one look at her torn and bleeding feet and picked her up, holding her as she would a toddler, chest to chest, Callie's chin resting on her shoulder. Petra's father had scared her. The look on his face, the terrible sound in his voice. Much different from her father's, but even more insistent. They had left so quickly, but that was good. They were going up to get Ben and Petra, get help, which was what Ben had told her to do. And she had done that. Gotten help. Everything would be okay now. She was so tired now, so sleepy. The water had tasted good. She drank and drank from the water bottle her mother pressed to her lips. But now she felt sick to her stomach. The water was gurgling around in her empty middle. She was vaguely aware that she had spoken. One word. Ben. She had said her brother's name, and she was so surprised that nothing bad had happened when she spoke the word. Her mother was still there, holding tightly to her. She hadn't been ripped from her. Nothing bad had happened. Callie thought that she might like to say more, but she was so very tired. The feeling had returned to her damaged feet, and they burned. All she really wanted to do was sleep. Sleep with her hands linked around her mother, her head tucked into the soft groove that was her mother's neck. In the distance, she could hear the wail of an ambulance coming closer. In a quiet half-sleep nook of her mind, the thought that she perhaps should have said more to Deputy Lewis flitted at her like a dragonfly. What had she said? Ben. But there was so much more she should have said. Ben, Daddy, Petra, that man. Ben, Daddy, Petra, that man. Ben, Daddy, Petra, that man. Petra's daddy had looked so frightened, but she had only said, Ben. That wasn't scary. Then Petra's daddy had run, and then Deputy Lewis ran after him. To help. Ben, Daddy, Petra, that man. Ben, Daddy, Petra, that man. Ben, Daddy, Petra, that man. Callie soundlessly mouthed the words. Ben, Daddy, Petra, that man. Ben, Daddy, Petra, that man. Ben, Daddy, Petra, that man. She was too weary, and her mouth stilled. The siren from the ambulance came to an abrupt stop, and Callie could feel her mother laying her down. She struggled to stay in her mother's arms, plucked at her shirt, trying to take hold, but her fingers felt weak and boneless, and she was only able to feel the fabric slide through her grasp like water. Her mother's face drifted above her, and she heard her say, It's okay now, Callie. I'm staying with you. I won't leave. Sleep now. Just sleep. She felt her mother's own fingers rest lightly on the side of her cheek, and her mother kissed her, her lips warm and dry, like paper. And Callie drew in the scent that was her mother, and let sleep take her.
Ben. I hear something in the woods crashing toward me. Oh God, I think Dad is coming back. Oh God, he'll kill me this time. I jump to my feet and ready myself for him. I tilt my head to hear better. I can barely see, and I run my hands over my face. It feels puffy and sore. I reach for a nearby branch. It isn't very thick or sturdy, but it has sharp points. I may be able to hold him back with it. Aim for the eyes, I tell myself. The noise from the forest comes closer, and it sounds too big to be Dad. It sounds like it's running on more than 2 feet, and my next thought is coyote. And that freaks me out more than my father for some reason. Maybe because with Dad I know his ways, the way he moves, how he fights. A coyote would be a whole different story, and I look around for a bigger stick. Then the noise is here. Right here. And my next thought is of Petra. A coyote might go right for her. She's so little and helpless. She looks hurt bad. A big old coyote could just drag her off, eat her up in 3 big bites. I hurry over to her and spread my arms out wide, holding the stick ready for battle, waiting. I'm not sure what's more surprising, me not seeing a coyote or my dad smashing out of the woods, or seeing Petra's dad and the deputy sheriff. I keep my eye on Mr. Gregory because he looks so dang mad. I see him see Petra lying there, and then he sees me holding this big old stick, and I know right away what's going through his mind. Before I can even say anything, he's flying at me. This old, real, proper man flying at me. I see his feet actually leave the ground, and I think, well, crap. He thinks I did this to Petra. For the second time that day, I get the wind knocked out of me, and let me tell you, it hurts a heck of a lot more the second time around when you can see what's coming. Then Mr. Gregory is on top of me, screaming something I can't understand, and the whole time I'm not breathing, so I can't tell him what really happened, that they should be out there looking for my dad. But the only thing that comes out of me is a big oomph. Suddenly the deputy is there, and he yanks Mr. Gregory off of me. "Martin!" Deputy Lewis screams. But Mr. Gregory is still trying to pound on me, saying something about pervert and how he's going to kill me. "Martin!" He screams again. "Martin, look at him!" And finally Mr. Gregory drops his fists and looks at me, really looks at me, and then at Petra. Mr. Gregory looks down to where Petra is lying, and he bends down. I can see him check to see if she's breathing. Mr. Gregory starts crying then. And I think I never saw a man cry before. Really cry. I stand up and try to see what he's seeing. And my second thought is, she's died. I let her die. I was supposed to take care of her until help came, and she died. So then I start crying. Thank God. Thank God. I think I hear Mr. Gregory whispering over and over, and I try to stop my blubbering to listen more closely to him. Thank you, God, Mr. Gregory says even louder. Is she okay? I ask him, trying not to sound like a little kid, but my voice sounds all squeaky, so that it's pretty clear that's all I am. Ben, what happened? Deputy Lewis asks me. Are you all right? Who did this to you? And I know just then that at least the deputy doesn't think I hurt anybody. My dad? I whimper, giving in to the mess of it all. My dad did it. I cry, and in an instant, Deputy Lewis has his arms around my shoulder, telling me that it's going to be okay. But how could it be? Petra needs a doctor right now, Martin says. We need to get help up here right now. Deputy Lewis gets on his walkie-talkie and says a few numbers that I take to be secret police codes, and then I thump right back down on my butt because all the fight has gone out of me, and I can't do one more thing. My legs feel like rubber, my face hurts, and I figure Mr. Gregory broke something in me when he tackled me. A helicopter is coming in from Iowa City, but we need to get Petra to the nearest clearing, which is at the bottom where we came up from, Martin. Deputy Lewis tells him. I don't think we should move her, Martin says worriedly. How are we going to get her down the bluff? An EMT crew is coming up with the officers. They can check her out and recommend how this should be done. Deputy Lewis looks at his watch. It'll be dark any time now. We need to move fast. I look up to the sky and can see the pink and orange colors that come out right before the sun sets. I think she needs medical care as quickly as possible. Please, Mr. Gregory implores, we need to get her help now. Mr. Gregory isn't looking at me. I'm not sure if he feels bad about knocking me down, or if he still isn't sure what part I had in all this. Now we can hear the low rumble of engines. The four-wheelers are almost to us. They come one by one to the top of the bluff. Two people, a man and a woman who I think must be the paramedics, hop off and rush over to Petra and immediately check her over. I scoot over to the far side of where the action is, trying to stay out of the way. Deputy Lewis is busy talking to a group of police officers and to Ranger Phelps, who has come up on horseback. I sit back and just watch for a while and try to keep my eyes open, but keep dozing off. I open my eyes and I can hear the chop-chop of a helicopter coming closer. It's night now. I can see stars, sharp little pinpricks of light above me, and I feel cold even though everyone else looks like they're sweating. Everyone is fussing around Petra, and everyone seems to have forgotten about me. I'm not the one hurt real bad, but I feel lonely sitting in my own little corner of the woods, with everyone hustling to make sure Petra is okay. I wonder about Callie. She must have got down the bluff and got help. I wonder where she is now. And I look around for someone who doesn't look too busy for me to ask. But they're all running around, so I just wait and watch. Watching Petra being strapped to that stretcher and dangling from the helicopter down the bluff is just about the scariest sight ever. The helicopter looks like a big old bird, and Petra looks like something clutched in its talons. But I saw a lot of scary things today. I can't see Mr. Gregory, but I imagine it's all he can do to not jump up and try to drag that stretcher right on back to solid ground. We all watch as the helicopter takes her on down the bluff. She'll only be in the air for a minute. Then they'll put her in the helicopter and carry her off to Iowa City. I wonder how we'll get down the bluff.
Antonia. I insist that I go in the ambulance with Callie. I'm not going to let her out of my sight again. I have mixed feelings leaving Ben behind, but I know that Lewis will bring him to me safely. Poor Ben. He's always the one left to fend for himself, it seems. I feel a flash of anger at Griff for always leaving me in this position, the one to parent all on my own. He's never there when I need him. Callie immediately falls asleep when she's laid in the ambulance, despite the paramedics poking at her, taking her pulse and blood pressure. One of the paramedics, a kind-looking older woman, gives me a reassuring smile. "She'll be okay," she tells me. All her injuries appear to be superficial, but they'll give her a thorough examination at the hospital and get her cleaned up. We need to give her an IV. She's showing signs of dehydration. I watch as the paramedic swipes Callie's arm with alcohol and expertly inserts the IV. Callie barely stirs at the procedure. I give a sigh of relief, and the woman looks at me questioningly. "What happened up there?" "I'm not sure. Something very bad," I tell her. And I look down at my Callie, knowing that right now, at least, she's the only one who can tell me exactly what happened up on Hobo Hollow. I wonder if she'll speak again, or if she'll go back to her silence. "Can you go any faster?" I ask the paramedic. She shakes her head no. "We don't put on the lights unless it's life or death emergency," she says apologetically. "My son is still up there. The sooner I get Callie taken care of, the sooner I can get back out to the forest and find out what's happening with Ben." "Is their father in the picture?" she asks, and I listen closely to her voice, searching for any judgmental undertones. I don't hear any. "He is, but he's away on a fishing trip. I can't get a hold of him," I explain. "Oh, that's too bad." She resumes attending to Callie. "How old's your boy?" "He's 12, I respond, inching closer to Callie. "People are up there looking for him?" I nod. And another little girl. What would you do? I ask this kind woman who's taking an interest in me. Have any family here in town? No, it's just the four of us. Friends you can call? No, I whisper. And once again loneliness presses in around me, and for the first time I am truly aware of the isolation I've found in my own hometown. My name is Rose Callahan. I'm off at 10, she tells me. Once the doctors and nurses get Callie checked over and settled in, I'd be glad to sit with her. I'm sure they'll keep her for observation. She may be pretty dehydrated after being up in the woods all day. You see how when I pinch the back of Callie's hand, the skin doesn't immediately lay flat again? That's called skin turgor, a sign of dehydration. It's easily remedied, but we need to keep a close eye on her. I really would be glad to sit with her if you need to be somewhere else. I hesitate and do not respond to her offer. Everyone at the hospital knows me. I have 3 grandkids of my own, but they live out west. I don't know, I begin. If you need me, you call me. I'll give you my phone number, and please call me. I don't have anyone here in town anymore either. Are you from Willow Creek? I was born and grew up here. We pull into the ambulance unloading area. Rose jots her number down on a scrap of paper and hands it to me. You call me, understand? If you need anything, you call me. I will. Thank you. I tell her as some attendants come, gently lift Callie from the ambulance, and wheel her into the hospital emergency room, as Rose and her partner fill them in on Callie's situation. This is Tony Clark, Callie's mother, Rose informs them. Please come with me, Ms. Clark, a male nurse instructs me, and I follow him into an examination room. I turn back to wave at Rose, but she's already gone. Tell me what happened here with Callie, he asks. I'm not really sure what happened. She wasn't in her bed this morning and we couldn't find her. Another little girl, Petra Gregory, is still on the bluff. The police have been looking for them all day. She came running down from the woods, like this, I say, indicating her scratched legs and bleeding feet, her dirty nightgown. Was she able to tell you what happened? No, I shake my head. But she said her brother's name, Ben. He's still up there. The nurse looks confused. Both your children were missing? No, just Callie and her friend, not Ben. He went looking for them. Callie came out. Ben didn't. Not yet. I'm so tired. The entire story makes little sense even to me. The police are up there looking for them. I'm sure a police officer will be here shortly, the nurse assures me. He or she will most likely question Callie about what she remembers about today. We'll get her checked out and cleaned up before that happens. All right. Thank you, I tell him. Dr. Higbee will be right in. The nurse leaves me in the brightly lit examination room, alone with Callie, and I try to brush her matted hair away from her forehead. Callie tries to curl herself up into a tight little ball, but this is difficult as the examination table is narrow. She shoves a grimy thumb into her mouth, and every few moments her eyelids flutter as if trying to open, but they remain closed. I hear the door open behind me, and in steps a man, the doctor, I assume, as he's wearing a white lab coat. He's completely bald, his head gleaming underneath the fluorescent lights. He wears glasses with red frames and a tie decorated with smiley faces. I'm Dr. Higbee. He introduces himself. He holds his hand out to me, and I shake it. He has a powerful grip, and I'm struck by how much his hand looks like Griff's, strong and coarse from manual labor. "Tell me about who we have here," he says, looking down at Callie, who's trying to warm herself by pulling the sheet that covers her more tightly about her. "This is Callie Clark. I'm Tony, her mother. She's been out lost in the woods all day. I don't know what happened to her." "Was she found like this?" "She came out of the woods on her own, but she was exhausted. She fell asleep the moment she was off her feet." Dr. Higbee refers to the notes in a chart he holds. "Her vital signs look strong. Let's check her over and see what we have here. We're going to have to wake her up, Mrs. Clark," he says apologetically. "Having her awake and able to tell us where it hurts will help us treat her. Would you like to be the one to wake her? She'd probably find it frightening to wake up to this scary mug of mine." He smiles at me. "Callie? Honey?" I go to her side and rub her shoulder. "Callie, I need you to wake up now." I gently try to pull the sheet from her, and her eyes open, instantly awake. Her eyes dart around in panic. "It's okay, Callie. Mom's here," I croon. "You're at the hospital. We need you to wake up so you can let us know where it hurts. This is Dr. Higbee. He's going to help you feel better." Dr. Higbee steps into Callie's line of vision, and she watches him carefully for a moment, taking in the red glasses and his tie. "Hello, Callie. I'm Dr. Higbee. Just like your mom said, I'm going to check you over to see if you're hurt anywhere. I hear you had a pretty scary day." Callie gives no response, but continues to observe the doctor. "I want you to know, Callie, that you're completely safe here." Dr. Higbee assures her. "Nothing bad is going to happen here. We all are here to help you, okay?" Callie doesn't answer. "Dr. Higbee, may I speak with you a moment?" "Callie, we'll be right out here. You okay?" She nods, and Dr. Higbee follows me out into the hall. Callie doesn't talk. I mean, she spoke for the first time in 4 years today. She said her brother's name. It's all she said, but that's huge for us. I'm not sure what to expect now. If she'll talk all the time now, or what. "Callie's a selective mute?" he asks. "There's no physical reason for her not talking?" "That's what we've been told. I'd almost given up hope in her ever talking again. But she did today. She said her brother's name. I feel a renewed sense of excitement and hope in telling Dr. Higbee this. It's very good news that Callie spoke. I have a very limited experience with selective mutism, Mrs. Clark, but we have a psychiatrist on staff who may be more informed on the subject. Would you like for me to call her and have her visit with you?" "Callie isn't crazy," I tell him, my initial liking of the man fading quickly. "No, of course not. I didn't mean to imply that. Dr. Kelsing's a medical doctor with a wide expertise. She could be very helpful." Dr. Higbee waits patiently for me to mull this over. "You think she's good?" I ask. "You think she could help Callie?" "I implicitly trust her judgment, Mrs. Clark," he responds. "All right, then. I'd like to meet her," I say as I notice 2 police officers come through the emergency room doors. "I'll call her immediately, and then we'll get to work on fixing up Callie." He pats my arm and goes to contact Dr. Kelsing. The 2 officers confer with the emergency room receptionist and make their way over to me as I peek in the examination room to check on Callie. She waggles her fingers at me in a half-hearted wave, and I smile at her and hold up a finger to tell her that I'll be right back. I meet the officers back in the hallway. Their faces are familiar to me, and I recognize them as being several years behind me in school. "Mrs. Clark?" the taller officer asks. I nod. "I'm Officer Bees, and this is Officer Thumpser. I think you went to school with my sister, Cheryl." I nod distractedly. "Did you find my son?" I ask anxiously. "Yes, Mrs. Clark. He's on his way now to be checked out here at the hospital." "Is he okay?" I ask, my heart thumping. "It appears he's fine, Mrs. Clark. He should be here within the next hour or so. We need to talk to your daughter, ma'am." "Did you find Petra? Is Petra okay?" "I'm sorry, I can't share any information about Petra Gregory at this time. Mrs. Clark, we really need to see your daughter. She's crucial to this investigation." At this moment, Dr. Higbee reappears. "Hello, Mike. Russ. What can I do for you tonight?" he asks. "We were just explaining to Mrs. Clark that we need to visit with Callie about what happened to her today. We need to make sure that Callie's condition is stable before anyone speaks with her. You can understand that?" "Yes, we understand. How long till you think she can talk to us?" Dr. Higbee and I look at each other, and I nod to him, giving him permission to share Callie's situation. "Callie's a reluctant speaker. She may not be able to tell you what you want to know. We have a consultant coming in to help us. We're going to need to proceed very slowly with her." The officer's disappointment is apparent, but they're wise enough to say nothing. "Could you give us a call when you feel she's ready to see us? It really is important. And Mrs. Clark, we'll need to visit with your son after he gets checked out, and you as well." "Me?" I ask. "Why me?" "Just follow-up questions. We finally located Roger Hogan, your husband's fishing buddy. Mr. Hogan didn't offer much, but your husband wasn't with him." "Good luck, Mrs. Clark," the tall officer tells me. "I'm glad your little girl's back, safe and sound." I freeze for a moment, trying to process that news. Griff isn't with Roger? Where is he then? I don't allow myself to consider what it means. Dr. Higbee and I return to Callie's side. Callie's wide awake now, trembling from the cold of the room. "I know it's cold in here, Callie," Dr. Higbee says. "We'll get you all fixed up and nice and cozy soon. We'll tell you exactly what's going to happen before it happens, okay? That way, if you have any questions, you can ask." A young nurse enters the room. She has a cheerful smile and wears pink scrubs. "Hi, Callie. My name's Molly. I'm going to be your nurse while you're here. I'll be with you every step of the way." Callie looks quickly to me and snatches at my hand. "Don't worry, honey. Your mom can stay with you the whole time," Molly assures her. Dr. Higbee pats me on the back and excuses himself. "Sometimes the patients feel more comfortable if only females are in the room. I'll check back in with you soon." He gives me a sympathetic smile and leaves us. I bend down to kiss her, and for the first time that evening, I notice the smell of urine on her. My stomach clenches at the thought of what happened today. "Now, the first thing we need to do is to get you out of that nightgown and into this lovely gown." Molly carefully removes Callie's pink nightgown and places it in a plastic bag. Callie loves this nightgown. I often find her wearing it in the middle of the day. I think she likes the way it swirls around her as she moves. When she doesn't know that I'm watching, I see Callie dancing in her pink nightgown to music that only she can hear. She's graceful and delicate, and when she dances she reminds me of the dandelion fluff we catch and then release to make wishes. I always make the same wish on her as she leaps and twirls. Please speak to me, Callie. Please speak. I silently vow to buy Callie the most beautiful nightgown I can find, one that feels like silk next to her skin and flows like water around her as she moves. Now, Callie, I'm going to give you an exam. Do you know what an exam is? Molly asks. Callie gives a slight nod of her head. Oh, of course you do. How old are you? 16? 17? Callie smiles, shakes her head, and holds up 7 fingers. 7? Molly asks. I'm shocked. You seem so much older. Again, Callie smiles. I like this, Molly, right away. Now, Callie, I'm going to go from the tip-top of your head right down to your little picky toes and ask you if anything specifically hurts. You just let me know yes or no, okay? Again, Callie nods. I can tell you're going to be a super patient. Okay, let's get started. First of all, does your hair hurt? Callie wrinkles her nose and looks at Molly in disbelief. Well, does it? She asks again. Callie shakes her head no. Good. That's good news. How about your head? Does anywhere on your head or neck hurt? Again, Callie shakes her head no. I can see Callie's enjoying this game, and by the time Molly gets down to Callie's piggy toes, we've learned that the only places Callie feels any pain are in her stomach and in her feet. Molly quietly explains that she would have to collect evidence from Callie. When she says the word rape kit, my stomach lurches. Is that necessary? I ask numbly. We need to rule out any assault that may have occurred, and we need to gather any evidence that may have been left behind. I'll be very gentle, and you can stay here with her, Molly assures me as she pulls on a pair of latex gloves. Molly takes a long, oversized Q-tip and asks Callie to open her mouth. She swiftly swabs Callie's cheeks, and horrific thoughts charge through my mind. I try to push them away. Methodically, carefully, Molly moves down along my daughter's body, combing, scraping, and collecting the grime and dreadfulness of the day. I force myself to watch what my inattentiveness has caused. I force myself to watch now, because I have not watched my child closely enough. She has spent the day in the forest running from something terrible. Did he catch her? Or was she fast enough? Please have been fast enough, I silently recite, over and over. When the exam's finally complete, I've read every furrow in my daughter's face, the confusion and the unasked questions. I have no words for Callie. I cannot think of one useful, comforting word for my daughter during this intrusion, and we're both silent. I don't see any obvious indication of sexual assault, but we'll send the swabs to the lab. I close my eyes and take a deep breath. Maybe it'll be okay. Molly continues. They'll let us know for sure. Her feet are cut up pretty badly. After we take x-rays, we'll clean them and wrap them up tight, she explains to me. To Callie, she says, You'll feel a lot better, I bet, after you have a bath, won't you, Callie? We'll also get you something good to eat after x-rays. Sound good? Callie bobs her head, yes. I'm hopeful that she'll answer in words, but she doesn't. I need to be patient. At least now I know she can talk when she really needs to. And I hold on to that fact. Molly situates Callie onto a gurney, and we make the journey toward X-ray. I notice that night has arrived in full force as we pass by the emergency room doors, and I think again of Ben and Petra up on that bluff. I stop at the emergency registration desk to see if they had any word on Ben, and the woman behind the counter tells me that Ben will soon be on his way to the hospital. He'll catch a ride in the back of a police car and doesn't need to be transported by ambulance. That's good news, she informs me. He must be doing quite well, Mrs. Clark. Relief shoots through me. That is good news. Can someone come find me when he gets here? I'm going to X-ray with Callie now. Sure thing. And sometime when you get a few moments, there's some paperwork for you to fill out. Don't worry about it until you get everything settled with your children. Thank you, I tell her. Everyone is so kind here, and I briefly wish to be admitted here myself, so people can fuss over me. As Molly pushes Callie down the hallway, I see Dr. Higbee with a woman coming our way. She's an older woman, perhaps in her early 60s, with iron-gray hair, glasses, and beautiful skin. My mother's skin had looked that way before she became ill, but I'd never taken the time to appreciate it. Mrs. Clark, this is Dr. Kelsing. Dr. Higbee introduces me to the woman. We share Dr. Kelsing with the hospital in Winter. Nice to meet you, Dr. Kelsing. I'm pleased to meet you as well, Mrs. Clark. I understand that Callie's had a pretty rough day. Yes, she has. I suddenly feel shy under Dr. Kelsing's gaze. Her eyes are sharp and intelligent, and I have the feeling that few could pull anything over on her. Families who experience extremely stressful events such as yours are typically very hesitant to accept outside help. Most often they try to pull their family unit more tightly together in order to deal with the experience, try to deal with the effects on their own. We're outside the X-ray room when Molly says to Callie, "Callie, honey, we need to take your pictures now. We would like your mom to stand out here because we don't need to take her picture today, just yours. You'll be able to see her through this window, though, okay? You all right with that?" Callie nods yes. "I'll be right out here, Callie, watching you through the window," I assure her. Molly wheels Callie into the X-ray room, and I watch as they situate my little girl on the table, bending her arms and legs in different directions, trying to get the best angle for the picture. Callie looks so small, so young. The reality of it all burns at the back of my eyes, and I press my fingers to my eyelids. I do not want to cry in front of these strangers. I turn back to Dr. Kelsing. "I know I can't do this on my own. Can you help us? Can you help Callie continue to speak?" "I can't promise you anything, Mrs. Clark, but we can work together to do what you decide is best for Callie. I've had some experience with selective mutism. I have information about it that may be useful for you, if you'd like." For some odd, unknown reason, I decide to trust this woman who has skin like my own mother's. "I'm scared," I tell her, struggling not to cry. "I'm so scared to find out why she stopped talking in the first place. But I'm even more scared." The tears spill over, and I bite my lip, willing them to stop. Dr. Kelsing doesn't speak, but waits for me to compose myself, and I like her even more for it. "I'm even more scared to find out what happened out in the woods that caused her to start to talk again.
Deputy Sheriff Lewis. I watch as Martin struggles to keep it together, as his daughter is lifted away by the helicopter. After she is out of sight, and we can only hear the hum of the helicopter blades, he turns to me and says, "I have to get off this bluff. I need to get to Fielda and tell her that Petra is going to be all right. We'll ride the four-wheelers down. It will be quicker. And then I'll drive you to Fielda first thing," I tell him. Awkwardly, Martin straddles the four-wheeler and clasps his arms around the officer, who will transport him down the bluff. The officer gives Martin directions over his shoulder to hold on tightly to him. Then the two are off into the thick of the forest. I hope that all will be well with Petra. She didn't look good to me, and I knew the stress of the transfer in the helicopter could be more than her little body could take. I walk over to where Ben is resting against the trunk of a tree. I can't tell if he is sleeping or not. So I squat down next to him and shine my flashlight near his face to check. He is awake. The beating he has taken hits me full force as I take in his discolored cheek and swollen nose and eyes. Splattered blood stains his torn shirt, and he's holding his side gingerly. "Ben, how are you doing? You ready to go down now? You think you can ride down on a four-wheeler?" I ask him. "I think so," he answers, and I help him to his feet. "Can I ride down with you?" he asks. I look at my fellow officers and they nod in assent. The two of them climb onto one four-wheeler while I assist Ben in getting on the other. "You hold on real tight, okay? Wrap your arms around me. If I go too fast, and you want me to slow down, just squeeze me tight. I know you're in a lot of pain, Ben, so let me know if you need to rest, all right?" "All right," he answers. "I just want to get home and see Mom and see if Callie's okay." "I'll get you down there as soon as I can. Ready? Hold on." I slowly ease my way into the forest. It's dark. Probably much too dark to be traveling by four-wheeler, but we have little choice. We need to get Martin to Fielda, and then to Petra, and we need to get Ben back to his mother. I have a feeling that Martin may have busted a few of Ben's ribs when he tackled him. I hope that Tony will be able to forgive Martin that. It was a horrific sight, seeing Ben standing in front of Petra, holding that stick. If I had known Ben, I think I would have jumped to the same conclusion that Martin had. The light from the four-wheeler does little to illuminate the trail, and I think that we might be better off ditching the quad and walking our way out. But we're making decent time. I know that the trail will become more even, less steep, the farther we go. I'm sure that Ben can feel the pounding of my heart as he leans against my back. I have no clear vision of what is ahead of us, and I can't hear any noise except that of the engine, and of sticks snapping as they crush beneath the wheels. I feel that I'm both blind and deaf, and I'm more frightened than I care to admit. If what Ben has told us is true, then Griff is somewhere in these woods hiding, perhaps waiting to pounce. In my mind, he's capable of most anything. I remove one hand from the handlebars and pat my revolver, double-checking that I have quick access to it. "What about my dad?" Ben says over the engine. "We're just worrying about you and Petra and Callie right now." I call back, hoping that Griff isn't lurking behind some tree, overhearing what I'd just said. "It will be very difficult to find him tonight. We'll go back out full force in the morning to find him. Don't worry, Ben. I won't let him hurt you." "I'm not worried," he says. But I hear the drop in his voice, the uncertainty in his tone. I pat his hands that are wrapped around my waist, and I speed up. We are minutes now from the bottom. Out of the corner of my eye, I see something. The glow from the headlights of the four-wheeler shine briefly on a figure, crouched among the trees. For an instant, I think it could be a mountain lion. But that doesn't make sense. Mountain lions have not been seen in these woods for decades, well before I even moved to Willow Creek. The angles and posture of the form are too human, and I briefly consider stopping. But Ben is clinging to me, and my first responsibility is to get him safely out of the forest. I take the four-wheeler up a notch and feel Ben tighten his grip around me. I don't think he has seen what I have, but I'm not going to bring up the subject. Ben is going to have enough nightmares as it is. He doesn't need me fueling more fears. I radio in a message that would be cryptic to Ben and any average listener, but the gist of it is that I need backup for when I return to the woods, after I drop Ben off at the bottom. At the base of the bluff, I hand Ben off to Deputy Roper, the same deputy who is Griff's good friend. Logan knows that we are on the lookout for Griff, but he doesn't know that Ben has told me Griff is in those woods, was the one who had beat him senseless, who most likely hurt Petra Gregory. Logan, can you transport Ben here to the hospital in Willow Creek? We need him to get checked out. His mother is there waiting for him. Logan looks at me suspiciously. You got a suspect back in there? Maybe. Tucci, Dunn, and I are going back in to check a few things out. How about it? Can you take Ben to town? Sure, Logan answers. I can tell he doesn't want to, but he can hardly refuse to help the son of one of his good friends. Ben, boy, you really got messed up. Who did this to you? Logan asks. Ben knows enough not to tell Logan that Griff, in fact, had been the one to mess him up. He just shrugs his shoulders and then winces at the pain the movement causes. I see Ben settle into the back of the cruiser, and I poke my head into the open door. Your mom is waiting for you at the hospital. So is Callie. You don't worry about things out here. We'll take care of everything. You just look after your mom and sister. They're really gonna need you now, Ben. Okay, Ben says softly, and I pat his shoulder before I close the car door. Poor kid, I think. Then stop myself. I had hated it when people whispered that about me. It got to be so that I could tell when people were just thinking, poor kid. Could tell just by the sad look in their eyes after my dad had died. I opened the car door again and leaned forward. You're a strong kid, Ben, I tell him. I'm proud of you. Your mom and Callie are very lucky to have you. He doesn't respond. Doesn't even look at me. But I see his shoulders straighten slightly. He'll be fine. Ready? I ask Tucci and Dunn, as Logan pulls away with Ben. They are, and we head back into the forest, this time on foot, and with flashlights in hand.
Martin. Too quickly, the sound of the helicopter has disappeared. My Petra is gone. I had found her and then had to let her go again. I am at a loss as to how I had ended up on the back of a four-wheeler, crashing through the forest with my arms wrapped around a perfect stranger. And now I'm in a police car, traveling at a maddeningly slow speed to my mother-in-law's home. The kind officer has offered to go and tell Fielda on my behalf so that I could arrive more quickly at the hospital in Iowa City, but I say no and thank him. I want to tell Fielda that Petra is alive, hurt, but on her way to a place where the medical personnel can help her. My daughter is being carted off to a hospital that I've never visited, in a town that I've never entered before. The number of people I'm entrusting my daughter to is staggering. Pilot, nurses, doctors, and I know eventually the police officers will want to question her about what happened today. I wonder if she is awoken. She wasn't conscious when I first found her. Her beautiful face, so bruised and distorted that if I had not seen her curly black hair matted with what I now know to be blood, I might have mistaken her for another unfortunate child. Her breathing was regular, and that was all that really mattered to me, that she was living. The cuts, the contusions, the damage that was done to her, I can cope with, even though I push the very thought of what may have happened, what I will to not have happened, out of my mind. She was breathing sweet, warm breaths, and I will send her mother to her. Fielda will make it all better. She will be a comfort to Petra. I, on the other hand, will return to the forest. I will return and find the monster that has done this to my family. It will not matter that the man is Callie and Ben's father, or Antonia's husband. That will be of little consequence to me. I will find him, and I will kill him.
Antonia. Dr. Kelsing remained by my side as Callie finished with her x-rays, and says she'll return after Callie's all cleaned up and settled for the evening. I thank her, and ask if I should try to get Callie to talk. No. Just be with her for now. Just be her mother. Talk to her as you always have. Ask her questions, but don't expect verbal answers. She needs to feel safe. Knowing that you're with her will go a long way to making her feel safe. I'll check back with you shortly. Molly begins gently to clean Callie's cut feet. Her feet are coated with dirt, dust, and dried blood, and it's difficult at first to tell the extent of the damage to them. But as Molly lightly begins to wash away the filth, it's quite apparent that Callie will need stitches, and that it'll be a very long time until her feet are fully healed. I try not to gasp at the sight of the deep punctures and gouges in the bottom of Callie's feet, and at the livid red welts that crisscross the top of her feet. The nail of her big toe is torn clean away. Callie goes rigid and begins to shake in either cold or in pain. I suspect both. She begins to cry silently. "It's going to be okay, Callie," I tell her, finding my voice, stepping in front of her line of vision so she'll not have to see what Molly's doing down there. I rub her arms to try and warm her. "Callie, I'm just getting your feet cleaned up so you don't get a nasty infection in them. I know it's no fun. Just hang tight, okay?" Molly explains. Callie nods bravely, wraps her arms around my neck, and squeezes. "That's right, Callie," I whisper in her ear. "Hold tight. I'm right here." Callie's back arches and she begins kicking and struggling to pull away from Molly. "Whoa, Callie, I need you to try and stay still." "I know it hurts," Molly says soothingly, despite the fact that Callie's foot strikes her in the chin. As much as I like Molly, I feel relief that Callie still has some fight left in her. Dr. Higby enters the room, comes over to Callie and smiles at her, and moves to ruffle her hair. Callie cowers and buries her head in my chest, and Dr. Higby pulls his hand back. "That's okay, Callie. I guess I wouldn't want anyone rubbing my head if I felt the way you do right now, either," Dr. Higby says jovially. He washes his hands in the small sink in the corner of the room and pulls on a pair of latex gloves. "Callie, I'm going to give you a little medicine right now. It'll help your feet take a nap." Callie peeks up at Dr. Higby doubtfully. "Well, they're not going to start snoring or anything." Callie's mouth twitches at this. "But they will feel numb." Dr. Higby continues. "You won't feel any pain in them at all in a few minutes." I feel Callie relax slightly in my arms. As Dr. Higby and Molly mend Callie's feet, I speak to my daughter. I whisper to her all the favorite stories she loves to hear, and I love to tell her. I tell her about the night she was born, and the incredible thunderstorm that blew into town the minute I went into labor. It was the strangest storm for October. The day began gray, but warm. You weren't due to arrive for 3 more weeks. But I felt the familiar twinges, the slight pulling across the top of my abdomen, the ache in my back. It was just like it was with Ben, but this time I knew more of what to expect. Daddy was home from Alaska, and he was so excited for you to arrive. He kept fidgeting around the house, trying to find things to do. I swear he oiled every squeaky door in the house, caulked the bathroom floor, and cleaned the leaves out of the gutters. He kept asking me if I was all right, if the baby was coming now, and I would say no, not for a long time, I told him. Finally, I had to shoo him away because he was making me so nervous. He took Ben over to the park to play catch with the football, and I went in the bedroom to lie down. It wasn't 10 minutes later when I saw the flash of lightning and heard the enormous boom of thunder. And at the very same moment that it began to rain, not just rain, but pour, torrential rain, my water broke, and I knew you were on your way. Callie smiles slightly at the story. I've told her so many times. Her limbs have relaxed completely in my arms, but her eyes are still alert, as if she's ready to leap from the table if need be. I didn't know what to do. Your daddy had left with Ben in the car. I had told him it would be hours before we'd need to go to the hospital. The rain began pouring down in buckets. I could hear it pounding on the roof, and the wind was blowing so hard that the windows rattled. And it seemed that with every clap of thunder, I would have a contraction. Your way of telling me, "Look out! I'm on my way." I called my doctor, and he told me I should get to the hospital as quickly as possible. I threw some clothes in Ben's school backpack, and in your yellow blanket I carefully wrapped the little outfit I was going to take you home from the hospital in, and put that in the backpack, too. I thought about calling Mrs. Norland next door, but I figured she wouldn't want to go out in the storm. So I decided to drive Daddy's truck to the hospital. This very hospital, actually. Problem was, I couldn't find where Daddy left his car keys. He never put them in the same place twice. So I spent 20 minutes looking for them. Finally, I found them in the front pocket of a pair of jeans he'd tossed by the washing machine. I grabbed the backpack and opened the door. The wind caught the screen door and pulled it right off its hinges. I remember feeling sorry for your daddy, because he'd spent so much time that week oiling those hinges to get rid of the squeaks. Now he wouldn't even be able to enjoy the silence of opening and closing it anymore. I hoped that Daddy and Ben were on their way back home, and just as I hoisted myself up into the truck, not any easy thing to do when you're pregnant, even tougher when you're in labor, I remembered I hadn't left Daddy and Ben a note. So I got back out of the truck, waddled in the house like a duck, and wrote a quick note. All it said was, "Baby," in big letters. Then I went back out into the storm and got into the truck. Now, I'd driven a stick shift only, 2 times, and both times Daddy was with me, helping me along. Somehow, I don't know how, I got that thing started and off onto the road. It was raining so hard that the windshield wipers couldn't keep up, and I had to drive slowly just to make sure I was staying on the road. I prayed that another car wouldn't suddenly come up behind and rear-end me, because I was moving like a snail. But thankfully I didn't see one other car until I got into town. Every few minutes or so, I'd have to pull over to the side of the road when a contraction overtook me, and I'd have to keep my feet pressed down on the clutch and the brake so I wouldn't stall the truck. I was determined to get to that hospital. I said right out loud, even though you were the only one who could have possibly heard me, I am not going to have my baby in this rusted-out old truck. I just slowly kept on creeping forward until I finally made it to the hospital, and I left the truck parked right in front of the emergency room entrance. I didn't find out until later that I'd left the door open, the lights on, and the keys in the ignition. I wasn't thinking so much about those details at the time, though, was I? The nurse barely got me onto a bed, and the doctor just stepped into the room when you came. In 3 pushes, you were there, giving this mighty cry. And then suddenly, you were in my arms, this perfect, beautiful little baby girl with a head of dark hair. I apologized to you first thing. I said, I usually don't look like a drowned rat. I hope I didn't frighten you too much. You just kept crying and crying. You sounded like a little lamb bleeding. Callie smiles at this part of the story, just as she always has. When she was 3, before she stopped talking, she'd chime in with a high-pitched "Bah!" and I'd laugh, because it was just what she sounded like. She makes no noise now, though. I was hoping that Callie would come in on her part. Molly and Dr. Higbee are still working on Callie's poor feet. I hear words like antibiotics and tetanus, but I try to ignore them for now. The nurse took you from me for a few moments, and she weighed and measured you. 6 pounds, 2 ounces, and 19 inches long. You were perfect. When she handed you back to me, you were wiped clean and wrapped in a blanket. The nurse had pulled a little pink hat over your ears, and you were still crying. Oh, you had so much to say to me. I look at Callie carefully, worried that my last sentence may have bothered her, but she gives no indication that this is so. After a while, you sort of just cried yourself out and fell asleep. I just looked and looked at you. Your face was so peaceful. Then Daddy and Ben burst into the room. They were both completely soaked from the rain. Their hair was matted down, and water dripped off their noses. I could hear their feet squelching on the hospital floor. "Did I miss it?" Daddy asked. It was pretty funny, because there I was, holding what was clearly a newborn in my arms. "It's a girl," Ben observed, seeing the pink hat on your head. "A girl," Daddy breathed, as if it was the most amazing thing in the world. And he and Ben walked hand in hand up to us and looked at the new beautiful girl in their lives. Daddy looked down at Ben and said, "Benny, you have a sister, a little sister. You're the big brother now, and you have to look after her when I'm not around." And Ben nodded. He looked so serious. Ben reached out one finger to touch your cheek. "Soft," he said. And then you opened your eyes, and I swear, though no one who wasn't there to see it believes me, I swear you smiled at him. Here, in the cold, white hospital examining room, Callie smiles a true smile. Later, when Daddy and Ben were all dried off, they took turns holding you. Daddy paced and paced the hospital room, saying, "My Callie girl." It was still thundering and lightning out, and the power went out, so the hospital had to use their backup generators. They let Ben and Daddy stay with us at the hospital room that night, though technically they weren't supposed to. It was a perfect night, Callie, the day that you were born. Callie closes her eyes, as if she's remembering. I wish she could remember that day. It was truly perfect. At least the way I told the story, it was perfect. I remember feeling so hopeful that the birth of Callie would be the catalyst to a new beginning for our little family. But of course it wasn't. Nothing's perfect, not even the perfect day, though I've set into Callie's and Ben's mind that it was so. What I've left out from the story was that while Griff was carrying around Callie, singing softly to her, his hands were shaking so badly that I feared he would drop her. I remember being ready to leap from the bed to catch her if she fell. I remember asking Griff to hand her back to me, making every excuse as to why I needed her back in my arms. She needed to try nursing. She was tired. He looked tired. He wasn't fooled, though. I could see it in his eyes, a flash of hurt in the fact I didn't quite trust him holding our baby. He hadn't taken one drink in the week that he'd been home before Callie was born. Before he'd left for Alaska the last time, it had been bad. So very bad. He'd crossed a line. One of many that I had drawn out for him through the years. That first night he'd come home before Callie was born, he had lain by my side in our bed, his hand on top of my huge belly, and had promised to change. He had cried softly into my shoulder, and I'd cried along with him. I'd believed him. Again. He could do it. He could stop drinking with my help. He had promised. But the night that Callie was born, with his hands trembling so fiercely as he held my baby, I knew that was a promise he couldn't keep. Not yet, anyway. He left the hospital in the dark corners of the morning while Ben and I were sleeping, and Callie slept in the nursery. He left and came back hours later. There was a glassiness in his eyes that couldn't quite focus, and I could smell the liquor on his breath as he kissed my cheek. He held Callie firmly and capably that morning, and his hands had stopped shaking. "There you are, Callie," Dr. Higbee tells Callie. "All done. The worst is over. Now we'll just finish getting you all cleaned up. You, Callie, are a very lucky little girl." I see Callie's tranquil face freeze for a moment. Then it changes. Her eyes begin to bulge, and her skin fades to a sickly chalk color. Dr. Higbee looks back at Molly, and she lifts her hands and shoulders. She hadn't been touching Callie's feet. Callie's mouth twists into an ugly grimace, as if she's screaming. She's shaking not from cold or pain, but from complete terror. I look around helplessly as her silent shriek clangs around my head. "What's wrong?" I ask her. "What's wrong, Callie?" But still she thrashes almost convulsively. Molly and I hold her so that she won't fall off the table. "What's wrong?" I whimper as tears collect behind my own eyes. I notice that Molly's and Dr. Higbee's eyes aren't focused on Callie, but are settled on a spot just over my shoulder. Keeping my grip firmly on Callie, who's kicking and writhing, I turn to see what they're looking at. There stands my Benny, beaten so badly, his clothes bloody and ripped. My knees go weak at the sight. He's looking at Callie with fear in his eyes. "What's wrong with her?" he asks me over Callie's head. His voice sounds so young. I don't answer him. I want so badly to go to him and draw him close to me. I wave him toward me with one hand, but he stands rooted to his spot. "I'm going to give her a sedative, Mrs. Clark," Dr. Higbee says. It takes several moments for the shot to have any effect on Callie. But soon she calms, and her shaking subsides, and her eyes begin to close. She still clutches at my shirt, pulling me close to her. She seems to be trying to speak to me, but her lips are slack and can't form the words. What, Callie? What is it? Please tell me, I whisper into her ear. But she's fallen asleep, and whatever has frightened her so badly has crawled back into its hole and sleeps too, at least for now.
Martin. When we pull up to the front of my mother-in-law's home, I see that the reporters have gone, but one strange car remains in the drive. I thank the officer, and he offers to stay until we're ready to travel to Iowa City. He will escort us, get us there quickly and safely. Again, I thank the officer and say no. We'll be fine. We'll get to Petra just fine. My legs feel heavy as I make my way to the front door. Already they ache from the day's exertion. My pants are dirty, and I have some of Ben's blood on my shirt collar. I try to tame my hair by pressing my fingers against its wiry texture, but no, it does little good. My glasses are set crookedly on my nose, and I take them off and try to bend them back into the correct position. I see a rustle at the curtains. Fielda must have heard the car pull up in front of the house. I see her peek through the window briefly, then the front door is open, and she hurries to greet me. Behind her are her mother and a woman I do not know. "Did you find her, Martin? Did you find Petra?" She seizes my arm, and her voice has the same hysterical tone that I heard her use with Agent Fitzgerald. I wonder what has happened to him. I've not seen or heard from him in hours. I gather Fielda in my arms and hold her tightly to me. I feel her body sag against me, and instantly I'm aware of my mistake. She's alive. I cannot bring myself to say that she is fine. No, I cannot say that to my wife. Fielda screeches with relief and joy. "Thank you! God, thank you!" she exclaims, still clutching onto me. "Thank you, Martin. Thank you for finding her. Where is she? Where is she?" Fielda looks around as if Petra is off playing a few yards from us in the front yard. I clear my throat. Tread carefully, I tell myself. Do not alarm her. She's at the hospital. "Oh, of course." She squints her eyes at me. "She's going to be all right, isn't she?" "I think she'll be fine. You need to go to her," I tell her. "What do you mean, you think she'll be fine?" "What happened, Martin? Let's go. Let's get in the car and go." They took her to Iowa City, to the hospital there. The medical personnel thought that the hospital in Iowa City would be the best place for her to go. "Iowa City? What's going on?" Fielda steps away from me and crosses her arms in front of her. The woman I do not know makes her way toward us and rests a hand protectively on Fielda's shoulder. "Fielda," the woman says. "Fielda, is everything okay?" she asks. "I don't know," Fielda says, in a voice too loud for the quiet of the night. The cicadas have even stopped chirping. "I don't know," Fielda says again. "Martin?" I take Fielda's hand and pull her along with me, leaving the woman behind. "You tell me what's happening right now." From the porch light, I can see that tears are brimming in Fielda's eyes. I need to tell her now, and I need to tell her everything. We found Petra at the top of the bluff. She was hurt. I swallow hard. She was hurt in many ways, but she was breathing. She had cuts on her head and bruises. A helicopter took her off the bluff. They've flown her to Iowa City. She's there by now. You need to go to her now, Fielda. She needs you. Is she going to die? Fielda asks. Is my little girl going to die? There is steel in her voice, almost daring me to tell her that death was a possibility. No, I say with more conviction than I feel. Can you drive to Iowa City on your own? But why? Fielda looks confused. Why don't you come with me? I can't. I need to help with the investigation, I say, hoping that she will ask no more questions. Investigation? Do they have the person who did this? Who did this, Martin? Do you know? I nod. I do know. You need to go now. Can you drive on your own, Fielda? Fielda looks at me as if she wants to ask more, but something on my face causes her to pause. I can take her, the unknown woman tells me as she approaches us, and for the first time I look at her carefully. I'm Mary Ellen McIntyre. She holds her hand out to me, and I recognize her from the television news, from when she had begged for the safe return of her daughter. I take her hand. I've heard about you, your family. I'm very, very sorry. I'll drive Fielda and her mother. She looks to Fielda to see if this is acceptable to her. Fielda nods, but is examining me carefully. What happened to you, Martin? Is that blood? She points to my stained shirt. I'm fine. Now please, go. I'll join you as soon as I can. Tell Petra that I love her and I'll see her soon. I kiss Fielda on the forehead and turn to Mrs. McIntyre. Thank you for looking after my wife. I am grateful. I'm glad to help. Fielda and I have become fast friends. I'll go get my purse. Oh, and Snuffy, Fielda says, as she hurries into the house. Snuffy is Petra's stuffed anteater, which she sleeps with each night. Mary Ellen leans in close to me. You know who did this, don't you? I think I do, yes. I do not look her in the eye. He did terrible things to Petra, she states. I notice it is not a question. Yes, he did. You're going after him, aren't you? Yes, I am. I now look her straight in the eye, trying to determine if she will tell Fielda, who would rail against my foolishness. Mary Ellen McIntyre and I stand in the shadows of the porch. She briefly touches my arm, but says nothing. Fielda and her mother emerge from the house, purse and Snuffy in hand. She kisses my lips, tells me she loves me, then gets into Mrs. McIntyre's car and drives away. I stand for a long time, watching until the red glow from the car's taillights disappears. And then I trudge up the steps, into the house, and flick off the porch light. I sit in the dark at the kitchen table, trying to gather my thoughts. And then I stand, stiffly, my muscles protesting, and I go upstairs to my mother-in-law's extra bedroom. I open the closet door and reach high behind the photo albums and behind Mrs. Morning's wedding gown, the very same dress that Fielda wore for our wedding. The gown is wrapped in paper and sealed in a box, tied with a blue ribbon. I stand on the tips of my toes and fumble around for the wooden box. My hand grazes the container, and I'm able to nudge it toward me. I pull the box down and lay it on the bed. It's not locked. I lift the top and hear the slight creak of its brass hinges. Inside is a gun. I don't know the caliber or the brand name. I've never been interested in firearms. The gun that I have set before me belonged to Fielda's father, who had passed away many years before, long before I had met her. Fielda's mother doesn't know why she keeps it. Guns scare her, but she cannot bring herself to give it away, and most likely has forgotten that it is up here. I take the gun out of its velvet-lined box, and am surprised at its heaviness for such a small gun. One lone bullet rolls around in the box, and I pull it out and hold it tightly, warming it within my sweaty palm. I glance at my watch and know that I am short on time. I need to hurry.
Antonia. I look at Callie as she sleeps. Her dirty face isn't peaceful, unlined and untroubled as a 7-year-old little girl's face should be in sleep. Deep grooves have settled in the space just above the bridge of her nose, and her lips are pinched tightly. On another examining table next to Callie sits Ben. Dr. Higbee and Molly are now tending to him, collecting more evidence. His face is a mess. I've avoided asking Ben the question that's rested on my tongue since I first glanced at him when he entered the hospital. Who did this to you? I'm afraid of the answer. I dip the washcloth that Molly's given me in a basin of warm water and begin to wipe the dirt from Callie's body. I start at her face, beginning at her hairline, trying to gently smooth the channels that travel along her forehead. I move down behind her ears, along her cheeks, and under her chin, carefully lifting and lowering her head as if she's an infant. I see her nearly naked form on the table, except for her hospital gown and the thick white gauze that's wrapped around her feet. The number of bruises that dot her arms once again startles me, even though I'd watched Molly take pictures of them earlier. These are no childhood bruises caused by a careless tumble or by an accidental bump into a sharp corner. I gently fit my fingers around the even arrangement of the marks and shudder. I continue my washing of Callie, now focusing on her hands, trying to rinse away the dirt that's collected in the little wrinkles that form her knuckles and in the valleys that score the inside of her palms. I trace the lines on her palm, now pink from my scrubbing, and I wonder at her future, my little damaged girl. And I wonder about Griff. Where is he? Well, says Dr. Higbee, we've got one broken nose and what appear to be 3 broken ribs on Ben here. You'll live, Ben, but you won't be playing any contact sports for a while. Ben snorts a little at this and looks sadly at me. We're going to get Callie settled into her room for the night. You two are welcome to stay with Callie tonight, or you're free to go home, Dr. Higbee tells us. Stay, Ben and I say at the same time, and we smile at each other. We both know we need to be with Callie. I'd like to run home and get a few things, some clean clothes, Callie's blanket, and stuffed monkey, I tell Dr. Higbee. That's probably a good idea, Dr. Higbee says. Callie's going to need all the comfort she can get in the next few days. And Ben, no offense, but you could use a shower and a clean shirt. Ben laughs, and I'm glad. Whatever happened up there wasn't enough to take Ben's laugh away. Do you have a way to get back to your house? Molly asks. I frown. No, I don't. My car is back at the house. I'm stranded at the hospital. I very much want Callie to wake up with her yellow blanket and monkey. I think of Rose, the nice paramedic, and her offer to help out in any way that she was able. I think I do, I tell Molly.
Deputy Sheriff Lewis. Tucci, Dunn, and I retraced the path that Ben and I came down on the four-wheeler. We paused for a moment at the carcass of the dog that Martin Gregory and I had found earlier in the evening. I wonder if the dog had anything to do with the events of the day, and make a mental note to suggest that the forensic team investigate. Did Charles Wilson, the school counselor, ever find his dog? I ask. Don't know, Tucci answers. We had nothing to hold him on. His wife said she woke up at about 7 this morning and that he left some time before then to walk the dog on the trails. Do we know where Wilson is right now? I ask, wondering if we hadn't let Wilson go prematurely. From the glow of my flashlight, I see Tucci shrug his shoulders. Call it into dispatch and check on it. We need to cover all bases. Suddenly I feel foolish tracking some unseen being in the forest in the dead of night. I don't know what made me think that I would be able to find whomever I had seen crouched among the trees. I guiltily admit to myself that perhaps I hoped that I, the fearless hero, Antonia's hero, would bring Griff in. Ben had told me that it was Griff up there on top of the bluff. It was Griff who beat him. And it was Griff who left Petra and Ben up there all alone. Do you see anything? Tucci asks after we had been walking for about 40 minutes. Nah, I say, disgusted with myself. He's probably long gone now. We may as well go back. We'll organize a search for daybreak. He could be anywhere by now, Dunn says. The radio at my hip crackles, and the dispatcher lets me know that I have a guest waiting for me down at the bottom of the bluff. Agent Fitzgerald. Let's go, I tell Tucci and Dunn. Convinced that Griff is still out here, waiting. For what? I'm not sure. When we step out of the forest, I can see Fitzgerald deep in conversation with a man and woman dressed in civilian clothing. The headlights from 2 cruisers light them up from behind. I figure the 2 people that Fitzgerald is talking to are other agents from his office. When we approach the group, they stop talking and look at us. I can tell by the look on Fitzgerald's face. He isn't happy with me. What the hell do you think you were doing? He spits at me. Tucci and Dunn shift uncomfortably behind me. Have you gotten any word on Petra Gregory's condition? I ask, ignoring Fitzgerald's obvious anger. She's still unconscious but stable. There's evidence of sexual assault. The woman next to Fitzgerald tells me, and my stomach clenches as I think of Callie. I'm Special Agent Lydia Simon. This is Special Agent John Temperley. We're here to help with the investigation involving the 2 little girls. I understand you've had quite an evening. You could say that, I tell her, still eyeing Fitzgerald warily, waiting for his next burst of anger. You took 2 civilians, worse, 2 of the victims' parents, on an unauthorized search, Fitzgerald says in a threatening voice. Agent Simon places a hand on Fitzgerald's arm, and he instantly quiets. I get the sense that she has great influence over Fitzgerald, is perhaps his senior in their department. You found the 2 girls and the boy? Simon asks me. Actually, Callie Clark found us. We were standing right about here when she came out of the woods. She was carrying Petra Gregory's necklace and underwear. We figured out that Petra and Callie's brother Ben were still at the top of the bluff. You let Martin Gregory go up the bluff? Fitzgerald says accusingly. There was no way I was going to stop him. I can't keep my own irritation out of my voice. I called for an ambulance and backup and followed him up the bluff. He thought that Ben Clark had something to do with what happened to Petra, and he was going up there, ready to kill anyone at the top that might have hurt his daughter. You should have followed procedure and waited for backup, Fitzgerald shoots back at me. Hold on now, Agent Simon says. Let's just all get up to speed on the investigation and go from there. We can't change what has happened, and the girls are safe. Let's focus on finding who did this. Ben Clark, Callie's brother, said that Griff Clark, their father, was the one, trying to make my voice sound professional again. Ben saw his father up there with the girls? Agent Temperley asks. Yeah, said his dad was the one who beat the crap out of him up there. He was pretty messed up. He was standing guard over Petra when we got to the top. Ben said he tried to keep his dad there, but he got away. The three agents ponder this for a moment. What does Callie Clark say about what happened? Agent Simon questions. Callie hasn't spoken in 4 years, I tell her. Until today. She said Ben when she reached us at the bottom of the bluff. And that was all. I don't know if she said more. She's at the hospital in Willow Creek. Her brother should be there by now, too. I look at my watch. It's a little after 11. I'm exhausted, but my night is just beginning. Why would she say her brother's name if it was her father who did all this? Agent Temperley asks. Why didn't she say Dad? Could the brother have been lying? Could he have done this? Absolutely not, I say. Ben Clark is a good boy. He did nothing but spend the day looking for his sister and Petra. Well, you tend to have a soft spot when it comes to the Clark family, don't you? Fitzgerald says snidely. Does Antonia Clark know that her husband is now the major suspect in this case? I don't know. The reality that the man my Tony had married has done some truly horrific things hits me hard. I don't want to be the one to tell her. We need to talk to that little girl, Agent Simon says with finality. We need her to tell us what she saw up there on that bluff. Let's go on over to the hospital and see if we can speak with her.
Ben. I feel better now that I've taken a bath in the little bathroom in your hospital room. I had to be real careful not to get the tape that was wrapped around my ribs wet. Not too easy. Dr. Higby gave me some green scrubs to put on. I'm also feeling a little lightheaded from the medicine that the nurse gave me for the pain in my nose and ribs. Mom just left to go back to the house to get some stuff. I asked her if she could bring back my Green Bay Packers pillow. Not that I needed it to sleep, but when my face hurts as much as mine does, a guy needs something extra soft to lay his head on. Mom borrowed the car of some lady named Rose, and asked her if she would keep an eye on us while she was gone, and Rose promised she would. She's gone down to the cafeteria to get some food to smuggle in for me. I requested chips and a Mountain Dew, but Rose said I wouldn't want anything too salty or too sweet with the cuts I had all around my lips. I had to agree with that, I guess. I lie in the hospital bed that's next to you and click through the channels on the TV that's attached to the wall above us. I keep the volume down low so as not to wake you, but from the looks of things, you won't be waking up for a while. The way you screamed earlier when I'd walked in still clanks around in my head. I wonder if how I looked scared you. I looked pretty monstrous, if I do say so myself. Mom told me that you'd said my name when you found them at the bottom of Bobcat Trail, and at first I felt pretty good about that. Then I got to thinking, Callie, why did you go and say my name? Why didn't you say Dad's name? He's the one who caused this big old mess in the first place. I'm hoping you don't think I had something to do with it all. It was pretty confusing up there. I look over to where you're sleeping. What were you thinking, Callie? I want to ask. Why did you say my name? Callie, when you were born, I was so sad and happy at the same time. I was 5, and the chore of sharing you with Mom turned my stomach sour. When I first saw your tiny little toes, no bigger than jelly beans, I knew that my mom wasn't just mine anymore. You had a cry that could wake the dead. And how you wailed. She'd carry you around for hours on her shoulder, patting your back and whispering in your shell-shaped ear, "Hush now, Callie, hush now." But you wouldn't. She would stumble around, half sleeping, her eyes all shadowed, her hair sticking up and wild, even after all your fussing, covered with spit-up, foul and stinky smelling. She'd still be all patient with you. She'd say, "Ben, we have a feisty one here. She's going to keep us on our toes. Big brother, you need to look out for our little whirlwind." And I have, time and again. Dad was the only one who could quiet you down. When he'd come home from the pipeline, I'd hear the squeak of the back door and the thunk of his green duffel hitting the floor, and I'd think, now Callie'll shut up. He'd snatch you right out of Mom's arms and say all sweet like, "Stop that squallin', Callie girl." And you would. Just like that. Your red, squinched-up face would go all smooth, and you'd look at Dad big-eyed like you were thinking, "Who is this man?" Then you'd rub your little peanut nose into his chest, grab his big sausage finger with your tiny hand, and fall into this deep sleep. It was as if the house just wasn't big enough for 2 centers of attention, and when Dad came home, you knew it was time to sit back and watch a while. I think that Mom felt sort of bad that you'd stop your howling for him and not her. I mean, she was the one who would change your shitty diapers and feed you that nasty green junk from a baby food jar. And she's the one who about went crazy from worry when you were 2 months old and had a fever of 105 degrees. It was Christmas time and 40 below outside, and the walls shook with the force of the wind. But Mom still filled the tub with freezing cold water and stripped the 2 of you bare naked and climbed into that popsicle water. You both had goosebumps the size of footballs and blue lips, but she just sat there holding you. The 2 of you shivering so hard little waves sloshed over the side of the bathtub. She sat there rocking you in that tub until the fever was gone and you started screaming like normal. Your crying pinging off the bathroom walls. I couldn't sleep, but with your fussing echoing through the house, so I made Mom chocolate milk and found her favorite socks, the rainbow-striped ones with little slots for each toe to slide into, for her to put on. I climbed over the bars of your crib and pulled out your yellow blanket and that goofy sock monkey Mom made you. I tucked them in Mom's big bed because I knew she'd lie with you there that night. She sat for what seemed hours, watching you breathe, every once in a while putting her finger beneath your nose just to feel that small rush of warm air coming out. I wonder if she ever does that with me. Creep into my room, even though I'm 12 now, and check to see if I'm still breathing. Watch the rise and fall of my chest. I'd like to think that she does. So I think that Mom's feelings were hurt that Dad was the only one to calm you. I know that you didn't mean for her to feel that way. I know that having Dad home filled up each corner of the house, kind of like someone sitting on your chest. It's real hard to make sounds when each breath just goes into breathing. Funny how Dad was the only one who could quiet you, and in the end, was the only one who finally got you to speak.
Antonia. I hurry down the hallway into the elevator. Rose Callahan is so kind to let me borrow her car. I'm not sure of how I'm going to thank her, but I'll certainly find a way when this is all over. I jangle her keys in my hand as I wait for the elevator door to open. Ben and I still haven't had the conversation that's needed. I haven't asked him who'd beaten him so badly. Once again, my lack of proper mothering skills is shining through. Wouldn't most mothers exclaim, "Who did this to you?" I'm not ready to ask that question yet. I'm not prepared to hear that Ben's own father has been responsible for this, and so much worse. My stomach churns at the prospect of all the devastation Griff doled out this day. But maybe not, though. No one had come right out and said Griff did all this. He could be off in some bar somewhere for all I know. I just want to go home and get my children some clean clothes and items of comfort. The elevator door opens and I step in, push the buttons for the main floor, and lean back against the wall. I close my eyes and try not to think. The doors open again and I step out. Then I have the urge to retreat into them, given the scene unfolding before me. There seems to be a half a dozen police officers. I see Agent Fitzgerald talking with two people I've never seen before. A few reporters occupy a corner of the main entrance waiting area, and Lewis looks to be in a heated discussion with Logan Roper, Griff's old high school friend. Then I see the doors to the main entrance open, and in stomps Christine Lewis, Lewis's wife. Great, I think. She doesn't look so happy. I look around for an exit to take unseen, but it's too late. Christine spots me, gives me a searing look, and goes over to her husband. "Christine," Lewis says, looking off behind her. "Where's Tanner?" "He's out in the car, Loris," she says shortly. She's the only person I know who ever calls Lewis by his first name. "He's sleeping." "You left him out in the car alone?" Lewis says in disbelief. "Christine, there's a kidnapper out there somewhere. You just can't leave a child unattended in a car." "You," she pokes a finger at him, "gave up any say in what I do with my son, the minute you decided that her children were more important than Tanner." "What the hell are you talking about?" Lewis says, taking Christine by the arm and pulling her out of earshot. I take that opportunity to exit quickly through the hospital doors, searching for the red Civic that is Rose's car. As I unlock the car door and start to climb in, Agent Fitzgerald and the two strangers he was speaking with surround me. "Mrs. Clark," says Agent Fitzgerald, "I'm pleased to hear that your children have been found and are safe and sound." "Yes, me too," I say brusquely. I want to get out of there before Christine tries to pull me into her argument with Lewis. Agent Fitzgerald introduces me to the two as his colleagues, Agents Temperley and Simon. I smile at them in greeting and settle myself behind the wheel. "We need to talk to your children, Mrs. Clark," Agent Simon says to me. "I know you do. Should we set up a time for sometime tomorrow?" "You don't understand," says Agent Temperley. "We need to speak with Callie now." "No, you don't understand. Callie's had a horrible day. She's sleeping right now. No one's asking her any questions tonight," I declare firmly. "We don't need your permission to speak with a witness, Mrs. Clark," Fitzgerald informs me. I wonder whatever made me trust this man. "No, but you do need the doctor's permission to speak with her. And if he says my children aren't ready, then you will not speak to them." I climb out of the car again and march right back into the hospital to let Dr. Higbee know that under no circumstances is anyone to talk to my children until I get back.
Deputy Sheriff Lewis. I pull Christine to a more private corner of the hospital waiting room. Here we go again. Christine threw her little public fits about twice a year. Then she would calm down and say she was sorry, and we would carry on as usual until the next time. "What is going on?" I ask her through clenched teeth. "I'm working here." "That's half the problem," she cries. "You're working all the time. We never see you." "It's my job," I say, louder than I intend. I can feel many eyes on us. I glimpse Tony hurrying out of the hospital and wonder where she's going. Did she know that Griff was somewhere out there? And she's the other half of the problem. Christine's voice breaks as she tosses her chin toward Tony. You hung up on me, Loris. You were with her. Whenever she needs something, you go running. Right now, even, you're looking at her when I'm trying to tell you that we are leaving. That pulls my gaze back to Christine. What do you mean, you're leaving? Is Tanner really out in the car? Yes. He's sleeping. I locked the doors. He's fine, Christine growls. What if he woke up and climbed out? Jesus, Christine, use your head. Let's go out there. Yes, let's go out there, Loris. You can say goodbye to him then. I'm taking Tanner back to Minnesota. What? Like for a vacation? No, not like for a vacation, she mimics me. For good. We're moving in with my parents until I get settled and can find a house. You can't just take Tanner and leave, I explode. You can't keep me from my son. I have no intention of keeping you from your son. You do that well enough on your own. We'll work out those things later. Come say goodbye if you want. Why are you doing this now, Christine? I ask helplessly. I'm finally doing this, Loris. I am sick and tired of walking in her shadow. You don't have to leave, though. We can work it out. We always do, I say unconvincingly. Do you know what it has been like for me? Christine asks me. Living in this town? With your history with her? You won't get away from it, and I can't get away from it. I'm done, Loris. I'm done. She walks away from me and into the hospital parking lot toward our station wagon. I follow, knowing I need to give my son a kiss goodbye.
Martin. As I creep from my car, which I have parked well down the road, I can see a police officer sitting in a squad car. He's a reservist, a man from my own church. The interior light from the car casts shadows on his face. He's sipping from a coffee cup, reading. I steal past him unnoticed and move to the back of the Clark home to wait. I settle behind a small copse of what my father would have called junk trees, thin, craggy things with trunks no bigger than my wrist. The night is still warm, but a soft breeze tinged with a bit of northern air has cooled things considerably. In fact, I'm quite comfortable. Under any other circumstances I would be apt to doze off, but the weight of the gun in my lap is a hard enough reminder of why I'm here. In the daylight hours I would be easily seen, but in the dark of night I've become an extension of the Clarks' backyard. At least, that is my hope. I have a good view of Antonia's and Griff's vehicles, both parked in the driveway near the back door. From my vantage point, I also see into the Clarks' kitchen. The house is black. If the reservist discovers me, I can just say that I thought I saw a prowler and I came to investigate. A weak excuse, I know. I am also waiting for my good sense to return, but as of yet, it hasn't. I'm a logical man. I know that it makes no sense for me to be stalking my child's kidnapper and abuser by hiding outside his home with a gun. I'm waiting for my good judgment to return to me, that I will suddenly realize that this is not how college-educated, reasonable men behave. But for the moment, it doesn't matter that I am the head of the economics department at St. Julianus, nor does it matter that for the past 57 years I've been firmly ensconced in the conviction that capital punishment is inherently wrong. Anger rests in my belly like a buzzing colony of bees, scraping at my skin from the inside out. So I wait, and I do not have to be patient for long. From where I sit, I see a figure emerge from the woods, broad, but moving in a stilted, uncoordinated manner. Should I go forward, confront the skulking being? Should I slink away, back to my mother-in-law's, place Fielda's father's gun back into its velvet-lined box, and hide it behind dusty old treasures? I paused too long for any of those scenarios to be an option. Because just as I am going to make the choice, a choice that would surely change my life forever, a car appears, and pulls in right behind the other two vehicles, and out steps Antonia Clarke. The shadow that came from the woods suddenly stops, then quickly retreats. Antonia steps from the car and moves to the front of the house. I hear soft murmurs of a conversation, and then silence. I sit for what seems an eternity, listening to my own heart pounding, watching, my eyes darting from the woods to the house, back and forth, waiting. I startle as the light above the back door comes on. The door opens and I see Antonia step out into the backyard, a bag on her shoulder. In her hands, a green pillow and a stuffed animal. I watch as she squints into the darkness and then walks to the area where hours earlier the state crime unit was so intent. I expect Tony to turn and leave, but she doesn't. She begins to walk toward the woods. In that moment, another choice is offered to me, one that unequivocally will change several lives forever. What will I choose? To warn Antonia, or to sit in silence?
Antonia. I drive the familiar road back to the house. Our neighborhood looks abandoned, what with the press and all but one police car gone. We have no streetlights along our road, and no lights burn in the Gregory home, or mine for that matter. Hadn't I turned a light on before I left this afternoon with Martin and Lewis? Maybe one of the police officers switched off the lights when they left. I send a silent wish of good fortune on to the Gregory family. I hope that Fielda and Martin are sitting next to Petra right now, holding her hand. I'm so fortunate to have my two back safely, damaged for sure, but physically whole. I'm still hopeful that a long string of sentences will soon accompany Callie's one word. I sit for a moment behind the wheel of Rose's car and look upon my home as if I'm a stranger, an outsider. It is so dark. I can see little, so I close my eyes and visualize the home that had been mine in childhood, and now, as a wife and mother, as if it's daytime. It's a narrow, two-story structure, simple, but with good bones. I picture the peeling white paint that bubbles and blisters on the outside and that lay in crispy shards on the lawn. The flower beds are beautiful. Those look well tended. I love my home, no matter the dark days I've had here. It is my home. I wonder what Ben and Callie think of this house. Are all their memories sad? Surely they must have good thoughts, too. I'll have to ask them when this is all over. Do they want to start fresh, somewhere new, or stay put? I slide out of the driver's seat and begin to make my way toward the police car. The officer steps from his car and greets me. "I'm so glad to hear that your kids are safe, Mrs. Clarke," he tells me. "Me too," I say. "And thank you for all you've done. Is it all right if I go in the house now to get a few things for the kids?" "Sure," he replies. "We've gotten everything that we need from the house. Do you want me to go in with you?" "No, thanks. I'm fine. I'll be out in just a few minutes." The officer smiles at me and climbs back into his car. I trudge up the front steps. I am so tired. I open the door and quickly go upstairs. I stop first at Callie's room and switch on her light. It's hard for me to imagine that just hours earlier, strangers had been tromping through this room, gathering evidence, looking for traces of violence, dusting for fingerprints. I'm surprised at how undisturbed her room looks. The crime scene officers were very conscientious, cleaning up after themselves, replacing toys and books to their proper spots. Only Callie's bed looks wrong, stripped of bedding, naked. I grab some clothes, shove them into Callie's backpack, and pick up her stuffed monkey and yellow blanket. I do the same in Ben's room and hurry down the steps. As I put my hand on the knob of the front door, I pause. I turn and head back to the kitchen. I flick on the outside light over the back door, open the door, and step out into my backyard. Looking out across my large, beautiful yard, visions of the day swim in front of my eyes. Would I ever look at these woods in the same way? Would I ever be able to find comfort in a place that swallowed up my children and spit them back out at me, damaged and broken? I walk closer to the dark, towering trees until I feel a strong hand clamp onto my arm, and my heart stops in alarm. But just as quickly I recognize Martin's smooth, cultured voice hushed to a whisper. "Antonia, quiet. Someone's in the woods. Come on." And he pulls me silently to the side of the yard, next to the shed behind a snowball bush where we're well hidden. "Martin," I murmur, "what are you doing?" "Shh," he orders and points toward the woods. I see nothing. "What is it?" I whisper. "Griff, I think," Martin says. I can't help but notice how lifeless his voice sounds. "Good," I respond in a normal voice. "I need to ask him a few questions about where he's been today." I begin to step from the bush toward the woods. Martin yanks me roughly back. "No," he demands. "Stay here. Listen to me." I stop, and he releases my arm from his grasp. "Have you talked to Ben about what happened up there?" Martin speaks again in a low, hoarse whisper. "No," I admit. "We really haven't had the chance. I'm just so glad they're okay. What about Ben?" "He was up there when we found Petra. He told us what happened, who hurt Petra and Callie. It was Griff." "Ben said this?" I ask. "He did. Ben said that Griff was up there when he got to the top of the bluff. That Griff was standing over Petra and was going after Callie." Martin's voice breaks when he says his daughter's name. For the first time, I notice that Martin holds something tightly within one hand. "What's that?" I ask, and reach out to it, my hand brushing against the cool metal. My God! Is that a gun? "Martin, what are you doing?" "I don't know," he says in a small voice. "I don't know. I thought... You thought you would come over here and shoot the man who you think hurt your daughter? Without even speaking with him first? Without the police questioning him? Martin, I know Griff has troubles, but he wouldn't have hurt Petra." "How do you know that? What about the bruises your son has?" "Your son was up there, Antonia." "Are you saying he's the liar? Who did this, then? Was it Ben? Was it your husband? Which one, Antonia? Which is it?" Martin hisses. "Yeah, Antonia. Which is it?" An oily, familiar voice asks conversationally. My heart seizes in my chest. It is Griff. He smells of sweat, and his face looks haggard and tired. Who you gonna believe? Me or Ben? Griff, I don't know what happened. I don't know. Ben and Callie are in the hospital. Petra is too. She's hurt really bad. I don't know what happened. But you think I could have done something, don't you? You'll believe that little bastard, but you won't believe your own husband. Griff, the man who sent me sweet notes every year on the anniversary of my mother's death, steps toward me. Get away! Martin yells. What the hell? Griff shouts. You've got a gun? You've got a goddamn gun? What? You two come here to shoot me? Jesus, Tony! In one powerful movement, Griff slaps the gun from Martin's hand toward me. I scream as the gun goes off with a loud blast, and I cover my face as the bullet explodes into the ground, sending up chunks of dry dirt. Both Griff and Martin scramble for the gun, but Griff is faster and reaches it first. With one hand he picks the revolver off the ground and swings it with a sickening thud against Martin's skull. He crumples immediately to the ground, clutching his head. Griff, don't! I scream. Please don't! I cry as I kneel down by Martin. He was gonna shoot me, Griff says in a dazed voice. You were here to shoot me. No, I didn't know he was here. I didn't know, I sob. I was here to get some pajamas for Callie, to get her monkey. I point to the sock monkey on the ground. It's smiling up at us. Griff has the gun aimed shakily at me, but he glances down at the toy, and then at Martin's now motionless form. I don't believe you. His hands continue to tremble, whether from nerves or lack of drink, I don't know. Please, let's talk about it. Please, I beg. Tell me what happened, Griff. Tell me. Where was that police officer, I wonder, looking through the darkness for him? I didn't do it. His voice is full of emotion. I know it looks like I did, but I didn't. I didn't hurt that girl. But why were you up there? Why were you in the woods with Callie? I don't know. It was stupid. I took her into the woods. We got lost. And then Callie was gone, and Petra was there, all bloody. And Ben, Jesus, Ben, he kept coming at me, and I hit him. God, and her underwear. I feel as if I've been socked in the stomach. My husband had taken Callie into the forest. He had hurt Ben and Petra. Poor little Petra. I force the bile that has crept into my throat back down. God, my head hurts. He presses his fingers to his eyes, and in that instant, I run. I duck behind the shed and run for the woods. If I could just get to the woods, then I could hide. I know these woods. I keep expecting gunfire, but none comes. But despite the pain in his head and his trembling hands, Griff is still quicker than I am. Before I can step into the safety of the trees, he is here, his arms around me in a crushing bear hug. I try to kick him away from me, but he holds on tightly. We hear the sirens at the same time. We both freeze mid-struggle for a brief moment. Then, before I can scream or break away, Griff drags me into the forest.
Deputy Sheriff Lewis. I watch as Christine pulls away from the hospital parking lot, and I momentarily consider chasing after her. jumping in the car with her and Tanner and driving off to Minnesota. It's a brief thought, however, because I spy Tony, head down, rushing once again out of the hospital. I begin to go toward her, but notice Fitzgerald and the other agents observing me through the tall windows that line the front of the hospital. I make a beeline back toward the main doors, back to the investigation. Fitzgerald is waiting as the automatic doors open, and cold air from the air-conditioned main lobby once again strikes me in the face. My uniform is dirty from my trek through the woods. I stink of sweat, and am perspiring heavily again after my heated conversation with Christine. She won't let us talk to the girl, or the boy for that matter, Fitzgerald says as I walk to a vending machine to buy a bottle of water. Who won't? I ask, slugging the whole bottle back in one gulp. Antonia Clark, Fitzgerald replies. She says Callie isn't up to talking now, and she doesn't want Ben talking to us either. I think she's hiding something. What would she be hiding? I ask as I thread more change into the machine, this time choosing a soda full of caffeine and sugar. It's going to be a long night. I think she knows something about her husband. I don't buy that she didn't know he didn't go on that fishing trip today. Maybe she's covering for him, the agent named Temperley says. That's bullshit, I say, looking him in the eyes. Have you even talked to Tony Clark? Have you even had one conversation with her that makes you believe this? Just the one we had a few moments ago, when she absolutely refused to cooperate with us, Temperley says snidely. I don't know. I guess if my child was kidnapped and my son beaten to a pulp, I'd want to know who did it. And so does Tony, I say, in an even, low tone, trying to keep any anger out of it. To be thrown off this investigation was the last thing I needed. She just wants to keep her kids safe. She'll let them speak with you when they're able. Yeah. She really kept them safe, didn't she? Temperley mutters under his breath. Agent Simon steps forward. A good thing, because Temperley is pissing me off. Let's talk to the doctor. See how long he thinks it will be before Callie will be able to speak with us. Then we can go from there. Where was Tony off to, anyway? I ask the three agents. They all shrug and look at one another. Her crazy husband is out there, and you just let her leave? I ask in disbelief. The agents raise their eyebrows at each other. Let's go find the doctor, Simon says. As we walk past the receptionist's desk, the clerk calls out, Can one of you speak with Fielda Gregory? She's on the phone, very upset about her husband. I got it, Fitzgerald says before I can grab the phone. I step as close to him as I can, hoping to hear what is happening with Martin. Fitzgerald listens for several moments before he tells Fielda that he will get back to her shortly. Jesus Christ, Fitzgerald mumbles. What's next? We all look at him expectantly. It appears that Martin Gregory is now the next person to go missing out of our two little families. What do you mean? I had Jorgens take him home. He told me that Martin said he and Fielda were heading over to Iowa City together to see Petra. Gregory never went with them. Fielda drove to Iowa City with her mother and Mary Ellen McIntyre, Fitzgerald explains. Jenna McIntyre's mother? Temperley asks. Yes, let me finish, Fitzgerald says impatiently. Petra needs surgery, and Mrs. Gregory doesn't want to consent to the operation until she speaks with her husband. But she can't find him. She tried at home, at the police station, here at the hospital, friends, family, everywhere with no luck. Then Mary Ellen McIntyre piped up that she might have an idea where Martin Gregory is. I wait for a moment for Fitzgerald to continue. Then it clicks. Jesus. He went looking for Griff, I whisper. Yeah, he did. Mrs. McIntyre said she and Martin had a brief conversation, and that he alluded to the fact that he was going after whoever had done this to his little girl, Fitzgerald says grimly. As far as we know, Griff Clark is still up in those woods. Would Martin go back in there at this time of night? Agent Simon asks, looking to me. If I know Griff Clark like I think I do, he's probably taken off for good. Right after he gets a few drinks into himself. A horrible thought skitters across my brain, and I turn to the receptionist. Can you tell me where Callie Clark's doctor is? A few minutes later, Dr. Higbee introduces himself to us, and quickly makes it clear that under no circumstances are we to try to speak with the Clark children. No, I say. It's Toni Clark. Do you know where she went when she left a little while ago? She went home. Said she wanted to get some clean clothes for the kids. Why, is there a problem? Dr. Higbee asks as a look of genuine concern creases his face. I don't know yet. I answer as a transmission comes over on my walkie-talkie. We all stop to listen as a dispatcher relays a report of a disturbance at 12853 Timber Ridge Drive. The reservist stationed at the house had reported that he heard angry voices at the back of the Clark home, and what could have been a gunshot.
Ben. Rose has come back with a tray full of food. Pudding, jello, soup, ginger ale. All soft food, she says, so I won't hurt my face chewing. I have to smile at that. She's a nice old lady. She leaves me alone so I can eat. She says she'll be sitting out in the waiting area if we need her. Says she knows I probably don't want some strange lady sitting in our room watching us. She's right. I just want to lie in bed, eat my mushy food, and watch TV. Callie, you're still sleeping. I keep looking over at you, wishing you'd wake up. Because even though I don't want Rose sitting in here with me, I'm still pretty lonely, and it seems like it's just taking Mom forever to get back here. Your nurse stopped in a few times to check on you, taking your pulse, checking your IV, feeling your forehead. I try not to think of Dad. I'm beginning to feel a little bit guilty about what happened up on the bluff. But what was I supposed to think, with Petra all hurt and you looking so scared? I don't think that I can ever look him in the eyes again after what happened. I hope Mom understands. I couldn't even tell her that Dad was the one to break my nose. But I think she knows, deep down. I remember, Callie, before you stopped talking, you'd lie at the end of my bed, waiting for when I'd come home from school. Every day, I knew that you'd be up there. I didn't mind so much. You always left my stuff alone. You did like to play with my rock collection, but you couldn't hurt a rock collection, could you? I'd open up my bedroom door and you'd be sitting there sorting out the rocks. You'd have a pile of black ones, of shiny metallic-looking ones, of pink feldspar, and of yellowish calcite. You didn't call them by their scientific names, though. You had your own names for each one. This is magic cat's eye, you'd say about my black obsidian. Or you'd hold up my shiny quartz. This is ice rock. If you bury it in the backyard, everything will turn to ice. Sometimes I thought you'd never shut up. And now that you haven't talked for so long, I can hardly believe that you ever will again. I miss it now. I never would tell anyone this, but I still talk to you. And in my mind, you talk back. Of course, I'm still the older one, smart one, and you're still my little sister, who couldn't possibly know as much as me. In my head, you'd say, Ben, do you think that Daddy will ever...
As the notes fade gently, let your mind feel lighter, ready to re-enter the world of the story.
stop drinking? And I'd say back, I just don't know, Callie, but I suppose anything's possible. Or we just talk about stupid everyday stuff, like what we're having for supper, or what we're going to watch on TV. I wish you'd wake up right now and say, Ben, I want to watch Channel 7, give me the remote. But you don't. Never once have I asked you why you don't talk. I know it's got something to do with the day Mom lost the baby, though. I came home from Ray's house, and there Mom was on the couch. Someone had put a blanket over her. Was it you? Someone had put a blanket over her, but the blood was seeping through. I asked you what happened over and over, but you didn't say a word. You just sat on the floor by Mom, rocking back and forth, holding on to your stuffed monkey. And I called Lewis, and he called an ambulance. I thought for a minute you might say something when the baby came out. For the life of me, I still don't know why they let us two kids watch that. When the baby came out of Mom, and they wiped her clean, and you reached out to touch her red hair, I thought you were going to say something. But you didn't. You just held your monkey a little tighter, rocked a little faster, until someone noticed us and called Mrs. Norland over to take care of us. At first I thought it was because it must have been so scary seeing Mom fall down the stairs, but I watched you. I watched you real close after it all. I watched you when you were around Mom and when you were around me, and I watched you when you were around Dad, and I could see it real clear then. Your little face would go all stiff, and you'd curl your fingers up real tight when he would come into the room. It wasn't real obvious, but I knew something was up. I think Mom did too, but she never said anything. Sometimes I think that's what's wrong with Mom. She doesn't say what she should when she should. I think you might be waking up. You are kind of wiggling around, trying to open your eyes, but you can't. You're so tired. I'm half afraid that when you do finally open them up, you're going to start hollering like you did when you first saw me. I start to go for the nurse's buzzer, thinking maybe you're hurting somewhere, but then you stop moving around and fall back asleep. I finish eating my chocolate pudding and keep flicking through the channels, and when I look back at you, you are awake, just staring at me, like you can't quite believe I'm here. Then you smile just a little bit, but it's a smile anyway. I climb out of my bed and come over to your side. You okay? I ask, and you nod yes. That's good, I say. You look at me kind of funny, and I hurry up to say that I'm okay too. Then you do something that surprises me. You pull your bed covers and pat the space right next to you. I climb in next to you, being careful of the tube stuck in your arm. It's a tight fit in your little hospital bed, but I squeeze in. At home, at night, sometimes you'd climb into my bed with me if you couldn't get to sleep, and I'd tell you some story. Lots of times I'd tell you the regular fairy tales, Red Riding Hood, the Three Little Pigs, but sometimes I just made something up, like you and Petra being princesses and going on these great adventures. You like them, though, those lame stories. And I figure you want me to tell you one now. I don't know where to begin. It seems stupid to tell you a story about the gingerbread man after what happened today. Then I get an idea. Probably a really dumb idea, and if Mom had known I was going to start telling you this story, I'm sure she probably would ground me for life. But it just sort of begins to spill out of me. Once upon a time, there were two princesses. One named Callie, and one named Petra. These princesses were both beautiful and smart, and they were best friends. They didn't really care about being beautiful, though. They thought it was more important to be smart and brave. And they had many wonderful adventures together, fighting dragons and witches and trolls. The thing was, Princess Callie didn't talk. No one knew why she didn't talk, but she didn't. She was still smart and brave. Plus, she had Princess Petra to talk for her. They were quite a team, the two of them. Petra would say the magic words, and Callie would wave her magic hands, and the fire-breathing dragon would fall over dead, and the mean old witch would be turned into a slug. You smiled up at me at this part. That is one of your favorite stories, the one about the witch being turned into a slug. One day, though, Princess Callie and Princess Petra got lost in the woods. I stop and look over at you during this part. You look up at me like you aren't sure what I'm doing, but you don't act like I should stop, so I don't. The door opens and the doctor comes in, the one with the crazy tie. I think maybe I should stop telling the story, but he tells me to keep on going, that he's just going to check you and me over quick. So Princess Callie and Princess Petra were lost in the woods, and the thing was, they didn't go into the woods on their own. Princess Callie's dad took them there. I look at you again, and you're frowning, like what I'm saying is all wrong. So I try again. Princess Petra and Princess Callie went into the woods by themselves? Again you shake your head no. I try again. Some stranger took Princess Callie and Princess Petra into the woods? Again no. My idea isn't working so good, and I look at Dr. Higby, who sits down in a chair in the corner of the room, in a spot where you can't see him. He gives me a nod, like he wants me to keep trying. Only Princess Callie was taken into the woods by her father, who was under the spell of some nasty potion? Callie nods hard at this, and I sigh. Now I'm getting somewhere.
Martin. My hands go to the tender spot where Griff had hit me with the gun. I can hear the police sirens getting closer, and I'm relieved. Such a stupid thing I have done, coming here. Thinking that I could mete out justice like some all-knowing demigod. I could never actually shoot someone. Even the most vile, evil of men. I'm just an angry, silly, weak man who once again has let things get beyond his control. I scan the ground before me, looking for the gun that Griff knocked from my hand. It's gone, and so is Antonia. I have failed her, too. I feel dizzy and nauseous from the lump on my head, and I lean against Antonia's shed for support. When the sirens are upon me, and I see a number of officers spill from their cars, I call out to them, not wanting to be mistaken for a criminal. Actually, that is exactly what I am, an inept vigilante. Within seconds, I'm surrounded by police officers, one of them being, to my relief, Deputy Sheriff Lewis. "Where's Tony?" he asks me immediately. "Where did he take her?" "The woods," I say, pointing in the general direction I'd seen her run. "She tried to get away, but he was too quick. They went into the forest." Without another word, Deputy Lewis is gone, and behind him a gaggle of officers follows him, including Agent Fitzgerald. A woman in a blue suit, much too formal for the situation, I absurdly think, steadies me by holding my arm. A man takes my other arm, and they gently settle me to the ground. "An ambulance is on the way," the woman assures me. "Are you Martin Gregory?" she asks. "I am," I say weakly, still holding my throbbing head. "Let me see." She shines her penlight on my head and winces at what must have been an awful gash. Her companion fishes a handkerchief from his suit jacket and presses it into my hand. "I'm Agent Simon, and this is Agent Temperley. We're assisting in the investigation of your daughter's abduction. Can you tell us what happened?" "I made a mistake. I made a big mistake," I say, feeling very sleepy. This must have been how Petra felt, I thought, with the gash that I had seen on her head. I'm in pain. This is certain. I have an incredible urge to just sleep. But what Petra has to be going through is so much worse. What happened? The woman asks me again. I sit for a long time saying nothing, not sure of the way to tell them, to share my ridiculous story of selfishness. Finally, Agent Simon rescues me by saying, "What happened to Antonia Clark?" This I can answer. Her husband took her into the woods. Again, I point in the direction that I saw Antonia run. "Did he have any weapons?" "There were reports of gunfire," the agent named Temperley asks. "A gun," I say, knowing now that I couldn't postpone the inevitable. "I think he picked up the gun from the ground and took Antonia into the woods." Blood has seeped through the handkerchief that Temperley handed to me. I fold it, trying to find a clean spot to hold against my head. "What gun from the ground?" Agent Simon asks, I think already knowing the answer. "My gun. I came here with a gun," I admit. "Then Antonia arrived, and I couldn't let her go in the woods where he was. Not after what he did to my daughter, so I warned her. We hid. And he found us." "Did you threaten him with the gun?" Agent Temperley asks. No, but I was holding it. That was threatening enough, I think. He knocked it from my hand and it went off into the ground. I show them the damaged ground where the bullet had impacted. He hit me with the gun, and Antonia tried to run away. He caught her and pulled her into the woods. They couldn't have gone far. It's not loaded, though, the gun. I only had one bullet, and that one was used. "It's not loaded," Simon says, her voice oddly grave. "That's a good thing." I look at her in confusion. "It's a good thing if you're Antonia Clark. It isn't a good thing for Griff Clark and the officer who may shoot him because they both think the gun is loaded." Agent Simon turns to her partner. He nods and he walks away, I am sure to try to contact the officers who have dashed into the forest. "You know, coming out here was not a smart thing to do, don't you, Mr. Gregory?" I nod miserably and wince at the movement. My eyelids grow heavier. Sleep is what I crave. "Your wife has been searching desperately for you." Immediately my sleepiness vanishes. "Petra," I gasp. "Is Petra okay?" I try to stand, but my quick movement sends a wave of pain and dizziness through me, and I sit hard upon the ground. "Hey, stay put. You need a doctor. I don't know exactly what is happening with your daughter, but your wife needs to speak with you. We'll get you to a phone as soon as possible, Mr. Gregory, I promise." Once again, the piercing sound of a siren fills my ears. An ambulance. For me, I suppose. Hopefully, just for me, and not Antonia. Surprising myself, I think, hopefully not for Griff Clark, either.
Antonia. Griff is dragging me through the woods, and I am screaming at him to stop, to please stop. Finally, he does. "I'm not gonna hurt you, Tony. Jesus, do you really think I'd do those things to Petra? Do you?" He looks so pathetic and sad that I almost feel sorry for him. I've known Griff long enough for me to know how to handle him. I reach out to him with my other hand, slowly, no sudden movements, and gently remove a leaf that is stuck in his hair. "No, Griff. I don't think you would have done anything to hurt Petra. I'm just trying to understand what happened." I let my hand rest on his shoulder. In one hand, he still holds the gun. With the other, he holds tightly to my upper arm, and I think I know where Callie got her bruises. He drops his head onto my shoulder and coughs out a dry sob. Callie was up early this morning. We went for a walk in the woods and got lost. We got separated. I bite back a response to Griff's obvious omission of important details, like why Callie was only wearing her nightgown and no shoes on this walk, and why he hadn't left a note telling us where they were. I swear, I never even saw Petra until I found Callie on top of the bluff. Then Ben came up and saw Petra. She looked so bad, but I didn't hurt her. I was trying to help her. God, I swear, Tony, I didn't do anything to her. I can feel Griff's tears on my neck. I wonder if they're real as I pat his shoulder. We'll just tell everyone that. We'll tell everyone that you didn't do it, Griff. I cup his face in my hands and make him look at me. Griff, they have tests to see if someone really committed a crime. They do DNA testing. When they run those tests, they'll know you didn't hurt her. I know, Tony. Jesus, I'm not an idiot. He snarls at me. But I felt for her pulse. I tried to help her. I practically threw up all over her up there. They make mistakes. The police make mistakes all the time. You gotta tell them. You gotta tell them I was with you or something. That I couldn't have done this. He's gripping my arm even more tightly, the gun in his hand resting on my shoulder. I will, Griff. I'll tell them. Don't worry, I believe you. I say convincingly. I'll tell them you were with me, that you went up there to look for the kids and Ben made a mistake. Don't worry. Griff looks relieved, and he lets go of my arm. Thank you. Thank you, Tony. You won't be sorry. I'll stop drinking. It'll be good now. I promise. I know I've made some bad mistakes, but it'll be better now. He smiles at me, gratefully. Do you remember what it was like before? It'll be like that again. Like when Ben was little. It was good then, wasn't it? I'll quit the pipeline, get something here in town. Or maybe we'll just move, start all over in a new place. Won't that be better? We could go to the ocean. You've always wanted to see the ocean. We could go live by it, get a house right on the beach. I nod. Yeah, that'll be good. It'll be good. I'm surprised that he remembers this about me. Come on. Let's go back now. We'll talk to the police. They'll understand. I don't know. Griff hesitates. I think that I might have hurt Martin. I hit him pretty hard. God, I shouldn't have hit him so hard. What were you going to do? He had a gun, remember? You were scared. You were protecting yourself. Come on, let's go home. They'll be looking for us. It'll be better if we go to them, Griff. Please, let's go. The kids need us. I don't know. Griff frets. Let's keep going. You know the woods better than anyone. Let's keep going. Then when things calm down, we'll go get the kids. Keep running? I ask. But why? I told you I'd cover for you. It's okay. We need to get to Callie and Ben. Please, Griff. I beg. You're always taking their side. Jesus, Tony, just do this one thing for me, please. Then we'll get the kids. We can get to Maxwell by morning if we can get over to Highway 18 in the next few hours. Then we'll make sure the coast is clear and go get the kids. Griff, Callie's feet are all bandaged up. She's not going to be able to travel for a while. And Ben's got some broken ribs. We can't just start dragging them around the countryside. Then we'll come back for them in a week or so, when they're doing better. Tony, come on! They'll be coming in here soon after us. He sounds desperate. You go on without me, then. I'll tell the police everything. How you were with me, how you didn't do anything but take Callie for a walk this morning. I'll tell them that you just want them to know the truth before you come home. They'll understand that. I'm sure they have arrangements like that all the time. You go on to Maxwell. I'll make sure the kids are okay, then meet up with you soon. You're lying, Griff says in a wounded voice, grabbing my arm again. No, I'm not. I'm not, I assure him. Jesus, you're lying to me. His face twists in grief, and he begins to drag me deeper into the forest. Griff, you're hurting me. Please stop. Please. I try to pull away from him, but he waves the gun in my direction. You're coming with me. We'll get to Maxwell, then we'll get the kids. I begin to cry, noisily, and brace my feet against the dry earth. He easily tows me along behind him like a child's pull-string toy. Shut up, he orders. I can't stop my sobbing. My cries come forth in loud, broken-hearted jags. Shut up, he bellows. God damn it, Tony. They're gonna hear you. Shut up. Panic has overtaken me, and I can't catch my breath. I begin hyperventilating. My fingers are tingly, and I have a strange, numb sensation around my mouth. I look up at Griff helplessly. I can't breathe, I try to tell him. But all that comes out is a hiss of breath as I try to gulp in more air. Shut up! Shut up, Tony! They'll hear you! He grips me by the shoulders and thrusts me up against a tree, my head striking the rough bark. Shut up! Shut up! If you don't be quiet, you will never see Callie and Ben again. Do you hear me? They'll find us. I will not go to jail for something I didn't do. Shut up! Please, I whisper, catching enough breath to speak. Please, let me go. He leans in close to me, puts his lips close to my ear, and murmurs, If you say one more goddamn word, I will shut your mouth for good. Now, shut up. I go still, not because of his threat, but because I had encountered this very same scene in a different time and a different place, as an outsider looking in, but the same nevertheless. Poor Callie, I thought. Poor little 4-year-old Callie, watching her mother fall down a flight of stairs. His screams of, shut up, causing Callie to cringe, not able to stop crying. I remember lying on the couch, covered in a blanket, watching Griff screaming at his little 4-year-old daughter. I remember Griff bending down to whisper into Callie's ear. Something. And for 4 years, she has only spoken one word. One lonely word. Oh, God, I gasp in his ear. It was you. It was you.
Ben. So Princess Callie was taken prisoner by the king, who didn't know what he was doing because of the potion he'd drunk. The princess tried and tried to use her magic, but it wouldn't work on the king because he was too strong. I look over at Dr. Higbee, who's sitting all quiet in the chair. Standing right beside him is that nice nurse, Molly. She puts a finger to her lips and looks at you, Callie. You are only looking at me, looking up at me like you want me to keep on going. Princess Callie and the king became lost in the big, dark woods, and Callie's feet hurt because she didn't have any shoes on, but still they kept walking through the woods together. She was hot and thirsty. She wanted her mother, the queen, and her brother, the prince, but she didn't know where they were. She couldn't figure out why they weren't coming for her. She thought maybe they forgot about her. But they didn't. They spent all day trying to find her. Her brother looked and looked, and the soldiers of the kingdom started to look for her, too. And finally, her brother found her, on top of the bluff with the king and her friend Petra. Only Princess Petra was hurt real bad. The king had done a really bad thing, and hurt her so bad that now Petra was the one who wasn't able to talk. I feel Callie go all stiff next to me, and I look down at her. Isn't that how it goes, Callie? Isn't that how it went? I ask her. She sits, stock still, her face serious as if she's thinking real hard. Slowly, she shakes her head from side to side. I see Dr. Higbee lean forward in his chair. What happened, Callie? I ask her. You finish the story. I can't. I wasn't there. Not for all of it. You finish the story.
Martin. They won't let me climb into the ambulance on my own, but insist that I lie down on a stretcher and lift me into the vehicle. I'm fine, I maintain, but no one appears to be listening. A paramedic begins dabbing at my forehead, his face smooth and unreadable. Very professional, I think. I know I'll need stitches, but before that happens, I need to get to a phone. Please. I need to use a phone. I need to call my wife, I say. Someone from the hospital will contact your family, sir. Don't worry. No. Please. My daughter is the one who was airlifted to Iowa City. My wife has been trying to contact me. Please, I must talk to her. I have to find out how my daughter is doing. I struggle to sit up, but the paramedic firmly presses on my chest to keep me in a prone position. I must have looked amply distressed, because suddenly I have a cell phone in my hand, and a few moments later I'm speaking with Fielda, who breaks down upon hearing my voice. Martin, where have you been? Are you all right? She weeps. Yes, I'm fine. I will tell her about my shabby stab at heroics later. How is Petra? Is Petra okay? They told me that you said she needs surgery. She's in surgery right now. I'm sorry, Martin. I couldn't wait any longer for you. I had to make a decision. They needed to relieve pressure that was on her brain. I said yes. Of course you did, Fielda. That was exactly what you should have done. I'll be there soon. I have to take care of some things here, but I will be there with you as soon as I can. I should have gone with you in the first place. I'm so sorry, Fielda. I am so very sorry. There is a pause on the phone line. Martin, Fielda begins cautiously. You didn't go and do something that you're going to be sorry about now, did you? I thought of Antonia out in the forest with that desperate, sad man, and I say, I hope not. She sighs and tells me that she loves me, no matter what, and to hurry up and get over to Iowa City. When we arrive at Mercy Hospital, as I'm wheeled into the emergency room, a police officer keeps stride with the gurney and speaks with me. We're going to have to interview you after you have your head checked out. Yes, sir, I say, closing my eyes as I think of Callie and Ben Clark ensconced somewhere above me, waiting for their mother to return to them. How could I explain to them what happened, what I did, if their mother doesn't come back?
Deputy Sheriff Lewis. Fitzgerald and I crashed through the brush, trying to move silently but failing miserably. It's black as tar. The quarter moon and the stars are swallowed up by the night, and do little to light our way. Jesus, Fitzgerald curses. We'll never find them in here. We will. Griff doesn't know his way around in here, but Tony does. She'll make sure they stay on a path. God, I hope so, he mutters. I lead Fitzgerald through the brush slowly, cautiously. I don't want to stumble upon Griff and Tony and cause him to panic. Shortly we come to a thinning of the trees, where the forest intersects with the path, and we both look out onto the trail, squinting into the darkness. Nothing. We creep as quietly as we can up the path. Occasionally, Fitzgerald or I step on a twig, and the snap of wood causes us to stop and tensely look around. I'm ashamed to realize that Fitzgerald is in better shape than I am, and I have to work hard in order to keep in front of him. After several minutes of hiking, I'm only aware of my own breathing, and Fitzgerald stops me by yanking on my sleeve. "Listen," he orders. Gradually the voices become clear to me. One male, one female. One angry, and one full of anguish. It's them. I nod to Fitzgerald to let him know that I hear it too, and we proceed slowly, silently. We need to observe Tony and Griff without their knowledge, get a good handle on their position, and verify that Griff has a weapon. I move down the path in small increments, making sure that Fitzgerald is always in my sight, stopping every few steps to listen. It isn't long before I hear Griff screeching, "Shut up! Shut up!" and hear Tony's frantic cries. I inch down the path, forcing myself forward in deliberate, slow movements, not wanting to give up my presence prematurely. The sliver of moon illuminates Griff pinning Tony to a tree, his mouth against her ear. If I hadn't seen a gun in Griff's hand, I would have thought it was simply two people in an embrace. That, and the fact that Tony's sorrowful weeping assaults my ears. Farther on down the trail I spy Fitzgerald edging forward, gun drawn. I, too, pull my gun from its holster and step behind a tree. Fitzgerald yells, "Police! Put the gun down!" They don't appear to hear him. "Oh, God! It was you! It was you!" Tony howls. "No! No, I didn't do it!" Griff whines. "I didn't hurt that girl!" He presses his hand against Tony's throat, and I crouch and take aim. He is too close to her. "No," Tony wails, her words difficult to understand. "Callie. Callie. It's because of you she doesn't talk." "Drop the gun, Griff," I shout. Griff pauses for a minute, as if acknowledging our presence. "What are you talking about?" "Shut up," Griff tells her, confusion in his voice. "I thought it was because of what she saw when I lost the baby. I thought it was my fault. But it was you. You whispered something to her. What did you say? What did you say?" Tony's words muddle together, and the ferocity of them make Griff step back. Again, I take aim. "Shut up, Tony. You don't know what you're talking about." Griff is trying to keep his voice low. I can see his body shake with rage. Or DT. He begins to weep himself. He leans forward so that his forehead rests on Tony's, and then presses the barrel of the gun to his temple. "Drop your weapon," Fitzgerald booms. He is slowly edging farther away from me. If Griff chose to shoot, he would only be able to hit one of us. Again, I take aim. But he's too close to Tony and I can't risk the shot. In an instant, Griff moves slightly away from Tony, holding his gun toward her face. My chance. I reposition the grip of my weapon, and I hear a shout, and then the discharge. A loud pop that does not come from my gun. I'm too late. I see both Griff and Tony collapse to the ground. Both not moving. Within seconds, Fitzgerald is standing over Griff and Tony. I can't go any closer. I feel ill and disgraced. "Come, help me, hurry up!" Fitzgerald calls to me as he tries to roll Griff off Tony. I see her arms push at Griff, trying to force him off her. She crawls out from beneath him, covering her face with her hands. I stand above her, not equipped to comfort her, not there, not then. I call for backup and an ambulance, even though it is plain that Griff is dead. Fitzgerald is the one to kneel down beside her and whisper reassuring words to her. I don't believe that she even knows I'm here. She clutches onto Fitzgerald and will not let him go. Even as he leads her down the trail, she leans heavily on him, while I stay behind to wait for the coroner and the forensic team. Hours later, I receive word that the gun that Griff was holding wasn't loaded. I console myself by telling myself that I was not the one to shoot him. Given the chance, though, I would have. Gladly.
Callie. Her brother's words washed over her, the story he is telling her. She tries to ignore the many eyes staring at her expectantly. She thinks back to that moment on top of the bluff, to when she saw him and then saw Petra. She was bent down to pick up the necklace, Petra's necklace. She sensed his presence before she saw him, could feel the weight of his gaze upon her. Fear, cold and black, sidled into her chest. Still bent over, she slowly raised her eyes and saw his mucky, thick-soled hiking boots that led into mud-splattered olive trousers. And this was where Callie's gaze stilled. He was standing above her on a broad, flat rock the color of sand. She saw, hanging limply, a hand, small and pale, lightly grazing the drab of his pants, level with his knee. Callie straightened, the necklace gripped in her fist, to see her friend bundled in his arms. Petra's eyes were closed as if sleeping, an angry 2-inch gash resting above her left eyebrow. A collage of purple-smudged bruises traveled along her cheek to her lips that were cracked and bloodied, down to her neck, which lolled helplessly as he readjusted her in his arms. Her blue pajamas were filthy, caked with a deep brown substance. Her grungy, once white tennis shoes were untied, the dirty laces hanging flaccid around her ankles.
"Help me,"
he pleaded.
"She's hurt. I can't get her down the bluff on my own."
He stared levelly into Callie's eyes, his wounded voice not matching the resolve she saw in his hard eyes. She knew him. He was perched on the highest point on the bluff, where the trees cast long, sullen shadows, and every few moments a breeze swept across his sunburned forehead, lifting his hair briefly. A deep valley, a basin of lush greens and honey yellows, lay in a blanket far behind him. Callie's eyes darted to Petra's fingers, which twitched briefly.
"She's too heavy. I have to put her down."
He carefully moved to set Petra down, resting his hand behind her head as he laid her on the altar-like rock. Once again, he stood, shaking his arms free from the residual weight of Petra.
"I'm glad you're here," he remarked. "I could never do this on my own."
He looked at Callie, trying to read her expression.
"If we hurry, we can get her down the bluff and to the hospital. She's hurt badly. She fell.
he added as an afterthought. The bluff on which he stood ended abruptly behind him and sloped into a steep, rough wall lined with slick green moss, and ended in a narrow, dry ravine.
"Please," he begged. "I think she's gonna die if we don't get her out of here."
His chin quivered and tears seemed to gather in the corners of his eyes. Diffidently, she moved forward, her gaze, though, never wandering from his face. He reached down a hand to help pull her to the top of the crumbling limestone, powdery bits breaking away as she tried to find a foothold for her toes. His hand, smooth and cool, enveloped hers, and she felt herself being lifted. The disconcerting feeling of being suspended in air fluttered in her stomach. His grip tightened, and a moment of dread swept through her. A mistake, she thought. I should have run. She helplessly tried to free her hand into a futile tug-of-war. She heard it before he did. The unmistakable beating of wings, slow and deliberate, followed by a drawn-out caw, almost like laughter. She felt the rush of air on her neck as it swooped over her. It was huge, the biggest bird Callie had ever seen, so black that it almost looked bluish. Its wings spread so wide it looked nearly the same size as she was. The man faltered as the great black bird skimmed his shoulder, casting a dark shadow over the look of fear and revulsion that danced across his face as he released Callie's hand. She fell backward and struck the ground, finding herself dazed, looking up into a muted blue sky brushed in shades of pink found on the underbelly of clumps of spring beauty that bloomed in early spring. When she sat up and carefully looked around, she didn't see him. She scurried up the rock where Petra was and peered over the side to the rift below. Then Callie crawled over to Petra, and she stirred. Her eyes fluttered open, and she looked at Callie. "Mommy," Petra moaned. Callie placed a dirty hand on Petra's forehead, nodded to her, and patted her arm. She turned in every direction, looking for him. He was gone. But she had seen him before. She knew him. He had a funny name and a dog. He was out there, maybe watching her. She scuttled backward into the brush and hid. Callie blinked her eyes and returned to the present. "Lucky," Callie said simply to her brother, speaking for her friend, who had always spoken for her. It was lucky.
Ben. Well, Callie, you did it. You finished the story. And I know that wasn't an easy thing for you to do. I'm surprised that it wasn't Dad, but that student of Mr. Gregory who ended up taking Petra into the woods and doing all those bad things to her. I wonder if Dad will ever forgive me for blaming him. But he looked so guilty, and he did drag you out into the woods. I don't know how I'm going to face him. I mean, I walloped him pretty good for a 12-year-old. Mom isn't back yet with our stuff, and I'm just plain tired. But there's no sleeping for us tonight. What with the police coming in and asking you to tell the story over and over again. You do it, though. You retell that story over and over, and they keep asking you over and over again if this Lucky guy did anything to you, but you say no, it was Petra. He hurt Petra. Finally, Rose comes in and tells the police officers to beat it, that we both need a good night's sleep. We aren't sleeping, though, are we? We've decided to wait up for Mom. But she hasn't come to us. Not yet, anyway. You're so excited to show her that you can talk again. You just ramble on and on. I think just to hear your own voice, to listen to what it sounds like after so many years. It surprises me, too, the way you sound. Older, of course, but I don't know. You sound smarter. No, that isn't it. Wiser, I guess. You sound wise. And I guess you are. I ask you if you think that Dad'll ever forgive me for thinking what I did about him and for hitting him. You say, no. So softly I almost can't hear you, but I do. No, you say. But don't be sorry. He wasn't himself up there. You stop talking for a second and then change your mind. He was himself up there. But still, don't be sorry. You saved us. I have to smile at that. You thinking that I saved you and Petra? And maybe I did. I guess I'll never know. It's nice, sitting here with you. We don't know what's coming next with Dad, but I figure it'll all turn out okay. What do you want to watch, Callie? I ask you. And you answer me. Just like it should go.
Deputy Sheriff Lewis. I don't go home after the shooting. It's an empty place, what with Christine and Tanner gone. In one crazy day, I have lost my wife and my son. I end up at my desk at the station, writing my report, trying not to forget any of the key details. I've seen a lot as a deputy sheriff. I've seen the aftermath of suicides, meth lab explosions. I've seen women beaten by their husbands who somehow decide to go back for more. That makes me think of Tony, staying with Griff, who was obviously a mess and didn't take good care of her. Not the way I would have, anyway. But there is something about seeing someone you know inside and out on the edge of being killed. Nothing prepared me for that. No amount of training or years of experience readied me for seeing the barrel of a gun pressed to the head of the girl I first saw careening down a hill of snow on a sled when we were 7. Maybe it's a gift, not being the one to shoot Griff. Now maybe I can go in and help pick up the pieces of Tony's former life. Start where we had left things so many years ago. Maybe this is my second chance with her. I hadn't been the one to kill her husband. But will Tony think of it that way? Would Callie and Ben? Maybe I'm no better than Griff was. He gave up his family for alcohol. And it looks like I gave up my own family as well. But for me it was because of a woman I had grown up with. One I couldn't ever let go. So who is the bigger villain in the end? Is it Griff or is it me? I think that's a question I don't want to look at too closely. An answer I can live without finding. Once when Tony and I were in the 3rd grade, we went walking in Willow Creek Woods. It was just the 2 of us, when all was innocent and a boy could still be friends with a girl, and not be teased mercilessly by his peers. It was a brisk spring day, the light from the sun bright but lacking any warmth. Tony wore an old sweatshirt of her brother's and snow boots. We were walking across Lone Tree Bridge, carefully making our way across the thin tree trunk that had fallen across Willow Creek, holding hands, steadying each other so we wouldn't fall. There on that day, holding the hand of my best friend, I couldn't imagine a life without her, without Tony. I still can't. This morning I find myself calling Charles Wilson and apologizing on behalf of the Sheriff's Department for any inconvenience we have caused him. "No problem," he says. "I'm just glad you found the girls." I hesitate before hanging up. "Did you ever find your dog, Mr. Wilson?" I ask. "Oh, yes," he says. "He came home last night, tired and hungry, and embarrassed, I think, for the trouble he caused." I apologize once again and wish him well. "He's a good man, Mr. Wilson. I go to the hospital hoping to find Tony there with Ben and Callie. I come across her sitting in the waiting room, next to the information desk, looking at her hands. It strikes me that she looks much the same way she did on the day she found out her mother had died. What am I going to tell them? She asks me, not looking up at me when I stand next to her. I don't know. I tell her truthfully. I don't envy her that task. She stands and wobbles for a moment uncertainly, and I hold her elbow to steady her and follow her to the elevator doors. Do you want me to come with you, Tony? I ask. Yes, she says, and reaches out for my hand.
Antonia. Lewis helps me tell the children that Griff is dead. These are the hardest words that I have ever had to say. Your father has died. It's strange, though. They don't ask how. They don't ask why. Ben and Callie just accept the fact. No tears, no anger, just acceptance. Not for the first time. I wonder what in the world have I done to these poor children. I think that perhaps they're just numb. It has been a confusing, painful 2 days on many counts. One more piece of horrific news probably weighs the same as all the other pieces of bad news that are being piled on them. Do I cry over Griff's death? A good wife would say yes. But I'm not a good wife. How many times did I wish that I'd get the call that Griff was injured so badly on the pipeline that there was no chance for recovery? Or that he was in a terrible auto accident and had died? Too many to count. Notice that these scenarios are all accidental deaths. I'm too civilized to wish that someone would shoot my husband. But do I feel relief? Yes. I felt relief when his body slumped against mine. Shot. I am relieved that it was not me who was shot. And I am relieved that I will not have to endure one more drunken tantrum from my husband, and that my children will not have to suffer through one again either. I was not a good mother. A good mother would have packed her children up the first time her husband began throwing beer bottles at her. The first time he smacked her child a little too hard for spilling the orange juice. Or the first time he made her child sit at the kitchen table for 3 hours because she did not, could not say, "May I please be excused?" A good mother would not have tolerated any of these things. But as I said, I wasn't a good mother. But I get a chance to start over, brand new. To be a good mother, the kind of mother who protects her children, who will lay down her life for her children. Lewis says that I already am that kind of mother, that I always was, but I don't think so. Not really. Here's my chance. I want what I never got with my own mother. Enough time. I just want enough time.
Martin. It takes 11 stitches to sew up the damage that Griff Clark did to my head when he hit me with the gun. As a result, I've got a concussion and have to spend the night in the hospital away from Petra and Fielda. This morning my head aches terribly. But I know that my daughter is in so much more pain, and I'm quickly preparing to leave, to make the trip to the hospital in Iowa City to be with my girls. Just as I finish tying my shoes, Antonia Clark comes into my hospital room. She sits on the edge of a chair while I wait for the doctor to sign my discharge papers. I should be coming to see you, I say, apologetically. How are Callie and Ben doing? I ask. They're going to be fine, she tells me. How is Petra? She's out of surgery. She's still asleep, but it appears the surgeon was able to relieve some of the pressure on her brain from the injury. We sit in silence for some time until I'm finally able to choke out the words that need to be said. I'm sorry, Antonia. I'm so sorry I came to your home with a gun. I truly believed that Griff had something to do with what happened to Petra. That is no excuse, I know, but I'm sorry. It's because of me that he's dead. Martin, look at what Griff did to your head. Look what he did to Callie. Drunk. He took her from her home at 4 a.m. without shoes and dragged her through the woods so he could take her to who he thought was her real father. He ended up getting them lost, beat up his son, and held a gun to my head. Griff wasn't all that great of a guy, Martin. No, I say cautiously. But I'm sorry that he died. I'm sorry your family has to go through another bad thing. We'll be okay. We've got each other, and that's what's important, right? I nod. Do you have a ride to Iowa City? You're not going to drive, are you? Your head must still be hurting. Lewis said that he would drive me to the hospital, I tell her. He told me they caught the man who did this, Antonia says. Yes. I believe he's somewhere in this hospital, I reply. You're not going to go after him, are you? No. I learned my lesson the first time. And besides, it sounds like Lucky managed to hurt himself all on his own by falling down the bluff. I remember him. I met him at your house that one time with his dog, Antonia says gently. Yes. I thought I knew him well, I respond. She reaches out and touches my arm. It's not your fault, she says kindly. That will be the question that I ask myself for a very long time. If a father cannot keep his child safe, who can? You're a wonderful father, Martin. I've seen the way you are with Petra. Fielder chose you well. I wish I would have made such a wise choice myself. If you had chosen differently, you wouldn't have the children you have, I remind her. She smiles. I do have great kids. We both do. Now go to Petra. When she wakes up, she'll want to see her father standing there. You two can compare stitches. I laugh. I've not done that in such a long time. It feels good. It feels like things one day could go back to normal. I stand, shakily, my head still aching, and go off in search of my doctor. I'm leaving. I need to get to my daughter and my wife.
Epilogue. Callie. 6 years later. I often look back upon that day so long ago and wonder how it was we all survived. For each one of us, it was a dark, sad day. Especially for my mother, I think. As she always says, it was good in some ways. You found your voice that day, Callie. That made it a good day. I have never thought of it as finding my voice because it wasn't really lost. It was more like a bottle with a cork pushed deeply into the opening. I picture it that way often, my voice like some sweet-smelling perfume, sitting in some expensive-looking bottle with a beautifully curved handle, tall and slender, made of glass as blue as the bodies of the dragonflies I see down in Willow Creek Woods. My voice was just waiting for the right moment to be let go from that bottle. No, it was never lost. I just needed permission to use it again. It took me such a long time to figure out that I was the only one who could grant that permission. No one else. I wish my mother would understand this. She still blames herself for everything. And isn't that a heavy weight to carry around? This I know firsthand. I, for a long time, had thought it was my fault that my baby sister, Poppy, died when I was 4. Silly, you think. How could a 4-year-old be responsible for a baby's death? Now imagine this. That same 4-year-old watching her mother and father arguing at the top of the stairs, and that 4-year-old seeing her pregnant mother tumble down the steps backward, reaching out for her with her outstretched hands. Now, picture that 4-year-old crying and crying, not being able to stop. Understandable. Now see the 4-year-old's daddy trying to get her to quiet down. Not with hugs or soft kisses, but other whispered words.
Shut up, Callie. If you don't be quiet, the baby will die. You want that to happen? Do you want the baby to die? If you don't shut up, your mother will die. Over and over and over, whispered in that 4-year-old's ear. And the baby died. My little sister, who had hair as red as poppies, whose skin was as soft as a flower's petals. I ate my words that day. Actually bit down, chewed them, swallowed them, and felt them slide down my throat like glass until they were so broken and damaged that there was no possible way that the words could rearrange and repair themselves enough to be spoken. So I know what it feels like to feel responsible for something I really had no control over. That's how it is for my mother. Petra never did return to school the year after this happened. She was in the hospital for a very long time. She had several surgeries and spent nearly 2 months in Iowa City, then another month at our local hospital. My mother would take me to the hospital to see Petra once a week, when she was well enough to have visitors. It's funny. We didn't talk much during those visits, even though I was able to talk then. We just didn't need to. To talk, that is. We could just be. Petra and her family moved away about a 1.5 years after she was hurt. She was never quite the same after it all. She walked differently, and school was a lot harder for her because of her head injury. I don't think anyone made fun of her. They didn't when I was around, anyway. I think that everyone, kids and adults, just felt so bad for her that no matter what, they couldn't let her be the same girl she was before. Kids our age didn't know what to say to her, and adults would get this sad, concerned look on their faces. All Petra really wanted was to be like everyone else. I think, though, that it was the trial and all that went with it that really made the Gregory family want to leave. Her father felt the worst. He was the one who had welcomed Lucky into his home, hired him to do odd jobs around the house, and who had got him a job at the Morning Glory. The morning that Petra disappeared, it was Lucky and his dog Sergeant who she saw through her bedroom window.
She went after them to say hello, and he grabbed her when they were well into the woods. I found out later that Lucky worked really hard trying to get Petra to trust and like him. He would give her little presents when he came over to their home or when Petra went to the Morning Glory. He even told her that he went walking through the woods in her backyard all the time with Sargent, and that he would love if she came with them sometime. Lucky killed his dog, too. It seems Sargent actually tried to protect Petra when Lucky was hurting her. Sargent bit Lucky, and he ended up strangling the poor dog with his own leash. The entire Gregory family had to testify, and so did my whole family. It was a long, tiring, confusing ordeal, what with lawyers asking questions, reporters asking questions, and friends and neighbors asking questions. I think the prosecuting attorney was terrified that I would stop talking again. He would call our house every night during the trial to talk with me, just to make sure. Lucky was found guilty on all counts: kidnapping, attempted murder, and sexual abuse. The only halfway funny thing about the whole ordeal was that old black crow who brushed by Lucky right when he was going to grab me, too. Knocked him right off the bluff. He fell about 50 feet, broke his leg and his collarbone. They didn't find him until late that next afternoon. As far as I know, he's still in prison and will be forever. It was never proven that Lucky had anything to do with Jenna McIntyre's death. Petra and I still write letters back and forth to each other. She lives in another state. Her father is retired from teaching. They live on a farm now, renting their land for the actual farming part, but they have a few animals: lambs, chickens, a pig, some dogs. Petra has invited me to visit a time or two, but it's never quite worked out. She never wants to come back to Willow Creek, which I can understand. My brother turned 18 this year and has been working, saving up for college. He's leaving in the fall, and my mother and I are already crying about it. He is big and tall and looks just like my dad, but softer, if you get what I mean. He wants to be a police officer, and he'll be very good at it, I think. I don't know what I'll do without him when he goes away. I know many of my friends can't wait for their brothers or sisters to leave, but it's different with Ben and me. It makes me just so sad to think of him leaving that I can't. Lewis is still a deputy sheriff, but my mom and Ben think he should run for sheriff next year, when the old sheriff finally retires. Lewis comes over for dinner a lot and went to all of Ben's football games throughout high school. Ben and Lewis are very close, and I'm sure this is why Ben is going to become a police officer. I wonder at times if my mother and Lewis will end up together. I know he got divorced a while back, and I think it's about time my mom had some fun for herself. I asked her the other day why she and Lewis didn't just get married. It's so obvious that they love one another. Her face went all sad, and she said it was complicated. So I let it go. At least for now. She still has these horrible nightmares, my mother does. I can hear her yelling from her bedroom, and more than once I've seen her peeking into our rooms, checking on me, checking on Ben. Lewis's 10-year-old son, Tanner, comes to Willow Creek most weekends and on some holidays. His ex-wife ended up moving to Cedar Rapids, about an hour from here. Tanner is a funny little guy, quiet with serious eyes. Lewis is crazy about the kid and gets all sad and depressed when he has to take him back to Cedar Rapids. I still don't talk much, and that scares my mother. I can go for days and not say anything. I won't ignore anyone or refuse to answer, but I just go quiet. Sometimes my mom will get this very worried look on her face that lets me know she's afraid I've gone mute again. When I see that, I make a point to talk to her. It makes her feel better anyway. My mom got herself a job at the hospital as an aide, working on the skilled care floor. She works with old people, changing their sheets, helping them eat, giving them baths, helping the nurses. Not the most glamorous of jobs, she says. But she's always coming home telling us stories about who did what and who said what. She complains about the grouchy, persnickety ones, but actually, I think those are her favorites. I have a picture of my dad that I keep in my treasure box. It's faded and curled around the edges, but it's my favorite picture of him ever. It was taken before I was born, before Ben was even born. My dad is sitting in his favorite chair, and he has the biggest smile on his face. His face looks young, and it's as pale as milk, except for the freckles that are on his nose. He looks healthy, and his eyes are a bright green. They don't have that yellowish color to them that he had later. He's wearing a faded pair of jeans and a Willow Creek Wolverines football jersey. But best of all, the very best of all, is what he's holding in his hand. It isn't a beer bottle, but a can of pop, and he's holding it out toward the camera like he's toasting whoever is snapping the picture. Cheers, he seems to be saying. Cheers. I don't hate my dad. I think I did for a while, but not anymore. I don't hate him, but I certainly don't miss him either. After the funeral, my mother took us into town, and we bought as many gallons of yellow paint that we could put in our car. We painted the house, the three of us. Now it's a happy, soft yellow color, warm and cozy. And anyway, that whole entire week was just incredibly hard for all of us. We needed something to look forward to, some hope, and having a yellow house was a start, anyway. That's what Mom said. I told her that if my father hadn't been drinking that morning and dragged me out into the woods, I never would have come across Petra. She would have died. So in a way, he actually saved the day. She just looked at me for a long time, not sure of what to say. Finally, she said, "Don't go making your father into a hero. He wasn't a hero. He was a lonely man with a bad disease." We do go to my father's grave once a year on his birthday. Ben grumbles about it, but Mom insists. She says we don't have to like the things he did, but he was still a part of our family, and wouldn't he be sad knowing that not one of his children came to visit him once in a while? Last year, Ben laughed when Mom said this and answered her all sassy. The only way Dad would be glad to see us was if we brought a six-pack with us. He did, too. Ben brought a six-pack of beer with him to the cemetery last year. Set it right next to his gravestone. Mom made him take it away, but Ben and I laughed over it later. It was kind of funny, in a sick sort of way. As for me, I'm pretty much a regular kid. I go to school and do okay. I have friends and even run track and cross country for my school. I like to run. I always have. I feel like I could run forever some days. And I like that I don't have to talk when I'm out for a run. No one expects you to chat while you're running 5 miles. I don't go into the woods anymore very often, and definitely not alone. That makes me about as sad as anything. I loved the woods once. It was my special spot. But when I'm in there, surrounded by trees, I'm always looking behind me to see if anything is creeping up on me. Silly, I guess. Mom asked Ben and me if we wanted to move, to go into town, away from the woods. We both said no. Our home was our home, and there are a lot more good memories there than bad. Mom smiled at this, and I was glad that we could make her feel better. The woods are still Mom's favorite place, and she and Louis go walking there quite a bit. I asked her if she ever got scared while walking, afraid. She said no, that the forest was in her blood, that she couldn't be scared of something that had actually been so good to her. "It sent you back to me, didn't it?" she asked. I nodded. Maybe one day I would feel the same way about the woods, but not now. Not for a long time. I still see Dr. Kelsing, the psychiatrist that I met that night I went to the hospital. It's nice to have someone to talk to who wasn't in the middle of the whole mess. She lets me know that I'm not crazy. She says I was very brave and very strong to do what I did on that day. I don't know if that's true, but I'd like to think so. I even kept on seeing my guidance counselor, Mr. Wilson, all the way through elementary school. I learned about a year ago that Mr. Wilson was actually brought in for questioning while Petra and I were missing. I bet that was totally embarrassing for him. But not once did he mention it to me. I would meet with him once a week, and I'd still write in the beautiful journals that he gave me. On our last meeting together during my last week of being a sixth grader at Willow Creek Elementary School, we sat at the round table, and he asked what I would like to talk about on that day. I shrugged my shoulders, and he stood. He was still incredibly tall, even though I had grown several inches since first grade. He dug into his old gray file cabinet and pulled out 5 journals, all with black covers and all decorated with my artwork. I told him then about the dream I had when I fell asleep out in the woods the day my dad had taken me. The one where I was flying through the air and everyone was grabbing at me, trying to get me to come down. I told him that he was in my dream holding my journal in his hands, pointing at something. I told him I wondered what he was pointing at. He pulled the very first journal I had written in from the bottom of the pile and handed it to me. "Let's look for it and see if we can find out what it was," he said. For the next half hour, I looked through that journal, the one that said Callie's Talking Journal on the front and was decorated with a dragonfly. I flipped through pages, laughing about my terrible spelling and my stick figure pictures. But then I found it. The entry I was sure Mr. Wilson was pointing to in my dream. There were no words on the page, just a picture that I had drawn of my family. My mom was drawn really big right in the center of the page. She had on a dress and high heels, which was kind of funny because my mom never wore dresses or high heels. Her hair was drawn in a huge bouffant style, and she had a smile on her face. My brother was standing right next to my mom, drawn just as big. His hair was colored fire engine red, and his freckles were red dots across his circle-shaped nose. He held a football in his hands. At first glance, one might think that the picture of Ben was actually my father, but it wasn't. My father was in the picture drawn a little smaller and set back from the rest of us. He was smiling, just like everyone else in my picture, but in his hand was a can of what was clearly beer. The brand name of the beer was written in fancy blue letters, just like it is on the real can. But the drawings of those 3 weren't what caught my eye that day in Mr. Wilson's office. It wasn't even the drawing of me, dressed in pink, my hair pulled back in a ponytail. No. It was what I drew sitting on a table next to me in the picture. A beautiful blue perfume bottle with its lid set on the ground right next to it. And rising out of the bottle were these tiny musical notes. Whole notes, quarter notes, and half notes flying right up into the air around my stick figure head. "This is the picture," I told Mr. Wilson, jabbing my finger at the page. "This is what you were showing me in my dream. My voice." "Of course it was, Callie," he said. "Of course it was. You had it with you the entire time."
The end. You've been listening to The Weight of Silence by Heather Goodenkoff, narrated by Eliza Foss as the voice of Antonia, Therese Plummer as Callie, Cassandra Morris as Petra, Tony Ward as Martin, Andy Paris as Ben, and Jim Colby as Lewis. This recording was directed by Abigail McHugh. This book is copyrighted 2009 by Heather Goodenkoff. This recording is copyrighted 2009 by Recorded Books. If you've enjoyed this book and this performance, Recorded Books recommends Songs of the Humpback Whale, A Novel in 5 Voices, by Jodi Picoult, narrated by actors from the Recorded Books Repertory Company. Jodi Picoult's powerful novel portrays an emotionally charged marriage that changes course in one explosive moment. For years, Jane Jones has lived in the shadow of her husband, renowned San Diego oceanographer Oliver Jones. But during an escalating argument, Jane turns on him with alarming volatility. In anger and fear, she abruptly leaves with their teenage daughter, Rebecca, and embarks on a cross-country odyssey which comes to be charted by letters from her brother Jolie, guiding them to his Massachusetts apple farm, where surprising self-discoveries await. When Oliver, an expert at tracking humpback whales across vast oceans, searches for his wife across a vast continent, he finds a new way to see the world, his family, and himself. Through her eyes. You'll find a wide selection of titles in the Recorded Books catalog, including bestsellers, mysteries, classics, histories, and more. Call us toll-free or log on to recordedbooks.com to learn about our latest releases and special offers, order another recorded book, or to read author interviews and narrator profiles. Don't forget to ask about easy 30-day rentals by mail. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.